It's a little bit different in Gainesville right now.
Ball motions on the backfield, now trips left. We're going to take a shot here. Lagway winds, fires down the right side. Wilson's got it. 35, 20, 15. Spins off the tackler at the 15. Inside the 10. Drags him into the end zone. Touchdown, Gators. Wow.
Lagway looks at Sturdivant. Instead comes back the other way. One-on-one. Jump ball. That is caught. He looked at the fifth-year senior and said, you know what? Let's throw it down the field. And I won't back down.
Gators get out alive.
And I won't back
down. Welcome to Sports Lab Overtime. I'm Justin Baxley, joined by Jordan Liu. Jordan, we are back in the Sports Lab talking Gator football. Last week you and I talked, or maybe it's been 2 weeks now, we talked about a lot of Florida basketball. But now it's time to get back into some football. They've given us a lot of reason to talk. Obviously, I was at the game, but you got to have a unique viewing experience for this Texas game and win. You weren't even in the country. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so last week I was in Edinburgh, Scotland, and it was so fun. I went with one of my best friends, and I knew that I wanted to catch this game no matter what, and I thought, what better experience to watch it overseas. So I did some research, what pubs showed college football, and it was very, very hard to find one. However, I found a pub that put it on the TV, and throughout that process, I actually found other SEC fans overseas. So this Vandy family from Nashville, they were celebrating their dad's 60th birthday. So they were all wearing Diego Pavia jerseys. It was so cute. And then also some other Bama fans. So they were there for the Bama Vandy game. So the atmosphere was so fun, and we ended up watching both games with them. So it was a great experience. Everybody else in the pub was obviously not interested in college football. So they were oh, where is Vanderbilt? Where is that in the country? Who are we rooting for? So I got a really unique experience. But honestly, I have a funny story about that because I was actually sitting in front of a blue Gatorade bottle, just spawned out of nowhere. It was I didn't bring it. It kind of just showed up right behind me, and I kind of knew that was a sign that we were going to win because it was the blue Gatorade bottle. We were celebrating the 60th anniversary of Gatorade. It was also a blue, wear blue game. So yeah. Honestly, I felt okay, yeah, we're definitely going to win in the Swamp, and it was a great experience. It was an 8:30 game for me, so it was a night game, so it ended pretty late, but it's definitely a memory that I will never forget. So yeah, I'm happy about that.
Well, look, Taylor Swift dropped a song last week about superstitions. According to her.
Maybe I should flee the country again.
I was just going to say, I don't think you have to leave the country. I was thinking just get a blue Gatorade bottle for each game. I think that has to be your – and funny enough, I drank a blue Gatorade at the game on Saturday.
Whoa.
So this is getting a little weird now.
Wait, no, I drank a blue Gatorade at the USF game, and we lost.
Oh.
So maybe I just can't drink it.
Yeah. You just have to have it behind
you.
you.
It's a shrine, yeah.
And I have to – that's the first game. It's the first game I've ever drank a blue Gatorade at. I normally don't buy concessions because they're a little pricey. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I was parched. I was thirsty. I needed something, and I ran over to the. I really do love the little grab and go thing that they've implemented. I guess somebody's telling me that's relatively new, and I really liked it. I mean, it was very efficient. I walked in, there's food, there's drinks. Get a little pricey, but the Gatorade's not bad. $5 for Gatorade. I probably wouldn't pay that anywhere else. But
yeah,
I mean, you're in the Swamp, and you get a chance to drink a Gatorade in the Swamp. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime.
It's part of the game day experience.
It's part of the game day experience. So, and I did. You had choices of orange and blue, and I chose the blue one.
Whoa, no, because I got a orange Gatorade at the orange and blue game, and the orange team lost. So maybe I'm just picking.
I think you might be.
Yeah.
Might be bad luck.
Maybe I need to I need to flee the country again. Yeah.
But other than that, we did get to experience a win. Obviously, you got to experience in a much different place. But I was here watching the game. As I mentioned to Rob yesterday, it's the first win in the swamp for me outside of LIU, which I don't really.
Yeah, we don't count
I don't know
that.
that I count that nearly as much. This was obviously the first big game I've ever got to experience. I saw them lose to Alabama in the swamp. I saw them beat LIU, and now they've obviously beat Texas. But then, we had a couple losses on the road, and so it's been a rough first season. I thought I was the jinx. You're actually making me feel better with this Gatorade stuff. So I'm starting to think maybe we were all just in the worst. We were moving around the wrong pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of moving around the wrong pieces, it looked like Florida finally figured out the right pieces. DJ Lagway looked like a quarterback. Dallas Wilson. What a kid.
What a guy.
What a guy. Big fan. I didn't think that one player could make such a big difference for the team, but obviously he can. He feels like a Jeremiah Smith, Jamar Chase, somebody, a game breaker. And I mentioned this when I was at the USF game, that it never felt like Florida had a go-to guy that, like, there should be. Like, Vernell Brown could be that guy. Jaden Baugh should be that guy.
Like Eugene Wilson.
The talent is there that one of those guys should be able to do it. The problem was that it didn't seem to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Wilson feels like he is that guy. Like, when you need to do this, you get the ball to him and he makes it happen. And it seemed to be infectious, because then you saw Sturdivant on a big third down. He made the big catch where DJ kind of sidearmed it, what a pass.
What a pass. And Vernell, too, on that, 60-yard gain. Yeah, it was crazy.
So you start looking at it and you're like, well, maybe now they have that go-to player. And normally when you have a go-to player, it opens up the field for everybody. I mentioned Jamar Chase. If you look, when you've got a guy like Jamar Chase on the field, it opens it up for a T. Higgins or Chase Brown. It opens up the field for everybody else. Even Jeremiah Smith, you see, his secondary receiver plays better because he's on the field. And so I think what Dallas Wilson does for this team is potentially opens that up for him. And it also looks like DJ, if the offensive line can give him time, it feels more comfortable back in the pocket to start going through progressions. And I think that was the most promising sign from Saturday, I think is the right word. What kind of, from your point of view, what were your big takeaways from the game on Saturday?
Yeah, I would say definitely going on what you said, the O-line, this was their best game yet. And before the season started, there was so much promise with the O-line. These are veterans. They have played a lot of snaps together. However, before this Texas game, it really wasn't coming together for the O-line. And we saw that against Miami. They did not play well at all. So I thought this was really promising. And DJ, you could tell that he was more comfortable in the pocket because of it. He had more time, and it was just a really great performance from the O-line. They also created holes for Baugh. And with Jaden Baugh, I think this was also one of, the best games from him, just because he got 27 carries. And I think this needs to keep on happening every single game. Run the ball. I think we need to capitalize on Jaden Baugh's efficiency. And as you can see, he had 27 carries, 107 yards, 1 touchdown. This was an amazing game from him. And as you mentioned, Dallas Wilson, I didn't really know what to expect from him, being his first game coming from an injury. So, him performing this well and setting records, creating history, it's just doesn't seem like a coincidence now, because the only 2 games that he's really stepped on a field, which is the orange and blue game and the Texas game, he's basically set history both times. Now I think moving forward, that's going to be your go-to guy. DJ, they're going to have that connection. And as you said, before this, the wide receiver core, we knew we had weapons. We knew we had a lot of talent. However, there wasn't a go-to person. And I think Eugene Wilson was, kind of thought to be that person at the beginning of the season, but I think now the freshmen with Vernell and Dallas, they're kind of, however, I do still think that Aiden Mizell should be capitalized more. Servant, he did have a really good game as well. So the wide receiver core really stepped up. And I think this was also the first game they were all healthy at the same time. So Ford is kind of like, okay, we have all of our weapons together. Like, how can we have a game that really uses all of them to their unique talents? I would say that we did really, really great on the ground game. Once again, 159 rushing yards. Duke Clark, the freshman running back who came in for Jacoby Jackson because he was injured, did amazing job in his first game. And there was a bunch of explosive plays, which I felt like we were lacking in the previous games as well. And 457 total offense, amazing. Like, best game that we've seen yet. Don't really count the LIU game once again, but DJ, he had his best game, and even without the interception, I thought he did really good. I thought the sidearm, amazing. He just looked so much more comfortable. His decision-making skills were better, and it just seemed like he really took advantage of this bye week to get better. And also with the defense, I think the defense has shown why they are a top 10 defense, like nationally. They have held this team down ever since the beginning, and I'm honestly so impressed every single week by our defense. I think Miles Graham, Tyreek Sapp, and Devin Moore, like, they really stood out to me during this game. Also, our D-line. They gave Arch such a hard time, and it was really shown. Like, they held Texas to a season low of 52 rushing yards, and you could tell that I think for Texas, he really struggled because every single third down that they were presented with, it was like a third and long. It was like an average of 11 yards to gain whenever they were on third downs. So the defense really, really stepped up, and you could tell there was so much pressure on Arch in the pocket, and especially with the defense up front, once again, they totally carried. But I think the only thing that was a little bit questionable was our DBs. I think Cormani, he had a rough game. He played really well against Miami. However, this game he was getting burnt in the air. And, we kind of see Devin Moore, like, we know he is, like, the DB at the University of Florida right now. However, like, how can the others, like, step up to that same level? And Cormani, he has, like, jumped a lot and progressed a lot from this offseason. So no overreaction yet, but I think that is something that will have to be improved upon in the secondary. So, yeah. What about you? What's the other ones?
Yeah. So, first of all, my biggest takeaway was the Devin Moore interception. I was told by a student that I ate on my
you ate
my video of the play. So I was very excited. It's so funny. So I think I was talking to my mom or somebody, and I mentioned that I had recorded it, and they were like, "What made you record that play?" And I was like, I don't know. Like, it was a very odd play
you had
to record.
A feeling.
I did. I had a feeling, premonition, so to speak. No, I was just like, they were close to where I was sitting, and I'm like, I'm just gonna see what I can get out of this. And sure enough, I was able to follow the ball. Arch got picked, and I mean, it was an incredible interception.
Yes. That was an NFL type.
Yeah, it was really good. I thought he did a really good job of just ranging back and getting that interception. But yeah, I think you hit on a lot there. I mean, one, they were able to get pressure on the quarterback. I think that's something that look, the defense has played out of their minds all season. But a lot of that has been, I thought, the secondary stepping up quite a bit. You go back to the Miami game, I thought they held them in check because of guys like Cormani were playing really well, playing out of their mind. Realistically, I think that what happened was the front seven recognized at some point coming out of the bye week, hey, we're down multiple defensive backs now. We've got to be the one that we've got to step up now. We can't continue to rely on our secondary, to do everything. And so I think there was some level of accountability for position groups coming out of the bye week and into Texas. You mentioned the offensive line played a lot better, and that's another situation where I think there was some level of accountability for that position group. Because, look, the reality is that for the first 4 games of the season, it's been really easy to blame DJ Lagway and Billy Napier. And I think that's what we've hit on so often, is that it's Billy Napier's fault. It's DJ Lagway's fault. It was back and forth between those two. And look, I don't think that they are without fault. DJ played some really bad games during that stretch. He looked really bad against LSU. He didn't have his best stuff against Miami. Billy Napier, I think it's not a secret. He has struggled through the first few weeks of, whether you agree or disagree, the play calling has been, very vanilla. Hasn't looked like a team that was great there. There's been some clock management stuff. I'm talking the USF not taking timeouts, not doing something. There were some things down the stretch in that game. Those two have gotten the brunt of the blame, but the reality is that the position groups around the team, there were multiple layers and areas in which they should improve. Specifically, the offensive line has to continue to play better. They're going up against a really good defense this coming weekend against Texas A&M. We'll get to that. But that offensive line played about as well as it could have. And when I say that, I mean it played up to its potential. Not to say it can't get better, but it played like we thought it was supposed to play from day one. And it looked really good. It gave DJ some time, and then DJ was able to start making his progressions, looking the safety off, which opened it up for VB3 to go get a really good, I think you mentioned earlier, a 60-yard pass. There were a lot of really good plays, but it felt like the other position groups that haven't necessarily gotten called out enough for their play through the first few weeks, specifically the defensive line, I thought played a lot better. They obviously got to Arch 35 times pressure-wise. So, 6 sacks. Multiple sacks, getting to him, making him uncomfortable. And the thing with when you've got 35 pressures and anything more than 4 or 5 sacks, you start getting in a quarterback's head. Like, he's trying to get the ball out quicker, which leads to some of those interceptions that we saw, where he's not even being pressured, but he thinks he's about to get pressured, so he just needs to let it go. Something that, I think DJ, that you can go back to that LSU game, I think DJ had some of the same problems, is that he was getting pressured pretty often. And so I just think from that point of view, I think you start looking at it and go, okay, the defensive, and it's hard to call out the defensive line when the defense is the only thing that looks good.
Yeah.
But the defensive line up until that point, up until this past weekend, had not played exceptionally well. But look, they had a lot of injuries up front. George Gums missed time. Caleb Banks obviously out.
Yes.
I mean, so I'm not saying that it was – I think we all gave them a pass, right? Because the defense was keeping us in games. And for the most part, they weren't necessarily the problem in those games. This was the first time where it was like it looked like a really good concerted effort from the front seven. But I'll tell you, the difference maker for me on defense was Miles Graham.
Yes.
He looked phenomenal. The fact that he was able to – there was a play where he basically ranged all the way across the defense to go get a tackle for a loss or for a couple yards. He looked like he got shot out of a cannon. The dude is so fast. And I'm going to tell you, if he plays that way the rest of the season, that defense is going to continue to be a problem. It reminded me a lot of there were a lot of linebackers. I know I bring them up often, but at Georgia, the Nakobe Deans, Roquan Smiths, the ones that could range from sideline to sideline. I feel like that's something that Florida has lacked recently, where you didn't necessarily have a game breaker at the linebacker position, not necessarily in the same way that we may be able to see from Miles Graham as he continues to develop. Or from the edge spot, somebody that can really get after either a quarterback or can go and range from one side of the field to the other to go make a big tackle for a loss. And so I was really impressed by what Miles Graham did. Just as a whole, I thought this defense looked
elite.
Elite is a great word for it. We called them that a couple weeks ago, but this really, I know they gave up more points this time than they had been, but I really think this was probably their most complete performance in that they were playing a offense that can really stretch the field, and really those receivers are top tier. There's a reason Cormani struggled. He was going up against probably the best receivers he's played all year. And it showed. There were moments where you're like, man, Cormani, you gotta play better. But for the most part, I thought with when you remove the talent on that defense that is injured at this point, and think about how well they're still playing. I mean, I'll admit it, I was wrong. I thought going into the game that we were about to see the wheels fall off on the defense. I thought the defense was finally going to, and not because it was anything they were doing wrong. I just thought, how on earth can they continue to hold up their end of the bargain if the offense doesn't provide them with something? But we didn't see that on Saturday. In fact, I thought they played their best game of the year.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think defense really, continues to show us just like how elite they are every single week. And I think with Texas, with Texas, they've played Ohio State in week 1, and week 1 games you kind of have to take with a grain of salt. But they, with Texas, then they go on to play 3 kind of lesser opponents. So, coming into the Swamp, this was also the Longhorns, their biggest challenge. And I think the defense did an amazing job of just containing that offense, of really, getting them into 3rd and long situations. And it was just very efficient. I think the only thing with defense is just getting burnt in the air. But other than that, everything looked great. And I think Arch, obviously there's so much pressure on Arch and DJ, and this game was so hyped up throughout the whole entire offseason, because Arch and DJ, those were the top 2 quarterbacks coming into the season that everybody had really high hopes for. They were supposed to be Heisman finalists, have Heisman hopefuls, but I think now it's kind of you can see how DJ and Arch, I think, are really trying to deal with the pressure of being in the media and really having so much on their shoulders. And I think with Arch, I just noticed at the end of the game, he was just so tired. I think the environment got to him, the false starts, the crowd really did their thing. The Swamp was electric, and it was one of the best environments. Obviously, this is also for Arch to go on the road in the SEC. He's also not really used to that as a starter, so this was going to be a tough environment for him, and you could definitely see that he was affected by it. And Texas had 10 penalties, so they really were frustrated towards the end. And I think when I was watching the game, I just noticed how tired he looked. The eye bags were there. Every single time he was on the sideline, he was just wanting a break, wanting to chill out for a bit. So I think that definitely got to him. But, they're both young, and I think DJ now, I hope this gives him more confidence going into the Texas A&M game, where, he's kind of in his own backyard. He's from Texas. He's from, a city an hour away from College Station. So this is kind of a homecoming. And Texas A&M also, they really tried to recruit him when he was in high school. So it's going to be a huge game, but I really hope this is a turning point for the Gators, really for the offense, because now with Dallas Wilson inserted into this offense, it really just opens up the playbook even more. And I think as we go through the season, we'll kind of have those go-to guys more crystal clear. So it was a great game, and honestly, the Swamp, I wish I was here for it. It looked absolutely insane, and it should have been a night game. If we were better, it should have been a night game, but it looked absolutely amazing, and there were so many people here, Sketch and Kyle Pitts, so it was a great reunion, and loved it. Yeah,
it was definitely a loud environment. I don't know that you could, obviously you can appreciate. I actually had to go back and watch on TV to realize how loud it was. I guess when you're in the moment, it's tough to real, but I still don't know that TV does it as much justice as the impact that it actually did have on the game. It was the Vernell Brown catch. If you go back and listen to the Swamp erupt when he caught that ball, when Dallas scored and went into the end zone on the 55-yard touchdown, there were just so many moments in that game. The interceptions, where I'm sitting there watching, I'm going, I don't know that I've ever heard a stadium this loud. In fact, there were moments where the "Move Back, You Suck" chant was the loudest thing that I'd heard. I mean, it was genuinely an incredible experience to be able to hear, frankly, a fan base that has every reason to be upset, every reason to not want to be there, every reason to not cheer. They've got, this team hasn't given them a ton of reasons to cheer this season. From the outside looking in and starting to live on the inside of the, I guess, so to speak.
Very loyal fan base.
Is I'm realizing just how much the people that support this universe and support this team, how much they love them, even when things aren't going your way. It's almost like me and my sister growing up. There were a lot of times where we would fight, we would argue, but you said something about I was ready to throw hands.
Like you got each other's back.
And that kind of feels like the relationship you see with the fans here, where we'll talk about our team all week being angry about it. We're not happy with our team right now, right? There's no secret. But on Saturday, they put everything aside. They show up. They make a lot of noise, and they're at that team's back to help them in any way they can. And to me, that was the moment where I was like, man, this feels really good to be a part of this. And so I was excited to be there. I think it was a great environment. But Jordan, they're about to have to go to a very different environment on Saturday. One that could be equally as hostile, but for our team now to have to go out there and play at Kyle Field, at College Station. You mentioned a little bit of that earlier. I'm very interested in your thoughts on what this game will be like come Saturday. They'll be taking on Texas A&M. It's a night game. You mentioned the night game. It could be a very loud environment that they're going to be walking into on Saturday. What are your thoughts about their chances and what we may see come Saturday?
Yeah, I think, when you look at our schedule, there's no easy game. And Kyle Field is a very hard place to play. It is so loud, the 12th man, they have so many traditions there that just really get the fans all riled up, and this is going to be a huge night game. I don't feel confident. I think, with Billy Napier, he hasn't shown yet that he can win in these type of environments on the road. And I think this is a great opportunity for the team to really show what they can do, to really kind of go back on track and be like, okay, we kind of went through a rough patch to start the season, but if we get a win at Kyle Field and College Station, we're so back. So I think this is a great opportunity for both offense and defense to really show up and prove something to Gator Nation. As you said, I think right now with this Texas win, the fan base is feeling hope. It's kind of okay, we kind of maybe turned a corner, trying to find our footing in the season. But now it's if you lose again at Kyle Field, I think all the momentum is going to be kind of dead now. So it's really just trying to sustain the success that we found at home. And I think one thing that really worries me is that I saw from the Texas game and previous Florida games is that Coach Napier, he tends to become very conservative with his play calling in the second half. First half, as we saw, first quarter, we were hitting on all cylinders, I feel in the offense. But then towards the second half, it kind of just started to stall out. So I don't think you can do that at Kyle Field and come out with a win. It has to be a full 60 minutes of let's try to extend the lead. Let's try to, move the ball downfield, sustain the drive. And I think if we do that, we'll have a great chance to win just because our defense is so elite. I have trust in them. But it's can the offense have their foot on the gas for a full 60 minutes? And I think with this, hard place to play, you just have to limit false starts. There's going to be very, very loud. You have to be communicative. Everyone has to be on the same page. And, you're going up against a team that is getting better every single week. Texas A&M, they had that win over Notre Dame at Notre Dame. And then they also had a convincing win over Mississippi State, who turned out to be very good this season. So it's not going to be easy. And I think Texas A&M has a very balanced team. I think Marcel Reed, which is their sophomore quarterback, he actually had his first start against Florida last year, and he won in the Swamp, so very convincingly. So now it's kind of like, can you get that, get back game on Saturday? And Cassius Howell, incredible defense. He has 7 sacks on the season, so he is going to try and pressure DJ Lagway for sure. And I think that's going to be something that the O-line can really look and contain, hopefully. And then they have a great rushing attack. They ran for 303 yards against Mississippi State, which is crazy. Moss and Owens, they are incredible running backs. They have a great running back room. They also limited the Mississippi State offense rushing to only 77 yards. And not even that, too. They have a very explosive, playmakers in the air with their wide receivers like Mario Craver. And it's going to be a very, very hard game, I think, for the Gators, coming off of this emotional win at the stadium. So at our home, and now we're kind of on the road. Like, can they rile together? And, but we saw that this team, they really believe in Billy Napier, like that they will ride for their coach. So I think this could be either a turning point, or this could be yet another game where the Gators fall short. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing, one, they can't get blown out. Right. Like, I think this has to be a close game for the Gators if they do lose. Not that it'll necessarily matter, I guess, but like, what you can't have happen is go out there and get blown out, because then it's going to feel like you've started over at 1. I think if they go out and keep it close, or if they pull off the win, it's even bigger. I mean, it's a turning point. The crazy thing, I think they do have a chance to go win this football game. I think the recipe's there. And you mentioned that Texas A&M is getting better, and I think you're right. But I think they're beatable, and I think that's the big thing is the Auburn game. They played against a really good Auburn defense. I think Florida's defense might be better. I think it's close, but I think Florida's defense might be better. With that in mind, you mentioned Marcel Reed's a sophomore quarterback. He doesn't have a ton of experience. Probably up there with DJ Lagway in terms of experience, but at least he got a full fall camp and spring and summer. And so I think that maybe that's where that kind of happens. But I want to say that they had an interception in the Auburn game. It was like a 70-something yard return. So he can still make mistakes. I think for Florida, they have to limit mistakes on their side of the ball. DJ Lagway can't go out and throw probably more than 1 interception.
Right.
I think anything over 1, we're gonna be in a rough place. You just can't give this Texas A&M offense more opportunities, because they're going to make you pay. And so anything over one turnover is probably going to lead to your defeat. However, I think on the other side of that, I think that's why winning the turnover battle is so key on Saturday. If they can force Marcel Reed in some erratic throws, which we've seen him do, especially against Auburn, and a lot of that has to do with getting pressure. They've got to do exactly what they did against Arch Manning. They've got to go out there and really make Marcel Reed uncomfortable. He's got one heck of an arm. Like, he can throw it deep. It reminds me a lot of DJ Lagway in a lot of ways. Like, he's averaging, I think it's 9.4 yards per throw. That was against Auburn. He averaged 9.4 yards per throw. But the problem was Reed was able to break some big runs, and they were able to do enough there. Reed also and A&M's offense struggles with hold on to the football. So maybe there's a fumble to be had. So I think the big thing is, forcing fumbles from Marcel Reed when he decides to take off, really trying to make sure that he doesn't break containment, so really forcing him to stay within the pocket, and then getting pressure on him is the other big key, and forcing him to beat you with his arm. Like, make him make the impossible throws, and if he's able to do it, he's able to do it. And you lose the game, and you know what? I think you're okay with that. Not necessarily okay with it. I shouldn't say that. I think you are fine losing a close game where Marcel Reed plays out of his mind and you just got beat. What you can't have happen is for Marcel Reed to go out and have 2 fumbles, an interception, not play particularly well, and still beat you. That would be the ultimate, kicking them when they're down kind of situation. So I think that's the big thing for them is they've got to do stuff to make Marcel Reed uncomfortable. They have to do a lot of what Auburn did. I think Auburn played well enough, especially on defense, to go out and beat Texas A&M. But again, the offense fell short, which leads me to my next point. Florida's offense has to show up. In particularly, I think it's Jaden Ball that has to be the big thing there. I think, Auburn ran the ball against them 24 times, and they barely got 50 yards. I think, for me, if I'm Billy Napier and I'm not offense, I'm running Jaden Ball 20, 25 times, and maybe I think 20 times is probably good. He needs to hit 100 to 150 yards in this game. Texas A&M is not super great when it comes to breaking up passes, and they don't do a very good job of picking off passes either. And so that actually plays maybe into DJ Lagway's strengths, is if he doesn't turn the ball over and he can just get some big plays. I do actually think that this is one of those that they can win this game. But a big part of it's going to be getting Jaden Ball going early, opening up the passing lanes for DJ Lagway, and really force them to pick up. You've got to make them pick. Do you want to let DJ Lagway beat you, or do you want Jaden Ball to beat you? But either way, we're going to beat you with one of these 2 ways. And so I'm interested to see how that goes. And again, Marcel Reed's not setting the world on fire in some of these games. He struggles. He struggled against Auburn. If I'm Billy Napier, that's the tape I'm putting on, and I'm watching it constantly. I'm trying to see what did Auburn do that nobody else has been able to do this season in terms of slowing down that offense. But even the game against Notre Dame, you go back and look at that. Marcel Reed, 17 of 37, 360 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. To me, that screams of a – and really, if you go back and watch that game, they had the fumble on the extra point, Notre Dame did. That's why it ended 41-40. That should have really gone to overtime. So I think there's at least 2 teams this season that were really close to beating this team. So that goes back to my point. I think they're beatable. It feels so similar to what DJ Lagway and the Florida Gators are, though. It's explosive plays, or at least what we thought they were going to be. It goes back to kind of what Florida was last year, right? Solid defense, an offense that's built around explosive big plays. Florida should know how to handle that. If they can just limit the number of big plays, I mean, pulling it up here, Marcel Reed played a little bit better against Auburn with that 15 of 22, but he didn't throw for a touchdown. But we see he had Le'Veon Moss ran for 139 yards. Ruben Owens ran for 52 yards. You mentioned that's a really good duo. Concepcion had 100. But a lot of that was they were averaging 16 yards per catch. Mario Craver had 8 yards a catch. They were basically averaging 13 yards per catch. That's a pretty high number when you consider there were a couple that were a little lower than that. But for the most part, I think what you're seeing, you look through the stats, is they're built on big plays. They're built on taking the top off. Marcel Reed had 2 fumbles in the Auburn game. So we know that those are – and so, Jordan, I just think there's so many ways, and maybe I'm starting to just hype myself up in this, is there are ways to beat this football team. I think at the end of the day, if the defense just plays the way they've been playing and the offense plays the way they did against Texas, this could get real scary real quick. and I mean for Texas A&M. I think this could be a big upset this weekend.
Ooh, okay. I'm hoping that what you're building of it comes true. I'm just really worried about Texas A&M's like speed. I think they have a great rushing attack, great wide receivers, and Marcel Reed, just like how do we contain his legs, because he could beat you with his legs as well. So it's gonna be a lot of different facets that the defense has to look out for on Saturday. But yeah, this is a winnable game. I think our team, the Gators, is just like they're a team that can beat anyone. It's just like how are they going to show up on Saturday? And I think the environment is just like the number one indicator. It's just like how can they stay together as a group and really go into Kyle Field and be completely locked in. I think if you look at our schedule also, Kyle Field is probably going to be the last or the biggest environment that we're going to. Because we have Ole Miss on the road, but I feel like Kyle Field is much more harder to play at than the Grove. And then we have Kentucky and Lexington, which is not a hostile environment. So I think running the ball will be a key to this game. Like Jaden Ball needs to have, I agree, at least 20 carries. And as I think that was a big success of why we beat Texas. He had 27 carries, the most out of any game this season, and that's why we, the offense worked, because we unleashed the running game. And also like who wins the line of scrimmage on this game and the explosive plays also. I think that is probably what really is also worrying me too, is because as we can see, like in the Texas game, like Arch towards the end, he was kind of just like throwing it up in the air, trying to get like a huge gain. And I think our DBs were kind of getting burnt at the end, but that is, I totally see where you're coming from, where Marcel Reed, he can make those mistakes of like, maybe throwing it into like double coverage or really getting him pressuring the pocket and for him to like scramble and make bad decisions. So I think that's going to be really key for the defense to be on the same page of that. And I think this is a lot riding on Coach Mo as well. Texas A&M, they've had a great team. I feel like can't really break that 8-4 ceiling. I feel like they always recruit well. Their program is built really well. However, they just really can't get over the hump of being a true contender. So I think on Saturday, this is also something for them to prove themselves. Like, hey, we're at home. Like, we're at Kyle Field. Like, we are undefeated. And this is a really good Florida team that has a lot of momentum coming in. Like, how are we going to handle business and, like, keep going on that trajectory of where they want to go, which is college football playoffs. And, like, I think for Texas A&M, they have so much to prove. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup between two teams that are kind of different in their paths right now throughout the regular season. So it's going to be really interesting, but I think this is going to be the hardest game on our schedule just based on environment only. And it's going to be a true test of how connected the team is and how they are going to get through adversity together. But yeah, it's going to be prime time. Very, very, a lot of high stakes, I think, for us and for not so much for them, but I think for them, they need to prove themselves a certain way. So it's going to be packed. It's going to be like 100,000 people there. So it's going to be very loud, and I'm very excited. But yeah, and I think what really gets me is whenever I think of Kyle Field, I think of the 2020 loss where we had Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts. And that year at Kyle Field, that was actually our first loss of the season. It was only by a field goal. And I remember being so sad at that game because when I was watching it, I thought we were going to go undefeated. I was like, oh my God, this team is too good. Like, we were ranked number 3, I think, at that point. So we were the highest ranked that we've been in a long time. And when we were at Kyle Field, it just kind of like crushed me mentally. And obviously we did get a win there in 2022. So I'm hoping we can repeat that same energy from 2022. This is a very much different Texas A&M team. However, this is also a chance for Billy Napier to prove that I can win on the road against another top 10, a top 10 team back to back. So a lot of narratives. And for DJ as well, he had a rough start to the season, but now it's kind of like, okay, no, like we're 1-0. Like, let's restart. Let's, everything we control is like the team. So yeah, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is really about Florida looking at itself in the mirror and going, hey, let's just go 1-0. And, if you continue to go 1-0 every week, things get a little bit more – you start rolling.
Yeah.
And I think this is the big thing. You've got the momentum. Mike Elko came out earlier this week and said this is the most talented team that they're going to play on their schedule. So they respect and recognize how talented Florida is, even if the record thus far doesn't necessarily show that. A&M will play tougher opponents record-wise, but I don't know that he's necessarily wrong in terms of if the talent shows up, this is a really tough Florida team to beat.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of them showing up. You mentioned the keeping their foot on the gas. Billy's got to do that.
Yeah, for all 60 minutes.
All 60. I mean, it can't be just you can't get up 19-7
and then
let them back in.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is one thing that really worries me, is how do we sustain energy and how do we sustain drives? Just like, because I saw in Texas, I think in the third or fourth quarter, it's just like in third long situations, you're running the ball, you're playing a screen, but how can we, how can the play calling kind of evolve to, okay, let's keep the ball rolling. Like we need to put points on the board, like throughout the whole 60 minutes. And that is the kind of mentality that I think a lot of great teams, elite teams have, like Georgia, like they play for 60 minutes. Like they do not, take off their foot on the gas like any point in the game. And I think Billy Napier, he has, shown to be more conservative in the second half. So if the Gators do start popping off all cylinders in the first half, like you have to continue to do that in the second half. So yeah, we'll see. But.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, looking forward, this is the fourth game in a row they're playing a top 10 team. It's just, it really is. At some point you get beat down by it all, but look, they had the bye week. If DJ Lagway's health holds up too, I think that's the other big storyline coming out of the game, is in the medical tent a few times. But even talking to Rob yesterday, he mentioned that he felt confident in this offense with Tramel Jones. If DJ for some reason has to leave this game, he still feels confident in that. So I think there's still reason to have hope. I think you hit the nail on the head earlier that we feel like we've got some hope now. Rob called it cautiously optimistic.
Yes.
And I think that's where you almost have to sit with this, is you've got to be sitting at, I'm cautiously optimistic that this is a team that can go win this game. Again, the big thing, don't get blown out.
No.
Because I think it's a hard reset, and at that point, all the chips are on the table. Well, what do we do? Because if you get blown out, it's almost like, was it a mirage against Texas, or was Texas just really bad?
Or can we just win at home?
Or is it just a home thing? Yeah. And truthfully, if you're going to go compete in a college football playoff, or even compete for the SEC championship, you've got to be able to win on the road in this conference. And so, the thing is I said the LSU game that Florida wins that game with just average quarterback play. If they can do that on Saturday, really turn this into basically LSU Part 2, where they can pressure Marcel Reed, force some bad throws just the way they did with Nussmeier, and DJ can basically just play average or a little above average, I think they win this football game, because I think the defense can hold Texas A&M in check, and they can make this a race to 20. As long as DJ doesn't throw 5 interceptions again, I think you got a chance to win this football game. I think if they can go out and turn this into a 20-17 or 24-17, 16-10, but very much like the Texas A&M Auburn game, if they can turn it into that kind of game, it's absolutely winnable. What I don't think they can have happen is to try to turn this into a track meet, because you mentioned speed, lots of scoring. That favors Texas A&M.
Yes. We
saw that with Notre Dame. They won that game 41-40. That also tells me that that defenses can be susceptible too. You gave up 40 points to a team. I think, maybe I'm wrong, outside of Jeremiah Love, I think Florida is probably the more talented offensive team when DJ Lagway is playing well.
Right. And Carr was also, he's just got his,
right?
yeah. And like, Carr also had his big start with, I guess, Miami, but then he's trying to prove himself as well at Notre Dame. So it's
The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the head beer coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell right here on WRUF.
It is time to eat some lunch and talk some sports. Welcome into a Wednesday edition of Sports Scene as you listen on WRUF. Jessica, happy today. I got to tell you, Toronto's 6-1. They're going to sweep the Yankees. My mother is going apoplectic. I turned it off. This morning, 9-6. Aaron Judge came up big. So the Yankees are breathing. Yeah. So Jessica, our producer, is happy today at least. They're alive. Seattle winning. They're 1-1 away also. Today, if all goes according to Hoyle, good show. One of our Gator grads, Trevor Sikkema, will talk some college and pro football from Pro Football Focus. Andrew Monaco, play-by-play voice of Texas A&M, will talk about the Aggie football team. Hopefully, Gator linebacker George Gums will join us live. Courtney Mims, another Gator grad, sports director of Fox 16 in Little Rock, Arkansas. We'll talk about that Arkansas football job. How good a job is that? And we have, of course, you to talk with us today as well. We broadcast from the Gator Trim Light Studio, permanent holiday lighting for all occasions, locally owned and operated right here in good old Gville. And we are fueled by the good people at Southeast Car Agency here in Gainesville. The Cousins family's been running that business for 45 plus years. The best in late model, low mileage vehicles like the one I'm driving. Go see them in person and tell them Sports Scene sent you. All right, some things we will talk about today. I mentioned this yesterday. Auburn next year is forsaking a home game to play it in Atlanta for an opportunity for NIL money. So Auburn fans have to either go to Georgia or not go to a home game. If that was Florida, if Scott Strickland decided to do that, would you as a football fan be okay with that? Just interesting. Transfer portal news. It is now official. The portal will move January 2nd through the 16th. The new transfer portal window for players in 2026, including grad transfers as well. It opens one day after the college football playoff quarterfinals conclude. So, again, what I don't understand, and maybe there's a good reason for it, why can't you wait till everybody's done and give everybody an equal footing? But I digress. Now, they did help this. Players on the two teams competing for the championship, that'll be on the 19th of January, will get an additional 5-day period, 20th to the 24th, to enter the portal after the season ends. They also tweaked what happens to an athlete when a coach is fired or leaves. Effective right now, starting 5 days after a new head coach is announced or hired, players have a 15-day window to enter their name in the portal. They were given a 30-day window. Okay? So that is what's going on there. Arkansas, Oklahoma State, UCLA, Virginia Tech will be grandfathered in under the previous rule, which means you could enter the portal after head coaches were fired in September. So the spring portal, gone. I think this is good. I think it simplifies things for players, coaches, fans, etc. I want you to know this too. This is the crazy world we live in. During the 2024-25 school year, how many players do you think entered the portal? I was way off. Way off. Ready for this total? More than 4,900 FBS players and more than 3,200 FCS players entered their names in the portal. Yeah. Record-setting year for transfer movement. Just crazy. And how about this? How come I don't have relatives like this? A Stanford football received a $50 million donation. Okay. $50 million. That's a lot. That's Jessica doing that, not me. But anyway, from a former player also. Because the new general manager there, as you may or may not know, is Andrew Luck. And then, you know what? The Bill Belichick story just gets funnier and funnier, and I love it. Okay? Coming in, Bill Belichick, his girlfriend, all that saga. Well, they were going to do a documentary on Hulu. Well, now they're 2-3, and they're not doing it. So I guess they would only do it if they won. Right? They don't want to show the struggling North Carolina program. All right. With all of that, call us up, talk a little sports. That's what we're here for. We got a lot of guests today. We want to hear from you. 392-8255. You can email srussell@wruf.com. If you have a YouTube question or a Facebook Live question, Jessica gets them to me. Facebook Live questions brought to you by Ruzogra State Farm, your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Our YouTube questions by Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier does his banking. Campus USA, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. National Hockey League opened up last night, and my Rangers lost. Okay. If you want to call us up, Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City to serve you better. Same-day scheduling, always available. Start feeling better today, TitanMRI.com. The emails I mentioned, courtesy of International Diamond Center. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond. You can get the best diamonds at the best prices for quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, come on with us, courtesy of Meldon Law. 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. And a big thanks to Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene. When you want a quality plumber or need one, rely on the same company Gainesville's trusted since 1984. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. And if you want to advertise on the show, we are so grateful and thankful for all of you who do. We only have 1 spot left. That's it. But come on. Call Freddie, 352-284-3733. And that'll get done. Okay? So, with that, I want to talk Florida, Texas A&M, whatever else. We will do that around a big guest list today. Adam, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve, go Gators, man. Thanks for the show today. I want to get out of your hair since you got a lot of guests today. You said Auburn is moving their first home game next year. You posed that question yesterday.
They are.
Can you reiterate that question so I can address it?
Yeah, it's not a question. It's what they're doing. They're moving their opening home game to Atlanta.
$5 million.
Because they have an opportunity for NIL.
And it's like a $5 million paycheck.
I don't know exactly what the total is, but, I mean, they're doing it for millions, supposedly, yes.
Yeah. I would lose my mind if we lost any home games in the Swamp, regardless of NIL and contributions, and here's why. If you really wanted to do something in the Swamp to, make that $3-4 million, you can do that. Right? There's lots of ways to do that. It's a huge venue. It's huge. Anyway, that's my opinion on it. That was a question you had for yesterday. That's my opinion on it. I would lose my mind. I think we only had, we got 6 home games this year, which is good. I think we have, or was it 6 last year and then 5 this year? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can understand, or a fan, you're paying money. And now, again, I don't know if they're going to refund this or, hey, you have to go to Atlanta for this or not. I'm not sure of all the, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, but it is for a bigger good. But I get it. There's only, so many games that you have at home.
Right. But look at what Danny White's doing at Tennessee. He's making sure that the venue is providing concerts, big names out there, and putting a good portion of that towards the NIL. I'm just saying there's other ways to do that other than stealing from the fans a home game. That's my opinion on that.
Okay.
And, real quick, on the offensive line that we played with against Texas was so much improved over the bye week. It was absolutely insane when I watched it on film. And that was a big reason why we were successful. Let's carry that forward and beat A&M. Go Gators.
All right, Adam. Thank you. When we come back, our first guest of the day, one of our Gator grads, Trevor Sikkema, is going to join us next, talk a little NFL and college football with you from Pro Football Focus as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
Hi, I'm Bob Sager. Florida volleyball head coach Ryan Tice joined Tom Collette on the Ryan Tice Show on WRUF Tuesday night. After going 1-1 over the weekend and dropping out of the AVCA Top 25 for the first time since 1991, the Gators now prepare to face Missouri and Vanderbilt at home Friday and Sunday.
Fortunately, the last 2 weekends, last weekend and this coming weekend, there is some similarities, so we don't have to do anything too crazy.
Catch live coverage of the Dig Pink match against the Tigers Friday night at 6:45. Gators Tennis is hosting the ITA Southeast Regional Championships today. The tournament will carry through October the 13th with 5 singles players starting to play in the main draw tomorrow. The New York Yankees will try to save their season tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays. Coverage for that game will start at 6:30 on WRUF with Dodgers-Phillies coverage following.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The commitment from IDC to first responders is really extraordinary.
Veteran firefighter Johnny Hinton talks about International Diamond Center's ongoing support for our heroes in uniform.
IDC has helped us raise just massive amounts of money.
Johnny says in addition to corporate gifts to support charity fundraisers, IDC is there every day, helping first responders with an extra 15% discount on any purchase.
Again, thank you guys so much.
International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't worry.
That's not the future.
It's now.
At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season.
But hurry.
Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party. You see that new welcome offer? Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. I think we got to jump on this.
What's John Daly think?
I think you got to grip it and rip it.
Grip it?
And rip it.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4 right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back to Sports Scene. A lot of guests coming on today. A good first one. Always love when our Gator grads can come on and talk sports with us. Trevor Sikkema is one of those. He's working for Pro Football Focus. He can actually, because he's so talented, talk a little NFL and a little college too. Trev, man, good to have you. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Steve. Appreciate you having me, as always.
And I appreciate you doing this. Let's start NFL here. There's so many things that early in the year have happened here, but the Eagles offensively, they've had meetings now, and, Barkley, got the ball 6 times the other day. Everybody's downplaying a problem with the offense. I see a problem with the offense. Do you?
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I feel like there's a lack of identity right now. And you bring up Saquon Barkley. This team had the highest run rate in the NFL last year. They signed Saquon Barkley. They have one of the best offensive lines, and they go, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. And I think they went into the year saying, hey, we're going to do this until somebody can stop us, and nobody really could. It was really the Saquon Barkley show last year, and they were able to sprinkle in some deep passes, some explosive passes to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in the big moments in certain games when they really needed it, and that's how you win a Super Bowl, especially when you got a great defense behind you. But this year, we knew that things were going to look a little bit different because, even if you're great one year and you have a lot of the same players, it's so hard to just be that consistent and repeat at that high of a level. So when I looked at this Eagles team going into the year, I knew their margin for error was going to be a little bit lower. I knew they were going to play a little bit closer, but right now they're struggling to have any sort of identity. Last year, like I said, they were very much a running football team, and this year, I don't know, it just feels like they're reluctant to do that, or at least they certainly haven't had the same sort of success level in being willing to go at it. And certainly over the last couple of weeks, we've heard, all right, A.J. Brown's not happy, Devontae Smith also might not be happy, and you go into a situation last week where they really had the ability to run the ball and they should have, and then they didn't. And that game ended up really just getting away from them, certainly for the identity that they wanted to have on it. And so for me, it's a big-time identity issue with the Eagles. They're a different team on offense every single week, and it's hard enough to be consistent in this league when you have enough talent to do so. You've got to be true to yourself, and I just don't think the Eagles have done that through the first 5 weeks of the season.
I look at the AFC South, Trevor, and I see Colts 4-1, Jaguars 4-1. I'm not shocked by that, but certainly surprised. Let's start with the Colts. I'm not a believer yet, but I guess I better start being, because their offense, which I thought was going to be shaky, is really good, and a lot of it's because of their quarterback.
Yeah, it is. And Daniel Jones, you got to give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to do. I mean, is Shane Steichen, their head coach, we went into this year and he was on the hot seat, right? I mean, he was talked about as one of the first potential head coaches to be fired, and now he's a lot higher on the head coach of the year list than he is on the head coach to be fired list. And that's, I think, how you have to talk about him and give him credit for this, because Daniel Jones, they haven't necessarily gotten in situations where they've really needed him to win games with his arms yet, but they've been able to basically dictate how they want to play football basically against every single team that they have played, other than their one loss against the Los Angeles Rams. And even that game was very close, and they were very competitive in that one. So this is a team that's for real. Certainly 5 weeks into the season. Now, is it going to look as good as it's looked through this first quarter of the season? Maybe not. The season always has its ups and downs, but there is a lot of consistency with what they do. They actually have the number 2 EPA points, which is expected points added, is the metric that we're talking about there. They have the number 1 EPA per play average it's right behind the Detroit Lions, I should say. So the number 2 right behind the Detroit Lions, but there was a point this year where they were number 1. And so it's just so consistent week to week, no matter what defense they're playing. And we've got to start talking about them as a team to beat every single week, as their record says.
Sometimes numbers can mislead. 2 teams, the Bucs and the 49ers, are 4-1. I believe the 49er point differential is like 8 and the Bucs is like 3, and yet they're 4-1. Does this continue, or is this a mirage?
I think that it continues for Tampa because, not to reveal my biased Tampa roots there, but
I remember that, yes.
They're getting more healthy, right? I mean, like a lot of the guys that they have needed to get back into the lineup. Okay, Chris Godwin was out. Tristan Wirfs were out. Those guys are now back into the lineup. Bucky Irving is hurt, but not for the season. Mike Evans the same way. Luke Gedicke, they're starting right tackle. All of those guys are hurt, but the cavalry is on the way. They should come back within the next 4 or 5 weeks or so. So in the second half of the season, even after starting 4-1, you can expect for this team to be even better than where they are right now. The 49ers, I give a lot of credit to what Kyle Shanahan's able to do. He's one of the best head coaches in the NFL. There's no question about it. But this is a team that has a lot of injuries that they are fighting through right now. And the cavalry isn't necessarily coming. And I think specifically, I'm talking about that defensive side of the football. Losing Nick Bosa for this team is really bad for the rest of the season, because Robert Saleh, their defensive coordinator, I know you know this with his time when he was with the Jets, he doesn't like to blitz a lot. He likes to have his front 4 guys that he wants to win with. Well, without Nick Bosa, they don't have a lot of one-on-one pass rush winners on the defensive line. It's a lot of rookies, second-year guys, and then Bryce Huff, who you're hoping can really have the best year of his career as a pass rusher. And so it's sort of hard for me to look at this 49ers team and think, yes, they can sustain what has been a 4-1 start throughout the season. They will still be good, but maybe not this team that's going to win, 12 games like their average says right now.
Trevor Sikkema, Pro Football Focus, joining us. He talks NFL, talks college as well. He's proficient in both because they do work in both. Baltimore, look, they've been ravaged by injury, and I get it. They're 1-4, Trevor, but that is the biggest reason they're 1-4, or am I wrong on that?
I mean, I do think that it is the biggest reason, but it was also cause for concern when a lot of those guys were still out there. You know, when Roquan Smith and Marlon Humphrey and Kyle Hamilton, like even when those guys were in the lineup, this team could not defend the run. Nnamdi Madubuike, their star defensive tackle, he has been out for the whole season to start this season. And that really has been a major issue for them. The rest of the defensive line has not been able to pick it up. I think that when we think of the Baltimore Ravens, just because over the last 20 years, they have had just constantly one of the fiercest defensive lines in the NFL. And I think we all just go, oh, yeah, Baltimore, they're great up front. They're not great up front. 4 weeks into the season, even before a lot of these guys started to go out with injury, they were dead last in the NFL in run defense grade and EPA per rush allowed. Dead last. We never think of that with the Baltimore Ravens team. We always think they're going to be solid on that side of the ball. And so, yes, they will get some of these guys back, and I think that it will get better. But I don't know how much better than maybe league average this team is going to be on the defensive side of the football. And then when you throw in Lamar Jackson's injury and Derrick Henry just not having the same year that he had the year prior, I think that's really where you get to some long-term concerns with this team to really miss the playoffs this year.
All right, let's talk Florida Texas A&M here to end things. Florida gets 3 injured receivers back, including Dallas Wilson. They get the ball 27 times. They let Lagway not just sit there, gets the ball, gets rid of it, and all of a sudden their offensive, defensive lines do great work, and they beat Texas. Texas A&M, I think, I'm not sure if they're elite, but they're really good defensively, Trevor. What do you see here?
Yeah, and they've got some, future NFL guys that are playing well on that team too. Will Lee is their outside corner. Torian York, their feels like it's a do-it-all field general linebacker. Albert Regis is one of the highest run defense defensive tackles in the country, and then Cassius Howell, their edge rusher there. I think he's even better than the 2 guys that left last year, Nick Gordon and Shamar Stewart, who were top 50 picks. Yeah. I think that Cassius Howell is even better. But, you talked about a couple of those guys that came back into the lineup for Florida last week, and it was huge. And to be honest with you, they've got to run the ball. And I know the Gators fans have been talking about that over the last couple of weeks, how frustrating the inconsistencies has been. But it's no surprise that their most successful day on the ground and their biggest willingness to give Jaden Baugh the ball and to really set the tone early on resulted in their best game that they had so far this season. They have to be able to run the ball up front because it's going to not allow those edge rushers of Texas A&M to be able to pin their ears back. It's going to be able to have them control the clock and not feel like DJ Lagway has to do it all himself. And then, of course, it really helps when all of their wide receivers are really clicking, and they're 4 deep. I mean, this is one of the deepest wide receiver rooms in the country. There's no doubt about it. But for as much as everybody came into this year and they thought, oh my gosh, look at how incredible and explosive this passing attack could be, Gators fans found out early on that they have to run the football in order to be a good offense. And Texas A&M, they will make it tough on them if they do not establish the run. And so I think that the game plan this week has to be similar to what we saw last week, given the talent that they have up front.
I agree 100%, Trevor. Where can people see your work?
Everything over at Pro Football Focus, YouTube channel where we've got great NFL content. We've got a college football channel as well, the PFF College Show. Max and Dalton, they do a phenomenal job covering not just the SEC and the Florida Gators, but every team in the country. They do a great job. So those 2 YouTube channels where you can find all that great stuff.
You do a great job too, Trevor. You're doing great work there. Appreciate you coming back here. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Steve. Always. You have a good one.
You, man. Thank you. He knows his stuff. And again, proud Gator grad, Trevor Sikkema, Pro Football Focus. We'll take a break, come back. Play-by-play voice of Texas A&M, Andrew Monaco, will join us next as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
If it happens in Gator Nation,
you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Make sure and tune in tonight right here for the Major League Baseball playoffs as they continue. But right now, we're going to talk Texas A&M football with their play-by-play voice, Andrew Monaco, who now joins us here on the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line. Again, all our guests courtesy of Meldon Law. Andrew, welcome. Thanks for doing this.
Oh, it's wonderful to talk with you again, my friend.
Yes,
Thank you.
It's good to have you back, Andrew, and good to be talking with you too. Look, the numbers don't lie here. You look at it, just about every defensive statistic, and A&M is either at the top or near it. Is this what sort of drives this football team?
I think it does, and I think it was a question in the beginning of the season and then magnified how good it can be in the last 2 wins over Auburn and Mississippi State. But yet, when you bring back the number that they did and the impact players and getting, I think, Tyreek Chappelle back at nickel from an injury, he was lost just before the Florida game last year. Will Lee and Des Ricks on the corners. The safeties have been really good, and Marcus Ratcliffe and Dalton Brooks. And then I think when you have Torian York as your middle linebacker, and even though you lose Scooby Williams, Damian Sanford has stepped up in the last couple of weeks. I haven't even mentioned that defensive line. I think it's that defensive line. And look, Steve, if you can win the lines of scrimmage, you can win in an SEC game. And that's what Florida did against Texas last week. And that's what the Aggies did in their 2 SEC wins over Auburn and Mississippi State.
Offensively, kind of slow start against Mississippi State, came on late. Has that been sort of the pattern? What do you see offensively?
They will leave some drives out there. They'd like to be, an entire 60 minutes of more efficient, if you will, with the drives. Penalties have hurt, especially the post-snap penalties that did against Auburn. With the 2 missed field goals and a touchdown called back against the Tigers, that game should not have been a one-possession game, but the Aggies did it to themselves, and an ineligible man downfield, Mario Craver's touchdown called back. Overall, this offense is better than it's been in the past, and that's a combination of, one, Marcel Reed going into, being QB1, as Mike Elko says, and understanding what goes into being QB1 in the SEC. But this offensive line coming back, but it's the upgraded talent at wide receiver. Not to be glib, but Mario Craver and Casey Concepcion make Marcel Reed a better quarterback.
Oh, sure.
The way they can catch and the way they can get yards after. And I think having a healthy Le'Veon Moss and Reuben Owens at running back, it gives you a 1-2 punch back there for the Aggies, who they did not have Reuben all season last year. He got injured at the end of camp, and they lost Le'Veon Moss at the most important time for them in November when he went out in the first half against South Carolina. So they just have more weapons there, and you could see, I think a lot of people were surprised they put up 41 at Notre Dame. I don't think the Aggies were surprised. They have those types of weapons on offense.
If you took a look, Andrew, and said, I asked you this, is this year's A&M team better than last year's A&M team, a third of the way through the year or so, what would your answer be?
Yes, an emphatic yes. And I think it's the combination of the players who have come back and the right players, not just experience, but the leaders. And I think playing a second year in offense under Colin Klein and a second year of this defense from Mike Elko. And the reason why I say emphatic yes is having watched Mike Elko when he was the defensive coordinator for Jimbo Fisher, the difference between year 1 and year 2 on that defense and what the players have had to say. They're not everybody now is learning this defense. And in fairness, I'll pick out middle linebacker Torian York. It's hard to lead when you're also trying to figure everything out. And then by the time you do, the season's over. Now he can lead, and now he's playing on instinct. And it's a fun defense to play in when you talk with the players. And I think the same thing with the offense. I think when you add an understanding, now Colin gets to work with Marcel Reed. Last year it was with Connor Wigman, who was one type of quarterback, Marcel, who was another. Marcel was a good changeup. Now we're seeing a more complete Marcel Reed as he's becoming a better quarterback and trusting this line and trusting the progressions and staying in that pocket instead of just running every time something went wrong. So, yes, I think this is a better team than last year.
Andrew Monaco, play-by-play voice of the Texas A&M Aggies, joining us here on Sports Scene. They always talk about this league being a line of scrimmage league. Andrew, your thoughts on the big fellas up front on both sides of the ball?
Steve, I absolutely agree with you. And it's funny because I kind of joke with Mike Elko every week when we talk before the game because he knows what question is coming. It exactly is. And, I know fans don't like that because it's not the sizzle, but, man, you get a really good steak when when those lines are working. And this entire offensive line came back. And in this NIL world, Steve, let's be honest, that's one way to approach it. And instead of being a mid to late round pick in the NFL, and a lot of these guys, look, they want to get to the league, and I totally get it. Can you come back one more year and put more tape on there and maybe be higher in the draft come April? But I think having this entire offensive line come back is huge. And I think there's an upgraded tight end as well. So they become almost your sixth offensive lineman. The D-line weren't sure. Like, you knew it had talent, but you weren't sure. Like, you lost 3 of them in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft in Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner, and Nick Scorton. But you had Cassius Howe coming back, and he becomes the leader. I really think on the interior, DJ Hicks is now a junior, and he's really, really learned from the other defensive tackles. And I think Albert Regis coming back is big. I made this mistake one time of telling McKinley Jackson, and I think before then Bobby Brown, that defensive tackle is not a sexy position. And they looked me right in the eye and said, "Oh, you're so wrong. We're the sexiest guys on the field." But we're now seeing that the translation into the NFL, that those are important positions, and they're starting to get paid. And I think when you have those real good, we love the Jack and the Buck and the edge rushers, right? They get all the headlines. But if those interior are doing their job, either they're making the tackle or the linebackers are making all the tackles. And I think you're seeing that defensive line for Texas A&M, I think really in the last 2 weeks, impose their will against Auburn and Mississippi State.
Two last questions. Florida fans saw Marcel Reed here last year. He had a really good game here in the Swamp. Part one of the question is, how do you think he has improved? Where is he at quarterback as opposed to a year ago? And then secondly, on the offensive side of the ball still, in terms of run, pass, things that they do, what can Florida fans look to see there?
Marcel Reed, I think, is a more confident quarterback. Before that game against Florida, he wasn't told he was starting until the warm-ups. They had to wait for Connor Wigman and that arm. He was being injured. So the preparation's different. I think now he understands what it is to be the leader every single day, not just on a Saturday. And I think he's more accomplished. I think, again, there was a lot of run, and they're designed runs for this offense. But I think, again, he's a more confident passer than he's been. Mike Elko joked, he said, look, in the old days when you said dual threat quarterback, that meant they couldn't throw. I think that term is now out the window in this day and age. Dual threat is strong arm and can run. I love what Billy Napier said on Monday. It's the unannounced or the unscheduled plays. That's where Marcel can hurt you, and that's where his athleticism comes in. For Texas A&M, they've been they were unbalanced, but on the run side in the second half, I thought they wore down Mississippi State. I'll be honest with you, almost 300 yards rushing. But the week before against Auburn, they were very balanced. I think third down is the key, and for offense, it has to be third and short. They were not good until last week when they went 7 for 14 against Mississippi State. They've got to be in third and short. If Florida can keep Texas A&M in third and long, I think it's an advantage for the Gators. And for the Aggies defensively, I want to say Auburn and Mississippi State are a combined 1 for 25 on third downs. And the reason why is those two schools are about 3rd and 11 through those two games. First and second down may be just as key as the third down. Mike Elko calls it the money down. So you want to stay on the field on offense, and you certainly want to get off the field on defense.
Great stuff, Andrew. As always, appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you for taking it, and we'll see what happens on Saturday in College Station.
Wonderful talking with you. Thank you.
You got it, Andrew. Good dude. Play-by-play voice and he's one of the baseball guys, too, so I've known him for a long time. Andrew Monaco joining us here. All right, the rest of the hour, before we get more guests in the second hour, if you want to call us up, on the Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. And you can also email us, International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com, as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light studio. And, of course, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. Back with more, your calls and comments next as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Joshua Gitman. Freshman guard Alex Lloyd has been making noise in fall practice. Lloyd is eager to compete, but knows this season is an opportunity to learn.
Yeah, my mindset is just to come out and compete every time. We brought in Boogie and Xavier, and that's my chance to learn from those two guys. Coming in as a freshman, you got high expectations, but at the same time, you got to have a level of maturity.
Lloyd and the Gators will open up their season November 3rd against Arizona in Las Vegas. Florida volleyball has fallen out of the AVCA Top 25 for the first time since 1991 after their 5-set loss to LSU Sunday. The Gators will look to get back on track this Friday when they host number 25 Missouri. MLB playoff action continues today in the Bronx. The Yankees will try to save their season for the second straight night and force a winner-take-all Game 5 against the Blue Jays. You can listen to Game 4 tonight at 6:30 right here on WRUF.
Concrete is tough, long-lasting, durable, and when it's done right, it's the foundation of everything that stands strong. At Silverback Concrete, we don't just pour concrete, we build trust one slab at a time. We're a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists who sweat every detail, from footers to elevated decks. We respect your budget, we build to last, and we care about the people on the job today and those who will walk these floors tomorrow. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete, we've got your back. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to get started.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at Spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
For more than 50 years of quality service, Archer Electric Service Company has been Gainesville's choice for residential and commercial electrical work. Whether you need wiring, repairs, or backup generator installation, we treat every client like family with professional, clean, dependable service. Don't wait for the storm or the flicker to remind you. Visit ArcherElectricService.com today for a free consultation and see why we've been Gainesville and the surrounding area's most trusted electricians for decades.
Looking for the perfect stay in Gainesville? Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center is just steps from the Swamp, the closest hotel to UF. With 6 stylish floors of brand new everything, we've been completely renovated and fully remodeled for your comfort. Enjoy the best guest services in town, competitive rates, and a location you just can't beat. And don't forget about our rooftop pool. Whether it's game day, graduation, or a Gator getaway, make your stay extraordinary at Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center. Visit us online today for details and booking.
Every pitch, every swing, everything means more in October. Hey, it's Steve Russell. On Hard Rock Bet, you can get in on every postseason moment right in the palm of your hand. Don't want to sweat all 9 innings? Try betting on if there'll be a first inning run. Step up to the plate today. You might just go yard. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny skies for the rest of our Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Temperatures heating up today. We'll get to about 89 in Gainesville with feels like temperatures in the lower 90s. Again, a breeze from the east, gusting between 15 and 20 miles an hour. As we get to the latter portion of the work week, a cold front will approach. That'll increase our chance for showers both tomorrow and Friday. A big cool down coming for the weekend. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
Quality Plumbing sponsoring the first hour of the show. And don't forget to check out the daily clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. All right, we are going to take calls until our hour is up here, 3928255. You can email us, russell@wruf.com. And we've got some YouTube and Facebook questions here. Greg on YouTube, and again, brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Steve's dressed in his Terminator look shirt today. That's right, I am. He said, we love you. Yeah, well, okay. I like it. You're going to see more of that. Christopher on YouTube says, which team shows up this weekend in College Station, Jekyll or Hyde? If I knew that, look, sometimes, though, Christopher, you can show up, right, and be really ready to play and get your block knocked off. It doesn't mean you're not, just because you lose doesn't mean you're not ready to play. And I think a lot of people think that. You can be ready to play, but get beat. Shifty on YouTube, Campus USA Credit Union. I think Coach Spurrier left a year early. Feel like he had a good shot at another national title. Okay. Chicago Gator, I'm afraid this won't happen. I'm calling losses in both A&M and Georgia. Ole Miss will be another. Just setting my expectations. Nothing wrong with that. Expectations are good. BB, not crazy about the out-of-town game for the money. Hurts the businesses in Gainesville who get much of their revenue for the year during the football season, not to mention the non-traveling average fan experience. Firmly believe NIL, when teams are not doing well, already helps fuel vitriol around programs. The move would make it worse. T, I want to go back to your comments after the Miami game. You said Strickland needs to take a look at the long-term trajectory of the program and what he wants the program to be. Agreed. I wonder what the administration standard is. What's the record the administration is giving Billy? What's the breaking point? It got muddled up with the Texas win and the USF loss. His overall record, road record. I can see the narratives developing. DJ wasn't fully up to speed. Now we have Dallas Wilson. We beat Texas. Is 6-6 acceptable now or 5-7? Here's the deal, T. The season's a journey. Every game is a journey, right? But in the end, what is your record? That's the bottom line. I mean, Florida may, let's say they finish 6-6, and Florida may have a great win over Texas and beat Ole Miss, but you're 6-6. That's the bottom line. So an athletic director then has to decide, okay, is that good enough? It's not hard, as far as I'm concerned, to figure that out. Byron, welcome.
Hey, Steve, enjoying your show, man. I enjoy it. Trevor Sycamore, man. Steve, of course, I know these guys a little bit. And, man, great analysis about the running game. And what it does, it takes the pressure. Steve, you got to get some kind of way, if it's the passing game or the running game. I'm a basketball player, but you got to have an advantage to make the defense make them do what you want. So let me get into this real quick, Steve. I was talking yesterday about the NFL and those close games. So, Steve, this weekend I just want to tell the players, man, win is all we care about. And the stats we don't care about. Y'all go up there, guys, play tough, and it's going to be a dogfight. And just, it's coming down to them last plays and make a play. And the Gator fans who are complaining about the team, not scoring and doing all this stuff, to you guys, man, we winning games. The Kansas City Chiefs are 2-3, Steve. It's not over till it's over. So let's be patient, fans, and go Gators!
All right, Byron, thank you. Back to the International Diamond Center email. Dustin, looking at stats for the Florida A&M game, Gators have 3 advantages: scoring defense, rushing offense, defensive efficiency. Dustin, I don't know that defensive efficiency is a big stat to look at, but okay, thank you for that. Victor, latest move by Auburn is going to set a precedent, whether we like it or not. Been doing it for years already with the Florida-Georgia game, so if it's a one-game deal, we're done already. In the end, this will really hurt local businesses and local fans. A lot of fans already travel, may welcome a game near their place. It'll be one of the big cities. I don't think it's as big a deal as it sounds, he says. But he said we get the extra home game, but it's either an LIU or Charleston Southern instead of Georgia. And then Victor says volleyball's out of the top 25. If this isn't reason number 1,345 for erecting a Mary Wise statue in front of the O-Dome, what is it? Yep. Adrian, do you go home during the commercial breaks? Do I go home? I've never been asked that. What does that mean? The commercial breaks are like, 3 or 4 minutes long, so no, I don't go home. My gosh, I'm not sure what that means. Is that my time there? Okay. Andrew says, if Napier's fired, will we have to rebuild? I can't answer that. I'm going home. No, I'm kidding. With NIL, can a new coach dominate right away? Yes. But it also can backfire. Look at North Carolina. How many new players they have, and they're struggling. It all just, NIL does give you the chance to rebuild quickly. But it also can completely decimate your team. That's the beauty, it's the beauty and the scourge of NIL. That's just how this is. And then Corey, what's the difference between Auburn moving their game and the kickoff games that have been going on for years now? Because you lose a home game in that process. That's why. They're forfeiting a home game there. All right, that's our first hour. Hope to hear from Florida linebacker George Gums in this hour. And we'll take your questions, calls, and comments as well. Hour number 2 coming up. Stay with us as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, coming to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at pritchettrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Are you ready to raise your game when it comes to your Gators gear? Head over to Alma Mater in Gainesville. You'll find just what you need to rep your team in style. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, they've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan in all kinds of weather. Whether it's game day or any day, you'll be winning with officially licensed apparel found nowhere else. Locally owned, locally produced. Alma Mater, in-store at the corner of 34th and University or online at almamaterdesign.com.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Looking for a roof you can trust to weather any storm? Atlantic Roofing has been covering North Central Florida for over 20 years. We're a third-generation, locally owned roofing company. From Alachua to Marion, Bradford, Levy, Gilchrist, Columbia, and beyond, we've got your home, your business, and your back. Visit AtlanticRoofing.com or call today for your free estimate. Atlantic Roofing, where quality rises above.
Naysayers. Setbacks, injuries. Life throws a lot of hurdles your way. The key is Just keep jumping them.
UF Health and Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute. Our team treats more than 100,000 patients each year. Find us online to see how we can help you.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-558-5497. Again, 1-800-558-5497.
The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene for this Wednesday. I'm Steve Russell. Jessica, our producer today. We are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, and we appreciate you being here today. Good guests in the first hour, really good guests coming up here in hour number 2, and don't forget, 2 baseball games here tonight. MLB Division Series, Toronto and the Yanks at 6:30, and then Phillies and Dodgers following. All right, Gator football, though, we're going to talk about right now. I'm sure a happy Gator football player is George Gums Jr., and he joins us live here on Sports Scene. George, man, thanks for doing this. First of all, congratulations. Look, there's a lot of noise and, all that. But let me ask this question first. When you guys were getting prepared for Texas, how focused were you all in getting ready and learning your stuff for that game?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Sure, George.
I feel like we was always focused every week, but I just feel like I don't really think our attention detail really changed. It's just like we just had to focus more when we got more to the game day, like on just overall execution. I feel like
you've had a chance to see the tape a little bit. How do you think you guys? I mean, the results kind of speak for itself, but how do y'all think you did watching tape defensively?
Well, I feel like we done good, good enough to win, obviously, but it's never going to be perfect. So it's always going to be things out there we can always clean up.
If people don't know your journey, George, I want you to discuss how you got here, the position changes you've gone through. You've had quite a journey before you came here.
Yeah, I know. I had started playing receiver when I was I was playing receiver while I was in high school, and I got recruited to play receiver. And I had to walk on to Northern Illinois in 2021 due to COVID. And once I got there, I played tight end for 2 years. And then I transitioned to deep edge my third year, and I transferred here in 2024. Well, 2025. 2024.
24, yeah.
Yeah.
Does the fact that you played a little bit of offense help you in preparing when you're playing defense now?
Of course. When I'm on the field, I know what's going through a tight end mind. And, I know I understand blocking schemes and their counting system, so I know ways to mess up, distract their counting system or slow guys down with stemming and stuff like that. So just understand concepts and stuff like that. So it kind of helps me a lot on the field.
Getting ready to play another really good team in Texas A&M. You enjoy going on the road?
Yeah, I love road games. I love road night games. Those are my favorite right there.
And there's going to be a big crowd there. That's certainly for sure.
Oh yeah.
Was last week the best overall game that you all have played all year long?
I feel like we did a good job putting it all together. So I'll say yes.
I've asked a lot of the players I've had on here the same thing I'm going to ask you. What other sports did you play growing up, and when did you kind of figure out you were pretty good at football?
I played a little bit of baseball growing up, and I ran some track in high school. And I think when I found out I was pretty good at football, I was kind of a late bloomer, so I'll probably say around my junior, senior year in high school.
George Gums Jr. with us here on Sports Scene, talking Gator football. What's been the most enjoyable thing for you, George, about being part of this program?
I'd say the coaches, the guys around me, the coaches, the teammates, the fans. Everything is just it's love all around, especially inside that building. There's no doubt in my mind that everyone in that building is genuine. So it's great being around that.
Last question. Give me an idea. And a lot of fans are listening here, George. Give me an idea of what you do prep work-wise during the week to get ready when you play a game on Saturday.
It's the game of football. It's a lot that goes into it. More so mental than physically, but there's also a lot of physical expectations that have to be met in order to go out there on Saturday and perform. But the regular lots of hours in the film room, trying to pick up on things to let me play fast, and just going out there and practicing, executing, and seeing the looks to be able to do my job to my best ability.
You like doing the film study?
Yeah, I love film study. I love getting in on Monday to see the new opponent and see what I got going up, going up against, and seeing the game plan and see how we're going to attack them. So that's fun part for me.
All right, George, I really appreciate you taking time to do this. Thank you, and continue. Stay healthy, and good luck on Saturday at A&M.
Once again, appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
You got it, George. Thank you. Good guy. George Gums Jr. joining us live here as he and the Gator defense and the Gators get ready for Texas A&M. All right. We will open the phone lines. Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com. Our thanks to Crystal Air and Water for sponsoring hour 2 of the show today. Family-owned and operated Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. And if you want to be a sponsor of the show, we love our sponsors. One spot. That's it. Just one. And you can be that sponsor by contacting Freddie, 352-284-3733. Steven says you've been watching MLB since you were a kid. Anything that's changed over time you like? Anything that's changed you're not crazy about? Well, the only constant in life, Steven, is change. And you can't be a curmudgeon, well, back in my day, because it doesn't serve anything. But I will say this. As somebody who grew up when hitting 300 was a big deal, right? Now it's not. It's not. Nobody cares about hitting 300 because of launch angles. And look, the pitching is crazy now. It's so specialized. I can remember the year of the pitcher in 68 when Yastrzemski hit 301 to lead the American League in batting, and I thought, oh, God. Then lowered the mound, and it got better. I'm not sure what you do now because there's going to come a point. I mean, pitchers throwing 100 miles an hour now is almost becoming routine. there's going to be a point when something has to be done. Maybe, move the pitcher's mound back, something. But right now, Stephen, if I had to say one thing, it's the lack of hitting 300 not being a big deal. He would not make a score prediction. I can tell you that. He wanted me to ask George a score prediction. He's not going to tell you. That would be bulletin board material. And that, you're not going to ask him that. All right, let's get a couple of emails here. John, you've given me 2 tables here that it would take me forever to read. So I don't know what you want me to do with it necessarily. But he says, look, in general, the overall record in the SEC correlates to the weakest schedule played so far. A few outliers like Bama and Georgia, and also A&M. Sure. Missouri has not had a difficult SEC schedule to this point. So part of the reason, they've been successful, I think, John, is to your point, their schedule will toughen. And we will see from here. Again, if you have Facebook Live questions, they're courtesy of Ruse-Ogre State Farm. YouTube questions or comments, Campus USA Credit Union, Jessica will get them to me. And want to make sure that you know that all our guests are coming to you courtesy of Meldon Law, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Later this hour, we have one more guest left in the show. Courtney Mims, one of our Gator grads up in Arkansas, will tell you the latest on the Sam Pittman replacement, and maybe a little basketball too. We can pick her brain with that. Tomorrow on the show, Lomas Brown. Yeah, the big fella, nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He'll be here tomorrow. One of our Gator grads, Cam Parker, is going to talk a little high school football around the area. And Alex Miller, who covers Texas A&M, will be with us tomorrow too. So look forward to that. Friday, Brandon James is going to be here. He's going to go into the Florida-Georgia Hall of Fame this year. He'll be with us Friday to talk about that. Hank, welcome to the show.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
You had just touched on it a little bit about Major League Baseball, the changes in averages, and the discussion about potentially changing or maybe needing to change the distance from the mound from home plate. I thought I heard Cardoza make a comment a couple days ago that he had talked to Zunino, and Zunino basically said, with the speed that the guys are throwing now, you're not going to see averages that are up there anymore.
Oh, no, you're not.
Yeah, and so, I thought either Cardoza said it or somebody, that there was some thought to maybe moving the mound back to 62 or 63 feet as potentially a way to give batters a better chance of maybe hitting the ball, seeing it anyway. What are your thoughts maybe about something like that?
Yeah, I kind of said that in my little soliloquy there. I think that's all you can really do because pitchers aren't throwing slower, they're throwing faster. So there's going to come a point, I think, Hank, when you're just going to throw it too fast for the hitter to react. Now, what that flex point is, I'm not sure, but I think we're getting closer to it because of the number of strikeouts we see. Guys don't hit for average, and then you throw in the launch angles and the home runs and, no bunting. That's a completely lost art. So all of that, I think, is going to have to change. But I think the first thing would be to move the mound back if it gets to the point where you're just not putting a lot of balls in play.
Well, I'm an old guy, so I grew up, collecting baseball cards and back then, batting averages and, who could hit singles, who could hit doubles, all those sorts of things, were an important part of the game in addition to fielding. Do you think fans nowadays who watch Major League Baseball are interested in seeing those different aspects brought back into hitting? Or do you think everybody's living for the whammer or whatever it was called?
I think older fans kind of like would like to see that. I think younger fans don't care. Younger fans want to see home runs, chicks dig the long ball kind of deal, like the Braves slogan used to be. So I think that's what I don't think people care now. No, I don't hear somebody saying, gee, Bryce Harper didn't hit 300. You don't hear that because nobody does, or very rarely. Okay?
Yet in college baseball, can I say one more
Quickly,
thing? In college baseball, there seems to be a lot of interest in guys' batting averages and how well they hit and stuff.
Yeah, because you don't have as many pitchers that, throw like big league hitters do. And so therefore your averages are going to go up just because of that. You don't have, not many teams have a guy out of the bullpen who's the middle guy who's throwing 98. The colleges don't have that. Hank, I got to run. I got a guest coming up. Thank you for your call. We'll take a break. We got to get a guest in here. Stay with us here as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
Hi, I'm Bob Sager. Gators football heads on the road this weekend to face number 5 Texas A&M. Florida will get another look at Aggie QB Marcel Reed, who had a breakout game last year against the Gators. Gator basketball's Urban Klavzar is looking for an increased role heading into the season. The Slovenian guard hit huge threes last year in limited minutes and looks to do even more this year.
I love the city of Gainesville, just playing for Florida. So yeah, it would be really nice if I got consistent minutes this year because it is not easy, as you said. The minutes that I was getting last year, you don't really know when you're going into the game, but that doesn't really matter. You always gotta be ready to compete.
Read more about Klavzar on WRUF.com. The number 10 Gators golf team tied for 3rd at the Marquette Intercollegiate Tuesday. 4 Gators placed in the top 15.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't work.
That's not the future. It's now. At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season. But hurry. Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
The best conversations happen with Los Landeros tequila, like this recent conversation between 2 Gator legends.
Coach, it always impressed me how you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave, Los Landeros tequila. Aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Thankfully, we haven't had any strong rains or winds this storm season, but it's not over yet. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. If you have broken, dead, or compromising limbs, shallow roots, or deceased trunks, call Daughtry Tree for a free risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Local, trusted, and fully insured. Be safe and make your appointment today. Visit DaughtryTree.com. Daughtry Tree, your tree service people.
You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
You know, it's not fair playing that. I can't hear the whole thing, but it's good to hear some of it. All right, welcome back. Sports Scene, fueled by Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. Go see the Cousins family today. The best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Tell them Sports Scene sent you. We are now back on our Titan MRI imaging phone line. Always great to talk to Gator grads out of our college. Courtney Mims joining us now. Just started a new gig. She's the sports director of Fox 16 up at Little Rock, and I wanted to get her on to talk about the football opening there and maybe a little basketball too. Courtney, welcome.
Yeah, hey, Steve, it's always good to be on the show. Thank you for having me. Love chatting some ball with you.
You bet. Let's start with Petrino. I was sort of surprised, but then again, I wasn't. He takes over and fires a bunch of defensive assistants. Is he, in your knowledge of the situation, is he, I would imagine, a viable candidate for the full-time job?
Yeah, I think right now he is definitely being given a fair shot, right? He obviously is interested in the position, and right now he's auditioning for the role, right? I mean, for the next 7 games, this is his, hey, I can do this job, right? I've done it before. I had unfinished business. I didn't like the way I left, and I can do the gig full time. Now, when you say viable option, how much of a percentage do I think he'll get the job? I think he's on the lower end for me right now, and I think that's not because, hey, he's a bad coach or anything like that, or the fan base doesn't want him. There's a big part of the fan base, I feel like, that would say, yeah, Petrino would be an okay option for us to go that route. I think right now, the way it's kind of been portrayed to me is that they want to look at other options really first and explore those other options. And then, hey, if Petrino does really, really, really well, at the end of the season and can really turn this thing around, turn this ship right around and show that he can do the job, that he'll get a fair shot then. But right now, I really think that they're looking at some other candidates on their list.
I saw something, Courtney, and I had a hard time with this, given, Walmart and, all that's in Arkansas. That is Arkansas struggling in parentheses in terms of NIL and all of that. I mean, is this still, it's an SEC gig, but are some people shying away? Is NIL a problem there?
It is right now. I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Hunter Yurachek, his comments that were viral about football not being set up with the resources to compete in the SEC, that Sam Pittman not being set up with the proper resources to compete in the league is absolutely true. And I'll say this, a lot of people are shocked about it, but you really have to kind of look at why that is. First of all, there is money in this state. Like you mentioned, Walmart is here. Now, the Waltons, you might not know this, Steve, but the Waltons, there are a lot of Missouri alums.
Wow.
With the Waltons. So they're giving money to, how it's been portrayed to me is that they're going to support their school and their athletics there, and they'll give to Arkansas when it comes to educational purposes and things like that, the Walton School of Business and stuff like that. But right now, the Waltons, they are Missouri alums. So there is that factoid in there. But you have other big players like Tyson, right? Goodness gracious, Tyson is basically the reason why you have John Calipari. So there is money. There is money in this state, Steve. There is money. Don't let him fool you with those comments. That there is money to be given to NIL here. But the problem is right now, I don't think people want to give. And that's because they haven't seen the necessary steps in leadership to feel confident to give to the program. And that doesn't just stem from Sam Pittman. I think some of that also is athletic director Hunter Yurachek and some people going, well, I don't really feel that you're saying the correct things and putting the correct message out there. Because I'll tell you this for a fact, Steve, his comments about football is not set up financially to compete in the league, that comment has been played to potential recruits. That comment has been shared by other coaches to potential recruits saying, why would you want to go to Arkansas? So it wasn't necessarily, while it was true, maybe not necessarily the correct thing to say when you're trying to drum up funds and get people to donate.
Yeah. If Petrino is a candidate, and you know how this goes, names get thrown around all the time, what are some names you're hearing that could have interest or Arkansas has interest in for the job?
One of the big names we've heard, and this happens a lot, you find that Arkansans and people in Arkansas really like guys to come back to the school who have ties to the university and ties to the area. So one of the big names we've heard is Rhett Lashley, the SMU head football coach, and that there's a reason for that. He's from the Northwest Arkansas area, right down the road from Arkansas in a place called Springdale. And so he's from that area. A lot of people here still know him from that area, has ties with Gus Malzahn and things like that to this area. And then also played at Arkansas, was a quarterback at Arkansas from 2002 to 2004. So that also has ties to the university as well. He has been linked heavily to the job. The question is, with the resources Arkansas has, can they drum up enough resources to get him to go away from SMU, which by all of my sources who say they're set up financially very well over there.
Yep.
Big money over there at SMU. And so do they have enough financially to sway him away? That's the question. Also heard a name that has popped up quite a bit. And this name is going to pop up in every single coaching search because he's a hot name right now, and that's John Summerall, the Tulane head football coach, just what he's been able to do at Tulane, what he's been able to do at Troy. This is a guy that's gone now to not one but two programs and been able to show, hey, this is what I can do in turning the program around. The question with him is, can he do it at an SEC school? Can he do it at Arkansas? Could he do it maybe? Could he drum up enough resources here? Is he a hot enough name to get people to donate and to give? Because Jerry Jones also, people forget that his ties to Arkansas and that he's vested in the success of this program. And so he is, sources have told me he likes Rhett Lashley as a candidate. So if they could get him, could that bring Jerry Jones money? And the name that is very well known with Florida fans over there, I've heard this name more in the last week than anybody else.
Mullen.
And that's Dan Mullen. That's Dan Mullen, Steve. And I get why he's been brought up. My sources say, and listen, I don't have any reason to doubt them at this point, that he wants the job, that he would like to be back in the SEC, that he feels there is unfinished business in the SEC and would like to be back coaching in the league and kind of prove that he can do it there and can take another program and turn around another program in the SEC and kind of, hopefully do what he did at Mississippi State, right, with this Arkansas program. And so he has been linked to the job several times so far. And the question with him is just, will he be the guy that gets fans excited? Will he be a guy that they go, yeah, we can get behind Dan Mullen? Or are they going to go, well, no, because he was fired at Florida. Florida didn't want him. Why do we? Because that's the perception right now of some of the fan bases. Why do we want him? And yes, he has UNLV rolling, 5-0 start. First time, they've started 5-0 since, 1973? I think I was reading that the other day. And so, he's got him rolling right now, Steve, but is he going to excite the fan base? Is that a flashy enough hire to excite them and get them excited? And then the other name that people are brought up, John Gruden. He's the guy that, again, has ties here just because he knows John Daly very well. And John Daly, when we spoke to him, and he said, look, I'll put my support behind him because he's a friend of mine. I think he would really do good things here. And that's going to be a flashy hire. The question I have is that a smart hire in the age of NIL? What do the athletes think about him? There's a reason he was fired, and how much of that will get brought up in this coaching search. He is another name we've heard. And then, of course, Bobby Petrino as well. But right now, those are the names that we've been keeping a really close eye on.
Courtney Mims joining us here, sports director at Fox 16 Television in Little Rock. I got a minute left, Courtney. Quickly, Calipari, Arkansas, as you look at that team, what do you see?
Oh, gosh, a whole lot of talent. This is a guy that said in his first year, there was a lot of doubt on this team with their bad start in the SEC, and that no one thought they would get to the tournament, and then lo and behold, they get to the Sweet 16. And so that was impressive to do with that team. Well, now he returns a bunch of that team, right? And so that's the really exciting thing about this squad this year is Calipari now feels more comfortable, and he's got guys that have come back and bought in and said, we can do this. He's also added some great pieces in the transfer portal as well, and Nick Pringle, Malik Ewan. And so this is a team that can really, really go far. I don't want to get too excited early on, Steve, but really, this team has Final Four written on it. It's just how much they can get past this extremely tough schedule. They take on every single team from the Elite Eight last year, which is crazy to me. Every single team.
That is crazy. Great stuff, and appreciate you being here. We'll see what happens with the Arkansas situation, and when that gets kind of settled, and when Arkansas starts in the SEC in hoops, we'll get you back. Thank you for taking the time, and you're doing great. Proud of you.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate you.
All right, Courtney, thank you. She's done great. Courtney Mims, sports director, Fox 16, Little Rock. All right, rest of the day, it's us. We'll come back and take your questions, calls, comments, emails, Facebook Live, YouTube. We got them. You got them on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Swamps don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
Nope, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Coldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo
and Pat Dooley.
Join us today at 4 for the tailgate.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator sports.
Well, the NCAA is busy. They just changed the portal. Well, now the Division I Administrative Committee adopts a proposal to allow student athletes and athletic department staff to bet on professional sports. How crazy is that? Wow. Division II and Division III expected to look at the proposal when they meet in October. If approved by the lower divisions, the rule would go into effect November 1. Now, betting on college sports will not be allowed. I think the reason they're doing this, and this is probably something we can do tomorrow more, but there have been an increasing number of alleged violations by student athletes in recent years. The NCAA is investigating 13 athletes from 6 schools regarding gambling violations dealing with integrity issues. So what this sounds like is we don't want to enforce this anymore, so we're going to allow it. I'm not sure that's good or bad, but that's what's been adopted. Top Jimmy, hello.
Mr. Russell, welcome back to the airwaves. And long time no speak. Jessica informed me that you've been back on the air now for a few months, and I wasn't aware of it.
I have.
I stumbled onto you via the radio in a new car. I just purchased a car, finalized that today, and stumbled upon you on the airwaves on the way home.
Okay.
So great to hear your voice again, sir.
Okay.
Fantastic couple of games in the ALDS last night. Do you agree?
Well, I think if you're a Blue Jay fan, it's not exciting. If you're a Yankee fan, it is.
Sure.
So, because I turned it off. It was 6-1. I turned it off.
You turned off the Blue Jays Yankees game at 6-1?
Because the way the Blue Jays had dominated, and then they got to the starting pitching early. I just thought, okay, they're going to sweep this thing.
I thought so too, but
they didn't.
Well,
so yeah,
you missed one hell of a ball game there, and the rain delay in Detroit kind of almost synced the two games up. Not quite exactly, but it was like the third inning.
Yeah, you
between
can go
the
back and
Mariners
forth a
Tigers.
little bit. Yep.
So, yeah, and then I wore out the flashback button on my TV remote last night. It was phenomenal. It was awesome. Anyway, that's all I wanted to chat with you about right now.
Okay.
Glad to hear your voice again, man.
All right.
Glad to hear you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Hey, did you were you able to sync up the thing with Cox Cable to do the Channel 6 thing, or?
I don't know that they're going to do that anymore. That's sort of out of my wheelhouse, but I will check.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, man.
All right, thank you. Bernard, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve, look like the NCAA, kind of like the Supreme Court. They sit around and do nothing, then all of a sudden they just handing out rulings. Sound like that's what's going on today, huh?
Well, I mean, this one, it's funny. At first blush, this surprised me, but the more I think about it, they're just washing their hands of this. They just don't want anything to do with this. So instead of having to, look at this, investigate it, whatever, hey, we're just going to allow them to do it. That's what I get out of that.
Steve, the reason I called, this interesting the conversation you're having about baseball is at the end of the season, Sunday night, I started looking at some of these rosters, and a lot of these guys are hitting 230, 240, 250. And I remember back in the day, Steve, when you were an MVP candidate, you had to have a 300 batting average at least, 30 home runs at least, and 100 or more RBIs. And I'm looking at this thing, Steve, these low batting averages, and these guys, you don't take a team to arbitration or mediation if you're hitting 230. Look like this should be a good thing for the owners now, because I can't see a guy that's making batting 240, 250, holding out for more money. So what is the money for the MLB player going to be like now if all these guys are hitting such low averages?
Because nobody cares about average. It's about home runs and RBI. I mean, Aaron Judge, I think, hit 330 during the regular. I think the American League had 5 or 6 guys that hit 300, if my memory serves me. Not as many in the National League.
Yeah, Steve, you're right. Aaron Judge hit 331, and Trey Turner won in Philadelphia at 304.
Right.
To say that's probably one of the lowest averages since then. So that brings the point, Steve. Judge, to me, has to be your MVP. I know a lot of people going with Kyle, the guy at Seattle, but because they say you have to factor in catching. But if a guy hitting 80 points higher than another guy, Steve, so my thing to you, would Kyle Riley be a serious candidate if he played another position other than catcher? So,
yes, he would. He'd be a candidate, yes. But I do think you have to factor in the fact he is a catcher, because there is a lot more wear and tear. And any other year, probably, if he's not the MVP, he would be. But, it's pretty hard to argue, 330 batting average, 50-something homers. Judge, to me, is the MVP of the American League.
Yeah, Steve, I agree with you. Judge would have to get my case, but don't be surprised if Riley wins. But 53 homers, 331, about 114 RBI, when everybody else is hitting so low, to me, that's an outlier. That really stands out. Steve, you take care and have a great day.
All right, Bernard, thank you. Tennessee Mike, hello.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to hit you on the coaching carousel and have an elementary question, but I find it kind of provocative. I wonder if you could clue me in.
If it's elementary, probably not, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of embarrassed to answer it, but I think it's pretty provocative. Steve, your Arkansas student was great. One name that I think she maybe left off was the Memphis coach. I heard Dudley Dawson, who's deep in that Arkansas beat. And Memphis might have beaten Arkansas the last 2 years. And Memphis and Arkansas, they almost consider that Arkansas Memphis. And I would be surprised he's having a big career at Memphis all of a sudden. I'd say he'll be getting a lot of buzz too.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
And real quick on that, Steve, I want to mention a couple of other coaches' names that aren't real sexy, but if I was an AD, I'd have on my list Kurt Cignetti at Indiana, He was on Nick Saban's original staff, first staff at Alabama. Talk about a guy who's done an amazing job at a nowhere place. The word on him is maybe is he cerebral enough to be a head coach, but I guess he's proven those doubters wrong. But also his age. I think he's 60-something years old, maybe even mid-60s, and be kind of a hard sell to a fan base hiring a guy in his mid-60s.
Isn't Petrino that old?
Yeah. I'm just impressed, and I'm sure you are too, with the rise of Indiana football.
Oh, sure.
And another one for you here, Steve. Let's talk about Clark Lee at Vanderbilt for a second. Here's a guy who was going to get fired. He knew he was going to get fired. Pavia gets all the credit, but this guy was bold enough to fire his entire staff, his offensive staff, and bring in half that team with him. That's pretty radical, and it looks like Clark Lee's getting rewarded for it. I think Clark Lee's maybe in line for Coach of the Year in the SEC. It's not all Pavia. Who made that call to bring Pavia and crew in and fire half your staff?
That's not all Pavia, but he's the heart and soul of that team. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that, but he deserves a ton of credit. I mean, James Franklin won there, and other than that, there hadn't been a whole lot of people winning there. So give him a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, okay. All right, last question, Steve. Here's my elementary question and clear out on you. I know in the NFL, Steve, the NFL and college are completely different animals. There's a ton of money in the NFL, but most of these big college jobs, there's a lot of money too. How come when the pros fire a coach, you never ever hear anything about a buyout? Because, like, a lot of these coaches have Jimmy Sexton as their agent also, like Kiffin, for instance, Jimmy Sexton. He's been with the Raiders. How come you never hear about buyouts when it comes to firing a coach in the NFL, like Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins? Nobody's talking about his buyout, but if you listen to Kentucky radio or Penn State radio or even Florida radio, the buyout comes up every day. How come you never hear about the buyout when it comes to the NFL when you hear Mike Florio or Adam Schefter talking?
Because you have ownership in the NFL. There's a team owner, right? So that person, that group is responsible. The other way, it's a school, it's a fan base, a little different.
So in other words, like, who's going to stroke the check? In the NFL, the owner's going to stroke the check.
Sure.
That's in college, all the big boosters start pointing the finger saying, you stroke the check, no, you stroke the check, and that's why that comes up.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, ownership, that's just A follows B there, right? Somebody has to pay the buyout. Who's going to be? The owner.
Yeah, but when these NFL coaches get fired, though, Steve, they do get a buyout, right? They get a big kiss like what Herb gets.
I don't have any idea what their contract is.
Yeah, I mean, what did Herb get from the Jaguars on the West?
I have no idea, Mike.
Yeah, because that's kind of an interesting thing, and the difference that you never hear about.
All right, thank you for your call. We'll take a break. We'll wrap up Sports Scene for today as you listen on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Joshua Gitman. Can Florida continue to run the ball? Gators running back Jaden Baugh had 27 carries against Texas, his most attempts this season. Coach Billy Napier knows that Florida's offensive success relies on the running back.
He's got to touch it, and I think just the brand of football we need to play, the formula for us is him, a good healthy dose of him.
The Gators will look to continue controlling the ground game when they face number 5 Texas A&M. Coverage for the game starts Saturday at 4 right here on WRUF. Yesterday, Gators men's basketball was ranked number 2 in ESPN's final preseason top 25. Florida starts its title defense November 3rd when they take on Arizona in Las Vegas. Gators tennis hosts the ITA Southeast Regional Championship starting today. There will be 5 Gators competing in singles and 2 pairs in doubles beginning tomorrow.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. peace of mind is our promise.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning. The value was extraordinary.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Naysayers, setbacks, injuries. Life throws a lot of hurdles your way. The key is just keep jumping them.
UF Health and Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute. Our team treats more than 100,000 patients each year. Find us online to see how we can help you.
For more than 50 years of quality service, Archer Electric Service Company has been Gainesville's choice for residential and commercial electrical work. Whether you need wiring, repairs, or backup generator installation, we treat every client like family with professional, clean, dependable service. Don't wait for the storm or the flicker to remind you. Visit ArcherElectricService.com today for a free consultation and see why we've been Gainesville and the surrounding area's most trusted electricians for decades.
Looking for a roof you can trust to weather any storm? Atlantic Roofing has been covering North Central Florida for over 20 years. We're a third-generation, locally owned roofing company. From Alachua to Marion, Bradford, Levy, Gilchrist, Columbia, and beyond, we've got your home, your business, and your back. Visit AtlanticRoofing.com or call today for your free estimate. Atlantic Roofing, where quality rises above.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny skies for the rest of our Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Temperatures heating up today. We'll get to about 89 in Gainesville with feels like temperatures in the lower 90s. Again, a breeze from the east, gusting between 15 and 20 miles an hour. As we get to the latter portion of the work week, a cold front will approach. That'll increase our chance for showers both tomorrow and Friday. A big cool down coming for the weekend. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Jeff Cardozo. Today at 4, tune in for the tailgate with myself and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, your home for Gator sports.
All right, quickly, we got to wrap it up here. Greg on YouTube, brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union, The Beauty and the Scourge of NIL, from Steve Russell. That sounds like the title of a book. Could be. Henry on Facebook, and again, brought to you by Ruse-Oakwood State Farm. Jay Bateman, the defensive coordinator, how will he affect the game this weekend? I mean, I don't know, but he's good. And Texas A&M's defense is really good. Jane on Facebook, if Billy wins against Texas A&M, what's the next step the team has to take to get to a bowl and a championship game? That's the easiest question I get all day, Jane. Win. I mean, that's like a serve. That's like here's a lob, and that's what I got there with that. Again, before I go today, I want to thank all of our sponsors, Titan MRI Imaging for sponsoring our phone line, International Diamond Center with our emails, all of our guests courtesy of Meldon Law, Quality Plumbing, our first hour sponsor, Crystal Air and Water, our second hour sponsor as well. Thanks to all our guests today. Thanks to Jessica. for producing the show. Tomorrow, the big fella, Lomas Brown, nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, will join us to talk about the Detroit Lions a little bit too, since he's working with them. He'll be among our guests tomorrow. Also tomorrow, another guest talking about Texas A&M, a media guest. And then Friday, Brandon James, the Gator Great, is going to join us. He has been elected to the Florida Georgia Hall of Fame. So all those folks and hopefully some others going to come on the show and talk to you tomorrow and on Friday. And we'll have some high school stuff for you as well. We always try to spotlight high school football. That's going to do it for Sports Scene for today. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day to join us. We know that you have other things to do, and we appreciate when you tune in. However you consume the program, we thank you for doing that. Don't go anywhere. Kevin Winter and the Sports Lab gang next. We'll see you tomorrow on Sports Scene. I'm Steve Russell. Enjoy the rest of your day.
$50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF Bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida Bookstore inside the Rights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open, and it's caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the
Like, are you guys friggin' morons? Kevin Winter with you, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Did I read this right about 45 minutes ago? The NCAA is getting closer to letting student athletes, and staff bet on professional sports. Are you guys friggin' morons? I mean, I know the NCAA is dumb. I like Charlie Baker. I do. I know the NCAA has no huevos or say in anything anymore. I know the NCAA is an inept organization. I've dealt with the NCAA forever. But what the hell are you doing? Or are you just throwing your hands up by saying, the hell with it. Let's have it all go down with the ship. Wow. Oh, my God. Hi. A little fired up today. I ineptitude drives me absolutely bat bleep crazy. And the NCAA is the king of ineptitude. For those of you who do not know, by the way, Sports Lab, Kevin Winter with you on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. For those of you who do not know the story, I'm going to have to put my glasses on with this one. The NCAA Division I Administrative Committee has approved a change that will allow college players and staff members to bet on professional sports. Here is the quote from Josh Whitman, the Illinois Athletic Director and Chairman of the committee. The Administrative Committee was clear in its discussion today that it remains concerned about the risks associated with all forms of sports gambling, but ultimately voted to reduce restrictions on student athletes in this area to better align with their campus peers. This change allows the NCAA, the conferences, and the member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of college games while at the same time encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting activities on professional sports. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, I have gambled all my life. There was once upon a time I was betting $3,000 to $5,000 a college football game when I was in my mid-20s, and I thought I was absolutely rolling in cake when I first got to ESPN. I was betting like a stupid friggin' fool. Did I read this line right? This change allows the NCAA, the conferences, and the member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of college games while at the same time encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting activities on professional sports. Do you know something? Two words that have never been said in the same sentence before in their life? Healthy habits and gambling. I stole that from my assistant. She brought it up. Jessica. She's dead on accurate. I'm snapping. Because I don't know what Pandora's box you guys are opening. But good Lord, do you mean to tell me half the kids at Duke aren't going to call Cooper Flagg and say, Coop, how you feeling tonight? We getting 10 rebounds? Your over-under's 8.5. Guess who can bet on the game? Guess who can bet on the game? Now the kids at Duke can legally, without fear of repercussion from the NCAA, they can bet on Cooper Flagg's individual performances in the game. The same kids who played with Cooper Flagg last year they could call Coop and say, hey, how you feeling tonight, bud? Cooper goes, yo, I got a matchup. I'm getting the ball 1,000 times. I'm getting the ball every time. Healthy habits and gambling. How many times those words have been said together? Healthy habits and sports gambling. And you got credit for it. You got credit for it. 392-8255. 392-8255. I'm fired up. Look, I've seen some dumb stuff in my life. I've done a lot of dumb stuff in my life. I really have. I try not to do it anymore. The dumb stuff, that is. Doesn't happen all the time. But what are we doing? I want to go back to this statement. Kevin Winter with you here in the Sports Lab on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. This change allows the NCAA, the conferences, and the member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of of college games. Does it really? Does it really? And at the same time, encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting activities on professional sports. Hey, have you guys never seen the documentary about Boston College? What is it, Playing for the Mob? Have you never gone on Netflix and seen the documentary about Headache Smith from Arizona State back in the mid-'80s? Good Lord. What the hell? If I'm off and I am willing, and I'm curious, I'm willing to sit back and listen and have a discussion as I calm down. I want to have a discussion with everyone because this is a college town. I'm willing to have a discussion if someone finds something good. I will calm down, I promise. I just don't see the logic in this. And I'm not someone who usually looks at something, sees something, reads something, and says immediately, my immediate opinion is going to be the one that I'm going to stand on the hill on and die on. But the moment I saw this come down on Twitter about an hour ago, this one cut at my core because can you imagine athletes who are making NIL money? Let's say you're an athlete, you're a football player. Look, we can easily go to the quarterback here at the University of Florida. I don't want to use the name as an example because that means someone just said, Kevin said DJ Lagway's going to gamble. But our quarterback here at the University of Florida has a multi-million-dollar NIL deal. DJ Lagway has money that can be used for his family for the rest of his life and as a building block for whatever's left. But let's say DJ next semester when football's done, DJ likes watching basketball. DJ could sit and watch the Orlando Magic game, and DJ could place a $5,000 bet on the game if he wanted to. You want to know why? A, it's Hard Rock Bet, legal here in Florida. I have Hard Rock Bet. I use Hard Rock Bet. I enjoy Hard Rock Bet. I enjoy sitting at home. Maybe I throw 15, maybe I throw 25, maybe I throw 250 on a game. I don't know. But whatever. But I have it. I made that money over my time. Now you're going to have kids who are doing this. And look, there's going to be some kids who probably friggin' rolling the money. But I guarantee there's going to be more kids who lose all their NIL money and are broke. This opens the door for the shady stuff, the shady operations to have more. I understand. Look, all you're basically telling me, Kevin Winter with you here in the Sports Lab, WRUF, all you're telling people right now is that we know it's been happening and there's nothing we can do about it, so we're just going to not punish you for it. That's all you're saying. You're saying, hands up, I quit. I quit. That's what the NCAA did today. Hands up, we know you're going to bet, but really to protect the integrity of college football, we can't have you betting on college football. But DJ and the rest of the Gators, you guys want to bet on Jacksonville, Tampa, or Miami? Feel free. Feel free. You can't do it. You can't do it. The NCAA has absolutely lost their damn mind today. They have. And I don't get it. 392-8255, 392-8255. Anyone else out there, if you disagree with me, I'm willing to listen to the other side. But I'm not sure there is one. And I'm having trouble finding one. That's why I'm so fired up. I'm having trouble finding one. All right, I want to take a break here. Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Lots of things going on today. I'm fired up. I want to get some comments in on YouTube at WRUF, home of the Gators. I want to listen to a lot about this. Got to think about it. I want you guys, look, if you're in agreement or you want to talk about it, again, the NCAA, and here's the story. This one is up online. From David Purdom at ESPN.com, the NCAA Division I Administrative Committee adopted a proposal to allow student-athletes and athletic department staff, think about that. So if you work for the UAA, you can now bet on pro games. To bet on professional sports, a shift in a long-held policy that had become difficult to enforce with the spread of legal sports betting in the United States. So maybe that's where they quit. Divisions 2 and 3 are expected to consider the proposal in their respective meetings at the end of October. The NCAA said, if approved by the lower divisions, the rule would go into effect on November 1st. I want to take your calls on this. Let's have a discussion about it. I'll try to calm down. 392-8255, 392-8255. Yeah, I'm a bit of a walking contradiction too, because look, I gambled out. I'll tell you the story. The story of all stories in college. Of my second week, my freshman year in college, of what I had to do. We'll talk about that. Not pretty, not something I enjoyed when I had to make a phone call to Dad saying, hey, Dad, I don't have any money. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Give me your thoughts. The NCAA is allowing athletes to gamble on professional sports. All right, maybe I'm off base. I'll take your thoughts, 392-8255, 392-8255. I'll let you hear from Billy Napier. Hey, Swamp Kid, Billy Napier is going to be coming up soon. Just want to protect your eardrums. We are WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We are your home for Gator Sports.
WRUF Sports Center.
Hi, I'm Bob Sager. Gators football heads to Texas A&M this week to play the number 5 Aggies. A&M has a lethal running attack, and head coach Billy Napier is fully aware.
The two backs not just Moss, but Owens, both those two guys. I mean, I had those two guys at the top of our board here. We know who they are. They were two of the best backs in the country. So you pair that with a quarterback being able to run and the two receivers from the portal, they got a great combination of weapons here.
Read more about the matchup on WRUF.com. CJ Ingram, the standout Gators freshman, is turning heads at basketball practice. Ingram is in just his second year as a full-time basketball player and said he models part of his game after Jimmy Butler, for you Heat fans out there. And the Gators women's golf team grabbed themselves a win Tuesday at the OU Intercollegiate of the season.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
There's nobody else I would go to except for Dr. Art Mowry at Exceptional Dentistry. He did a full restoration, and I think I had about 8 implants put in, and it looks terrific. Dental work, let's face it, can be stressful, and it's just a lot less stressful here. That's my favorite thing, is that even if you're nervous and you come here, you're going to feel a little bit more relaxed here. A little bit more at ease. You've got TVs, you can pick your favorite show out, your favorite music if you want music, and it makes an hour go by in 15 minutes. Coming here is almost like going to a spa, not a dentistry.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
For more than 50 years of quality service, Archer Electric Service Company has been Gainesville's choice for residential and commercial electrical work. Whether you need wiring, repairs, or backup generator installation, we treat every client like family with professional, clean, dependable service. Don't wait for the storm or the flicker to remind you. Visit ArcherElectricService.com today for a free consultation and see why we've been Gainesville and the surrounding area's most trusted electricians for decades.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service in a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
Ugh, dead battery.
Head to Batteries Plus. Our experts will set you up with a new car battery. Most are installed in under 20 minutes.
That was fast.
Upgrade with a premier install for longer battery life. Batteries Plus. The experts in charge.
This football season, make Hurricane BTW your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light. Bud Light specials are here all season. Visit HurricaneWings.com to find a location near you.
Every Gator football game all season long.
It's 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon right here on WRUF, your official flagship home of Florida Gator football. Across the Gator Sports Network from Learfield, myself, Jeff Cardozo, Tate Casey on the pregame show. We'll go from 4 to 7, and then at 7 o'clock, Sean Kelly, Shane Matthews, and Tate Casey have the call from College Station. Kevin Winter with you. Take your calls. I want to let you hear from Billy Napier coming up this afternoon, this hour. And then later on this afternoon, the Sports Lab will continue. Cardozo and Dooley, they'll take over beginning later on tonight. 4 o'clock, 392-8255, 392-8255. We'll talk a little bit about Texas A&M. I got a scouting report. I know Andrew Monaco, the Texas A&M play-by-play voice, was on with Steve Russell this afternoon. I spoke with him separately earlier today. Want to remind everyone, Division Series doubleheader tonight on WRUF. We've got Game 4 of the Blue Jays and the Yankees. We'll start our coverage at 6:30 tonight, and as soon as that game is done, as long as I remember, we are going to bounce over to the Dodgers and the Phillies right here on WRUF. But I can guarantee you it'll be the Yankees and the Blue Jays at 6:30 tonight. At WRUF, home of the Gators, to where you can find us on our social media channel on YouTube, at WRUF, any of our social media channels and platforms. Comments on the YouTube channel. Don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, because that will give you all the notifications when we pop up live, 6 hours of live programming, Monday through Friday. We kind of expanded on Mondays plus Tuesdays. We expanded as well. In fact, we expanded every day, really. On YouTube, we go about 7 hours of live programming to give you a lot of Gator talk. Comments on YouTube regarding me kind of snapping at the top of the show. I think you now in Gainesville here in our audience on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, Model 37 HD2, the WRUF mobile app, YouTube, wherever you're listening. You just kind of got pissed off Kevin. I haven't been pissed off Kevin in a while. It's been a long time since I found something so passionate. And I snapped that the NCAA is allowing college athletes to bet on professional sports pretty much starting on November 1st. I just don't get it. And so here's maybe this is why I'm so fired up and probably angry. I think the more I think about it, it's the NCAA, which is a gutless organization and an organization that has no power to begin with. They just quit. They just came across another roadblock, and without actually thinking about it, lawyers and some of the brightest minds, at least they'll tell you they are. They've got PhDs. They've got doctorates. Hell, one was the president of the NCAA was the friggin' governor of Massachusetts. Yeah, so that tells you they're snakes. They're politicians. They're snakes. I met Charlie Baker. He spoke at the ESPN college football seminar one year, and he said, I'm a politician. So don't trust anything I said. But maybe I'm so ticked off because the NCAA just punted on another issue that came in their face when they didn't know how to address it. And you've got a governing body, you've got an organization that's in charge of sports, that's in charge of how many events do we have that the NCAA hands out championships for? I mean, obviously football is not NCAA related, but it's the NCAA men's basketball championship, women's basketball championship, and so on, all throughout the sports. The only one that doesn't have NCAA in the title is football. Everything else is an NCAA event. You get that NCAA trophy. And this governing body, yet again, turtled or just decided to, whatever. They quit. Jacob on our YouTube channel. Kevin, I can appreciate where you're coming from, but how would you combat it or find a solution? It almost costs too much of taxpayer money to investigate and indict players. I understand that. And Jacob, you ask a question that I love. How would I combat it? I can tell you right now in the last half hour, or for the half hour before I went on the air when the story broke, when the story came down, as I thought about it, bouncing in other meetings and thinking about how I wanted to attack today's show for you guys, I don't have a solution. The good news for me, Jacob, is that I'm not supposed to have a solution. Now, it would be great for a sports talk show if I did. The NCAA is supposed to have a solution other than just punt and other than just quit. So, Jacob, I love what you're saying. I love your question. I don't have the solution yet, and I'm going to try to think of one. And if anyone else has a solution out there, how do you combat this? Jim says, speaking of gambling, what are the odds? You ready for this one? How about this, guys? What are the odds the NCAA got some sort of kickback from the betting world for allowing this? Okay. Now we're going snake world, and that's absolutely what the NCAA thrives in. By the way, I'm trying really hard today not to say the phrase shady bleep because I'm really trying hard. This is one of the first times where I've had a struggle not swearing. Because all of you out there wanted, can you all of you type it for me on our YouTube channel? Just type shady bleep so I can actually look at it and know that I want to say it and that you all agree with me. Jim, that's uber shady. It really is. And it has gotten out of hand. NIL's gotten out of hand. So why wouldn't this get out of hand? The ruling was, or the NCAA administrative committee has decided, and it's going to get voted on, that they're going to allow college athletes and those who work for university athletic departments. They're going to allow student athletes and those who work for university athletic departments to bet on professional sports. The quote is insane. I'll put the glasses on. This change allows the NCAA, the conferences, and the member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of college games, while at the same time encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting on activities of professional sports. Wow. Jacob, thank you. Shady, you know what. Here's the story I was going to tell you guys. So I'm at Hofstra. It's 1996. I'm a sophomore, so it's my second semester. My roommate and I decide, because we both love sports. I'd met him. He's from Long Island. We love sports, so we're gonna gamble on it. We found a bookie. We found the on-campus bookie, because you got to remember, guys, this legalized gambling stuff, not even close. Okay, so I'm going to school on Long Island. Plenty of bookies available because New York City's right down the road, 30 minutes away. Find the campus bookie, and I get into, I think I probably week one of the NFL, I go 2-10. Now, I'm probably betting, so what? You go 5 times, everything was times 5. Everything was times 25, I think. I can't remember what we were doing back then. So if I wanted to bet 10 times, no, everything was times 5. So if I wanted to bet 10 times, so 10 times a $50 bet or a $100 bet, 5 times a $50 bet, I am just losing everything left and right. Week 2, I'm like 0 for 4 in the early games. I am 0 for 6 in the 0 for 4 in the late games, and I put about 500 times on the night game, and we lose. My buddy, like my roommate, who's still my buddy to this day, he goes to the bar. We go to the bar at 11 o'clock and like 11:30 midnight because, well, you're on Long Island, everything's open till 4, so you go to the bars. And I'm like, what the hell are we gonna do? Like, we got to come up with like $5,000. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. I call my dad in Boston that morning to his secretary. I leave his secretary a message. I said, hey, Mindy, can you have Dad call me when he gets in? And he calls. The phone rings. It's about 9 o'clock. I pick up the phone, and I look down, and I go, hey, Dad. And he says, what's up? Mindy said you called. I said, Dad, I need you to deposit some money in my account. And he says, how much? I said, $5,000. I took the phone away from my ear because back then they had phones had cords. And all you heard was F Note Central flying. And my roommate woke up from it. And he just goes, oh, Christ. And I went, after I hung up the phone, I said, your turn today. Who are you going to call? He had to go meet his Uncle Frank on a subway in Brooklyn because he owed $10,000. But that's what happens when you gamble. The good news is you don't have to bet through Joey the Nose anymore. You actually have to have the money in your account. But, man, this is just a bad idea. Bad idea. I don't know, man. Kevin Winter with you here in the Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Up next, Billy Napier had his weekly teleconference call with the SEC media members. We'll let you hear from Billy coming up today. Reminder, Billy's going to be on Gator Talk tomorrow night. Billy will be on Gator Talk beginning at 7 o'clock with Sean Kelly. And then tomorrow night, we're going to have Thursday Night Football right here on WRUF. Billy Napier and his weekly teleconference call with the media from the SEC comes your way next here at the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, WRUF.
No one brings you the NFL like we do. WRUF.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority tax relief.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
The biggest names in Gator Nation appear here.
To Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Reminder, Major League Baseball doubleheader tonight. It is the Yankees and Blue Jays, Game 4 at 6:30, and then we'll follow that with Game 3 of the Dodgers and the Phillies series. Start our coverage 6:30 tonight. Yankees trail the Blue Jays in the series 2-1. Dodgers actually return home and go for the sweep, and we'll have it later on tonight right here on WRUF. Billy Napier had his weekly teleconference call with members of the SEC media earlier this afternoon. The coach is going to speak there at the Hefner Training Football Complex later on tonight. But here's Billy earlier today with the SEC media as the Gators get set to face 5th-ranked and unbeaten Texas A&M in College Station on Saturday.
Okay. Great opportunity in front of our team. Obviously, great venue, one of the awesome places in college football, College Station and Kyle Field. Just the pageantry around A&M, I think, is impressive. Good football team. Coach Elko is a heck of a coach, and he's got explosive players in all 3 parts of the team, right? So this is going to be a great challenge, and then you got to go in there at night and play on the road in this league. We all know the challenges that come with that. So it's going to be critical that we continue to prepare the right way. So far, so good. Our guys are locked in and getting a little bit better. We got to continue on the detail. The quality of the execution will be really important here. So what type of focus can we get out of our group here as we continue to prepare? It's been healthy for our football team to get some reward. I do think that a ton of respect for our players in terms of continuing to fight, continuing to battle. And then we'll see if we can handle a little bit of success here with how we play this weekend.
Coach, will begin today with Edgar Thompson of the Orlando Sentinel.
Yeah, good morning, Billy. Did you how would you characterize the recruiting battle with A&M for DJ?
Yeah, a lot of hearsay. I think that they made a great effort there at the end when Coach Elko got hired, but in general, I think we felt great about everything. I mean, the kid they were one of many teams that continued to recruit him that entire, kind of that senior year when he started to blow up. So Clemson was very much in that mix. Southern Cal was very much in that conversation. A&M, and then the Gators. So if I'm correct, I think those were the teams that were a factor.
How difficult is it to get a kid out of Texas? I mean, given the culture of football in that state?
I think that in general, kids are more apt to travel. I think the days of regional recruiting are getting minimized just due to the ease of travel, the familiarity with travel, and then certainly all the compensation that comes with the game now. So, college football is it's become a very national recruiting stage, right? Kids are going all the way across the country. So I think in general, people are more comfortable. They have the resources now with NIL and rev share to make the trips, to see their family. All those things I think have been lifted. That used to be a burden, right? The cost of travel. So the regional staying at home was much more financially conducive. And then I think obviously the information era has led to a much longer process. So kids are traveling, they're going all over the country and seeing different places. So they build more connections with people. And I think that's why you see the diversity on each roster, So we deal with the same things in the state of Florida. People come in here. Everybody recruits Texas. Everybody recruits Florida. California is no different. Georgia's no different. Some of these states where there's a huge population of players, those 4 states I mentioned have the most. I think everybody recruits those states pretty heavily.
Excellent. Thank you, Billy.
Next is Mike Griffith with the AJC.
Coach, I'm sure your bi-week blueprint is in popular demand. You've seemingly done it again. Can you share what transpired for the Gators? And obviously, DJ Lagway's improved health and a return to norm is a big factor. But what was the messaging like with where Florida was at going into now moving forward?
I think we challenged the. Ultimately, I think we adapted our practice plan relative to what we felt our team needed to work on, and then I think we went to work on detail of the football, in particular on the offensive side of the ball, and then I think the mentality around the understanding that at this level everybody has ability and talent. It's really about a long list of things that you control, that are all about your mindset and your approach. And then we really challenge the connection of the group. I think when you're going through struggle, you got to narrow your focus and that circle becomes smaller. And I think that this group has good chemistry. They have good connection, and they played for each other this past week. So, got good people. I think that's the number one ingredient to being able to handle adversity and turn things around is you got to have quality people, and you have to have invested in each other and built good relationships throughout the offseason.
Do you think that what you went through last year made a difference for your guys, knowing that they'd been here before and turned it around?
I think that their confidence didn't waver because they've experienced success. They played against these teams. We've been really close against some of the best teams in the country. We've won a few, and then we've lost a couple close ones. And I think we were able to stay objective and identify the issues and ultimately build a plan and collaborate together to come up with solutions to improve. So I think the issues are when you lack confidence or you are subjective, and you're listening to narratives that are not reality. So I think the players are smart. I think that they understood why we were getting the results that we were getting, and we try to keep it technical and then go to work and collaborate on ways to improve the technical things we need to do better.
Thanks, Coach.
Next is Hunter DeLauder of WRUF.
Hey, Coach, what have you seen from Mekhi Boro this season, and what part of his game do you still want to see him improve in?
Well, I think he got good experience last year as a rookie. He significantly changed his body composition in this past offseason. You know, he lost a ton of fat mass. He gained a ton of lean mass, bigger, stronger, in the best condition he's been in as a player. Mekhi's a very smart young man, right? And he has good football acumen. He's a good communicator. He makes players around him better. And I think he comes from a winning program, and he knows what it should look like. So he's got some leadership traits, and he's got a little edge to him that I like. But he plays with the motor on game day, and to be that big, to see him pursue, to see the extra effort plays on tape and the energy, I think is why he's a difference maker for us.
And what kind of challenges does this A&M rushing attack pose for you guys, especially Le'Veon Moss leading that plethora of backs?
No, I think that they've got a big, long, tall, long, heavy, powerful OL. The tight ends are blue collar, do a nice job on the edges of the formations, and then the two backs, not just Moss but Owens, both those two guys. I mean, I had those two guys at the top of our board here. We know who they are. They were two of the best backs in the country. So you pair that with a quarterback being able to run and the two receivers from the portal. You know, they got a great combination of weapons here. It's definitely a challenge to defend this group.
Thank you, Coach.
There's Billy Napier, the Gator head coach, speaking today with the members of the SEC media as they get set to take on the 5th-ranked Texas A&M Aggies coming up on Saturday. We'll start our coverage beginning at 4 o'clock here across the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. Of course, WRUF and our sister station at 103.7 The Gator. We are your flagship home of Florida Gator football. Something Billy talking about recruiting, Billy talking about a lot of interesting things with DJ going back home this week. I want to kind of dive into that. Plus a couple of stories that you might want to know about. When I got here to Gainesville this summer, one of the things I was told about was the tradition. And I actually never really knew this. The tradition that teams that win an NCAA basketball title, they take the court. Obviously, especially in these big venues now, which are really, you're in football arenas and football stadiums. The court is just, it's like a one and done court. The court's there for what? The Final Four court gets used for 3 games. In reality, two Final Fours, the 2 national semifinals and the championship game. It gets used for practices, I get it. But the team that wins the championship takes the court. Well, for those of you who do not know Gator Nation has the court, but not the school and not the athletic department. I'm going to tell you that story, read that story coming up next. Start to look ahead to the Gators and the Aggies. Some thoughts on this game this weekend as we continue along here in the Sports Lab. Kevin Winter with you, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Phone calls are next, 392-8255, 392-8255.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car.
Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous Bug Check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive, in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
Ever wonder what it's like behind the counter at those big corporate jewelry stores? Max Woodson knows, and it wasn't pretty.
It's hard to do what's best for the customer when you're given a strict outline on the profit you need to make, the dollars you need to make, the goals you need to hit, the commissions you have to hit. It's really hard to do what's right for the customer.
That's why Max left the Wall Street-owned chains and joined International Diamond Center, a locally owned jeweler. At IDC, it's not about quotas, it's about you.
It's getting to know people, getting to talk to people, building relationships, something that's important to me. It's what I love the most.
At IDC, Max can focus on what matters, doing right by customers, even if it means less profit.
I have a scenario where I have a customer that I can do the right thing for, even if it maybe makes us less money at times, and we make it happen.
That freedom means better quality diamonds, fair prices, full transparency, and honest service.
We have freedom. We're allowed to be creative, do what's best, and they really support that, and it means a lot.
International Diamond Center, where you're family, not a sales target. Visit us at Celebration Point for diamonds with integrity.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny skies for the rest of our Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Temperatures heating up today. We'll get to about 89 in Gainesville with feels like temperatures in the lower 90s. Again, a breeze from the east, gusting between 15 and 20 miles an hour. As we get to the latter portion of the work week, a cold front will approach. That'll increase our chance for showers both tomorrow and Friday. A big cool down coming for the weekend. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
I'm Sean Kelly, the voice of the Gators. Join me, Shane Matthews, and Tate Casey.
Cool down is, please. What do we go from 75 or 82 to 70? And I say in jest and I say with fun. It has been nothing but a wonderful first 4 months. Is that where we're at? 4 months have been down here? Good Lord. Kevin Winter with you here in the Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 392-8255, 392-8255. Coming up, a couple of programming notes. Coming up on Thursday, Jeremy St. Louis will be here for This Week in Gator Sports. Lots of good things happening in Gator Sports. On Friday, I am going to slide over, and I am going to be with Pat Dooley on the tailgates from 4 to 6. Jeff is going to be traveling to Texas A&M and to College Station for Saturday's game, and well, we want a show. So I'm going to work with Pat on Friday afternoon. Pat and I will be together. The Sports Lab will still be up and running. Hannah Mack, Miniel Loper will be here from 2 to 3. Luis Rodriguez, Lance Williams, they'll take you home from 3 to 4, and then Pat and I will finish up the day. We are going to continue to get you set for the Texas A&M Aggie game. Comments on our YouTube channel at WRUF, home of the Gators. They have to listening. We played Billy Napier's weekly teleconference with the SEC media. Billy Napier, listening to narratives that aren't reality. That's what Billy Napier says. Listening to narratives that aren't reality. And then, like, what narratives, Coach? And my favorite one, my favorite one is my buddy Swamp Kid, who thinks we hate his eardrums. Swamp Kid says 21 and 22 is reality, unfortunately. And that's what Billy is. He's 21 and 22. Swamp Kid is also sorry, and he wants me to know that I have his thoughts and prayers that I have to work with Dooley on Friday afternoon. I like Pat. Pat and I actually, we did a show already together. And actually, here's the good news. And this is how I judge shows. I tell people about this. It went by quick, man. And we got to talk about a little bit of everything. Couple of thoughts that I have in mind. I told you about this story. Did you know the 2025 NCAA Final Four court, the basketball court, has been purchased? The story by Graham Hall on Swamp 247. The court for the men's basketball run to the program's third national title at the conclusion of last year has been purchased by an anonymous donor, and it was donated to Florida Victorious. That is the Florida Partnered NIL Collective. So, ladies and gentlemen, this court is going to be auctioned off, and proceeds from the auctions will benefit Florida Victorious. That's how it is gone. So the court is now in our hands. It's going to get donated. Got to take the glasses off. Court's in our hands. It is going to get donated, and it's going to get auctioned off. It's been donated by an anonymous booster. And the court will be donated, and the proceeds of the auction will benefit Florida Victorious. So basically, you probably bought a court for what, $1 million? Did this anonymous booster, and instead of giving the school $1 million, he bought a court for $1 million, donates it to Florida. And by the way, he or she donates it to Florida Victorious, and now they can chop the court up into pieces and sell it for what, $25,000 a chunk. And now someone out there can buy a piece of the championship court. I want to go to Greg. Greg is up on the Sports Lab on a Wednesday afternoon. I went on a rant about college gambling earlier because it's apparently going to become legal where you can gamble on professional sports. And I think I've just realized, Greg, I was more pissed off at the NCAA because the NCAA just doesn't have they just quit on things. Hi, Greg. How are you?
Hey, great, Kevin. I just want to say I'm old enough to remember when Florida got put on probation in the 80s and stuff, and then they punished the 90 team for no reason. There wasn't a single player on that team that had any kind of, part of that whatever. I mean, truthfully, it'd probably be legal now with NIL, but what blows my mind, Kevin, is I'm with you, and you were really jacked up in the beginning of your show, is you're giving these kids, not all, but some, millions of dollars, and now you're telling them it's okay to bet. I just can't imagine the guy that has the job of trying to keep everything above board and legal. I can't imagine that person being happy with this. It just drives me nuts because now it's almost like someone to fail. Literally, here you go, kid. You're 18 years, millions of dollars, and oh, by the way, you can bet.
Right.
That just sounds totally ridiculous to me when you say it out loud. And just loved your passion in the beginning and love your show, Kevin. Go Gators.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And here's the other thing. So I want to read the statement again. The statement was, because there's a couple of lines that get me, that on the back of the statement. The change allows the NCAA conferences and member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of college games. Okay, so you're telling them they can't bet on college games, which I guarantee some do, but let's play reality. Let's play this piece of paper. You can't bet on college games like you can't right now. Okay, that's fine. Back to the statement. At the same time, encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting on activities on professional sports. I'm sorry, what? I just did the Bill Parcells throw up in your mouth a little bit. I kind of just puked in my mouth. Gambling and healthy habits. Folks, if you missed it earlier, I've gambled probably for 25 years. I gambled lots of money at one point in my life. I lost lots of money at one point in my life. Now I just do it because this is where gambling's different. Back in the day, I had to call Joey the Nose. Do you guys know who Joey the Nose is? Do you know Joey the Nose? Joey the Nose is a mafia member because he's an illegal bookie. So I would call Joey the Nose and say, give me 1,000 on Florida. Give me 1,000 on Florida this week plus 7.5. Okay, Kevin's down for 1,000. Now I don't got 1,000. I'm a college kid. I don't got 1,000. Maybe I'm even 20. Maybe I do have 1,000. Maybe I do, but I'm doing it. And then I lose. Now I owe 1,000. I owe $1,100. Don't forget the VIG. I owe $1,100. I got to come up with it. Now, in today's day and age of gambling, I can't bet $1,000 unless it's in my account. You know who has it in the account? College kids who are making NIL money. you're going to have it in your account. My students out here, the students in the CJC, they don't have it on their own, the $1,000 in the account to place. So they would have to call Joey the Nose. Vivanco, you do not have $1,000. You do not. You have to call Joey the Nose. See, this is where things get this is where it gets hairy. And basically all the NCAA said was, look, they're going to do it. This is mom and dad not disciplining a kid for smoking a cigarette when he gets caught at 8 years old, not 5, at 8 or 9 or 10 years old smoking a cigarette. Well, because they did, let's say mom and dad smoked, so they didn't punish the kid because, well, since we smoked, he's eventually going to smoke anyway, so let's just let him do it now. That's all the NCAA did. The NCAA they said, F it. We'll let him do it. We're going to let him out. We're going to let him gamble. And we're going to give him a taste. Also, the sanctity of it. You may try to protect the integrity of college sports. How much do you think Adam Silver is and all the and Roger Goodell like in the integrity of your sports, or Rob Manfred? Because again, you mean to tell me that I'll take a guy like Cooper Flagg? Maybe Flagg is hurt, and he thinks he's going to tweak his ankle. He could easily call a kid at Duke and say, "Yo, bet my under on points tonight." All right, that'll do it for me. I'll be back with Pat Dooley coming up on Friday.
Front row seat to all Gator sports.
98.1 FM, 8:50 AM,
103.7 HD2,
and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
This is Gator Country.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed the Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit charlesbergenterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Make your garden come alive with Quality Green Specialists. Discover Quality Green's beautiful nursery with thousands of fruit trees, fruiting plants, flowers, herbs, and vegetables. Enjoy an explosion of color and see amazing results in your garden. Quality Green has the very best in organic-based, sustainable products to grow everything super productive, strong, and healthy. Quality Green Specialists, 335 West Michigan Avenue in DeLand. Conveniently open 9 to 4 daily. Online at qualitygreenspecialists.com.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation Tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the Swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF Bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators!
Attention Gator fans, don't forget to tune in to the Extra Point Show with Steve Russell after this Saturday's game. Steve will break down the plays, give analysis, and take your calls. The Extra Point Show is brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, online at spurriers.com.
Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
This is the Gator Football Report, brought to you by
UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Florida Gators. Sean Kelly returns with today's report after this.
My best friend Riley loved going to the beach. She was a great swimmer. Then one day, during a swim meet, she collapsed. She had cancer, Hodgkin lymphoma. She spent months getting care at UF Health. The doctors did so much, even put her in a clinical trial. I wish we could go to the beach right now. But she's working.
Out of the water.
She's on lifeguard duty. Maybe we'll head out when her shift is done.
UF Health. Human progress has no finish line.
Hey Gator Nation, this is Vicki Brown-Worski, Director of Gators and Pal Hurt. As the Bank of Doing and official sponsor of Florida Athletics, Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field with interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources. Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Last Saturday's win over the Longhorns snapped a 3-game losing streak for the Florida Gators. Now the Gators look to put together a win streak and avoid a letdown after their most complete performance of the season.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we won't have that issue. In my opinion, I think this has got a chance to be a multiplier. I'm hopeful that it will. I talked a little bit about that in the locker room after the game. Obviously, yesterday, with the assistant coaches that had a chance to be around players, and then we'll start working on that today. But in general, we handled adversity well. Now we've got to handle some success.
Florida faces its 4th top 10 team and 3rd top 5 opponent this weekend when they face number 5 Texas A&M. The Aggies lead the all-time series 4-3. The Gators, though, were victorious in College Station 2 seasons ago under head coach Billy Napier. Sean Kelly reporting for the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports.
Then Alexis Vivanco and Lauren McGill, hour 2 on the way. Kevin Winter brought us here. We're ready to carry the fold, and we'll bring you home with the tailgate. Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley coming up. It's a feel-good Wednesday here. I mean, anytime that we're in a winning type of week, it's a good feeling here. We're going to open up the phone lines just a little quick second, but right now, Lauren McGill, how are we feeling here on a Wednesday hump day?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic, and I'll tell you especially why, Alexis. Because our very own Nate Bilgeray had a very bold take last week, and that was ending in him calling me wrong, which I never enjoy. I'm open to it, but who loves it?
Listen, also, you don't call a girl wrong. It's just, it's.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Nate has a lot to learn. In which case, I said that Dallas Wilson was going to bring a big spark to the offense, and it would be very noticeable that he was there. Here's what Nate said to me.
Back, that's just going to elevate him even more, and it's going to be very obvious that he's back once that game starts, and I think so.
And Lauren, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think Dallas Wilson is awesome.
You know I hate being told I'm wrong, Nate.
Okay, so you're...
Mistake number 1, Nate Bilgeray. What are you doing telling Lauren McGill, of all people, that she don't know ball? Listen, what a game, what a win for the Florida Gators, taking down a top 10 team in the Texas Longhorns. Lauren, I know that we're already a few days removed from the game, but first, can I get some reactions out of you? Can we see... What was your probably favorite part? Was it Dallas? Was it Dallas Wilson with that awesome 2-touchdown performance?
It was definitely Dallas Wilson. One of the reasons was because I was in the end zone for one of his touchdowns, and I was like, wow. All I could think in the moment was Nate was so wrong, and I was so right. And that's another reason that I think I enjoyed the game a lot more, because I loved seeing the impact that he had on the offense like I knew it would go. Just his presence being out there, and one of the things I said is having him out there created not only more opportunities, but it gave DJ more chances to get the ball down the field, and having a guy like Dallas Wilson to be the guy that you throw to is going to be so impactful in this game, and that was something that we saw throughout the entirety of that 60-minute game.
Mm-hmm. Well, hour 2 of the Sports Lab is underway. Alexis Vivanco alongside Lauren McGill. We're going to open up the phone lines just now, 352-392-8255, 352-392-8255. Give us your reactions on Saturday's game and what you're looking forward to most come Texas A&M. But listen, I want to start with a little piece of info, I should say, from head coach of the Aggies, Mike Elko. I mean, he came into his teleconference yesterday with pretty strong praise for Florida. Take a listen.
And I think Florida is by far and away the most talented team that we've played this year. They've got an excellent group of players. They've played a very competitive schedule. They've played in 2 top 10 road environments already, so they're going to be well versed in what this is like and what it's going to be like coming into Kyle Field, coming off of a huge top 10 win last weekend. And so they'll be full of confidence and certainly very excited to come in here and give us their best shot.
A run for their money. Florida Gators might have their work cut out for them. Listen, because I'm already starting to see some thoughts in the comments, and I told you off air that we wouldn't even approach this. But listen, Lauren McGill, take me into the shoes of Billy Napier for a second. And I know that you have your thoughts. I have my thoughts too. But you specifically, Lauren McGill, seem to have your work cut out for you.
Well, I already have a comment saying that they're interested to see what I have to say about Billy. And I would be too. Because as I was sitting watching this game, I don't even know if so much impressed because Texas didn't have so much coming into this game. I feel like this was a very winnable game, and I knew that it happened. But I think that it gave him a better boost of confidence knowing that he has, again, I just keep coming back to Dallas Wilson, knowing that he has someone like him on the field that expands the range of play calling that he can go for. It's not just giving the ball to Jaden, which he did more of, which I appreciated. He had, what was it? I think 107 rushing yards, 27 carries. So to know that you have Jaden Ball on the field, you have a guy like Aiden Mizell on the field, you got J. Mike, and then you got Dallas Wilson run down the field. It expanded so much more for DJ Lagway, and I think that Billy Napier took advantage of that, which I appreciated. His job is safe for one more week, in my opinion. I appreciated that he was able to reroute some of the play calling, and I expect him to do the same when they go down to College Station this weekend.
Listen, nobody coaches football better than, oh shoot, my job's on the line, Billy Napier. Let's go coach some football. I mean, is it a sustainable model? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's a hard metric to say. But yeah, to your point, I mean, Billy coached a really good game. I think having the presence of Dallas Wilson back on the field, no, not even back on the field, on the field for the first time, opened doors. Not even just opened doors. I think it revitalized what the Gators thought were possible, because to walk in to your career game, we already saw Vernell Brown week 1 versus LIU. Crazy, incredible game. Up until this point, he's probably been the Gators' most productive receiver as a true freshman. Dallas Wilson on the other side of the field, running all over the place. I mean, you saw the DJ for the first time in a long time felt comfortable taking deep shots, something we hadn't seen since last year. I mean, you take a look at the Samford game and his ability to just, or I guess I should say willingness to throw downfield. I mean, something that we had seen not so much of this year, whether it be from injury, whether it just be just because he's not comfortable with the state of his offensive line. That's to be seen. But yeah, I thought 2 touchdowns, like a crazy well-positioned game for DJ now to take it into on the road. But this is kind of apples to oranges right now here, Lauren, because I feel like we knew kind of coming into that Texas game it had all the makings of a trap game, had all the makings of something that didn't really seem like it was all out of the realm of possibility to go win this game. But now you're facing up against a top 5 opponent in College Station. And I know we give the Aggies as much flack as we can because, yeah, they're weird. The yell leaders are weird. The atmosphere is weird. Might be kissing a cousin or two. We're not too sure. That's TBD. That's on the, we're not too sure on that front. But this is a strong team. And this is a team that, while they respect Florida, are bringing the heat. This is a team that has Cassius Howell, one of the best defensive players in all of college football. I'm going to say that. I'm just going to say that this is not your average Texas team. This is not a team, like, I know Texas football is one of a kind, but this is, Lauren McGill, probably going to be the hardest game that the Gators have for the rest of the season.
I agree. And it was kind of like what you were saying to me before the show, is this is what the epitome of Texas football is Texas A&M. And to go into this Lone Star State, having taken down one of the other big name teams in Texas with number 9 Texas at the time, granted, blew them out. They're gone. And then you go for A&M. Top 5, they have 102,000 people in Kyle Field, and that is just an environment that is going to be tough in its own. I mean, Miles Graham said in the press conference on Monday that he enjoys playing away games because that booing just eggs him on. That makes him want to do better. That makes him want to play better. I'm curious to see how the rest of the team feels, if they agree with Miles in that sense. If they do, great. Then there's nothing on their backs coming into this. I think that there is a little bit more to prove, not just for Billy, but for this team in general, because they took down a top 10 team. Fantastic, great. Move on. It's next, but this time it's away. And right now, DJ has 1 touchdown and 5 interceptions in away games so far. Versus you got Marcel Reed, a Heisman candidate, a very, very talented quarterback, has 9 touchdowns and 2 interceptions at home. And this is their 3rd home game in a row. So they have that advantage there. So let's see with what Mike Elko says, saying that this is the most competitive team that they're going to play thus far. I think he's right. I think he's right in that sense. And you're looking at them playing Auburn, Notre Dame, Mississippi State last week. Like, it's important to take that into account when you look at what this offense will have to face with the defense, especially with a guy like you were just saying, Cassius Howell.
I mean, listen, when I tell you, we've been to a lot of games together. We've been around this Florida program for the last few years. I think now in specific, like, as somebody who I called the Miami game, I went to go work the Texas game. The improvement that we saw from one week to the next, even with the added benefit of a bye week, was so mind-boggling, because I thought that Florida, when they were playing Miami, felt like it was just a matter of time. We're delaying the inevitable. Who's going to get tired first? That's not going to be Miami playing down in 100-degree weather at the Hard Rock Stadium. Florida, from our vantage point, we were all the way up in Media Row, was loud. It was crazy. It was something that fans had been kind of, this felt like the last hurrah. Like like when your dog gets like the zoomies right before he has to pass on to greener pastures. And not to bring in a sad reference for you, but that's what it felt like. It felt like that extra little jolt of energy. But when I tell you, like, I look back to last year's game, Texas A&M versus Florida, 33-20, Florida lost. This was a much different situation for both teams when, Florida, I think, dropped to 1-2, 0-1 the SEC at that point, and Marcel Reed took his first snaps under center for the Aggies. It was so mind-boggling to me just how efficient he was, not only as a passer, but a runner. I wouldn't say he's like Lamar levels of fast, but I think Kyler Murray is not too far off. He's someone that can extend plays with his legs. I think he had over 500 yards last year on the ground. He was a guy that really got it done, next to Le'Veon Moss and all these guys. It was a scary sight, but what the difference is between last year and this year, obviously under quarterback, we have, a bit of an improvement from Mertz to Lagway. But I think more than that, the offensive talent that you had, you're missing those 3 little spark plugs. You had Jaden Ball, you have Bernal Brown, and you have Dallas Wilson. Yep. Those are your 3 big components heading into Texas A&M, because unfortunately, the team from last year, while battered and bruised, does not have the ceiling that this team has. But let me just beg the question to you. How would you kind of redefine an offense that's known for not having as much of an expectation as, they haven't reached the expectations that you would hope for them?
I feel like it's just beginning, because in my opinion, the slate that is coming up for the Gators versus what has already happened, their record leading up to this is not important to me anymore. It's 2-3, 1-1 at SEC. Great. It's done. I only look at moving forward. So now that you have those 3 guys, Miles Graham, that's another thing. I really loved what he had to say in Monday's press conference. He thinks that VB3, Bernal Brown, and Dallas Wilson are the best duo best freshman duo in the country.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
And I 100% agree. We even have a comment saying that Dallas Wilson has the potential to be like Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams. And I 100% agree. 100%. So going into this offense this year versus last year, I mean, it was a different game. But when you have these true freshmen, you have guys like this that are showing such elite talent so early in the season at such a young age, you have to forget about the games that have been played thus far and only look forward. Because now that you have these 3 together and you have people like J-Mike in the back and you got an amazing offensive line as well, it's a different ball game every single game now. And so when they look at this Texas A&M game, they're not thinking about last year. They're not thinking about the 5 games before this. They're thinking about winning no matter who they're playing.
100%. And Lauren McGill, I mean, just one more little question to throw at you. Who gets the first touchdown versus A&M next week?
I'm going, for Florida or Texas A&M, just pick the team or pick the person?
Pick the person.
I'm going to go Jaden Ball rushing, because I think that they're going to try to expect that it's going to be VB3 or Dallas Wilson. So I'm going to go with a Jayden Brown rushing touchdown. He, again, 107 rushing yards. He had 27 carries this past week, surpassing the amount that he had in 2 games prior, which was just 22, which is not even nearly enough that Jayden Ball, as a player, should be having. This is the kind of game that he is going to play for the rest of the season, so I think that it's going to be him.
Florida.
Who would you say?
I would probably also have to beg to differ and say, no, actually, no, you're right. I think I would go with Jayden Ball too. I mean, think about it. I mean, 27 yards, over 100, over 27 carries, over 100 on the ground, 1 touchdown to cap it off. I mean, that is what you'd expect from your workhorse SEC freshman back. I mean, this is something that now heading into year 2 for him has been a huge, cry, for the entire fan base. Hey, please, can we give it to this guy that's 220 pounds, 6 foot something, and probably more jacked than you, your mom, and your daddy. I mean, these are guys that you kind of. It felt like a no-brainer. So I thought that was a return to form for Billy to just kind of, take that one on the chin and say, well, I mean, I know play calling's not really been my forte this season, but the game plan's there. The game plan has been there from the start. It's literally just go hand the ball off to a guy that could probably run through a wall and
make it a ball game.
Make it a ball game, dude. Like make it a ball game. You know. But it's something to see that we got it on track. But speaking of getting things on track, Florida's offense facing a lot of great improvement from last week, but can they carry it into this week? We'll find out from Mike Elko himself, the head ball coach over at Texas A&M. You're listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Jasmine Valson. Gators football finds itself back in the winning circle. Florida stunned the Texas Longhorns here in the Swamp last weekend, ending its 3-game losing streak. Quarterback DJ Lagway played like his freshman self, throwing 2 touchdown passes and winning the SEC Offensive Player of the Week. With the much-needed victory, Coach Billy Napier is relieved that the team is beginning to show their potential.
I felt strongly about the team in the offseason, and I think I finally kind of saw us put it all together in all parts of our team. And I believe there's more ceiling here.
Florida's ceiling will be tested this Saturday versus number 5 Texas A&M. Broadcast for the game starts here at 4 p.m. Gators volleyball will also face off against a ranked opponent, number 25 Missouri. The game will be at the O'Connell Center starting at 7 p.m.
At International Diamond Center, diamonds always take center stage. But you won't believe the new collection of rare colored gemstones they have now.
When you see the color that we've procured and the collections that we've put together, it's going to blow you away.
IDC's Brian LeClaire.
Stones like a Paraíba from Brazil, extremely rare and hard to find, but the stone just absolutely pops and talks. It's got that beautiful ocean color.
Sapphires? Yes, IDC has them. Emeralds and rubies too, but so much more.
One-of-a-kind Saverites. Beautiful, vibrant green color. Red spinel from Burma. Unbelievable pigeon blood red color. Aquamarines, Santa Maria color.
Are you looking to add some color with fashion jewelry or even an engagement ring? IDC invites you to a whole new world of exquisite choices.
What we've really focused on is making sure that we are finding the most rare, spectacular gemstones.
Discover unique and rare precious gemstones and add some color to your life at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of the Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves. Follow and listen to the Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
The Extra Point with
create a lot of stress on you in terms of how you commit numbers to the run versus commit numbers to coverage, and they're able to kind of take advantage of you in a lot of different ways, and so I would say they just present a lot of challenges to you in terms of defending them.
That was Mike Elko, and you're listening here on the Sports Lab on 981 FM, 850 AM. Of course, with Alexis, I'm Lauren, and you guys, that was Mike Elko on our offense, on the Florida Gators offense, and I very much agree. Because I think that he has a great point in saying that they create a lot of problems for everyone that they're playing. And that's one little thing that I'll give Billy is that people don't really seem to remember as much, is that sometimes there are plays where you're not expecting them and they create a problem for that defense. And the fact that he was able to notice that, that's all I'm saying.
You know,
it's a big deal.
Lauren McGill, you might be onto something here. I mean, but yeah, to your point, I thought Florida probably played the cleanest game that you could ever ask from a team at home. I mean, probably in a very long time for Florida. I mean, for fans, I think it was probably the biggest sigh of relief from a lot of people. I mean, I like, it takes me back to a conversation that I was having earlier in the afternoon. We were sitting waiting for the game to start. I was producing a game on the Orange and Blue Sports Network for Lance Williams and Nick Diaz, and we ran into a lot of cool characters, Louis Riddick being one of them. That was a pretty cool experience. And one of the things that we were talking with when we ran into a lot of the play-by-play guys, Texas Spanish Radio was there. They're a great group of guys. But was something that they kept mentioning was the idea of a trap game. The idea that, well, I mean, on paper this should look open and shut. Something here doesn't feel right though. I mean, like, you know, like that little feeling of not deja vu, but something more awkward and worse. That's kind of what it felt like, because you're sitting there and like you're watching the signs line up. It's, you know, it was a hot day. Fans are kind of rolling in, and you're just sitting there. You're like, well, shoot, something like something
uneasy
in your core. And I think that's exactly what Texas got, because from an offensive perspective, I mean, the fans showed out. The fans were such a huge critical factor, because even when with my headphones on, I could hear, move back, you suck. You're like, what's happening here?
It's my favorite song.
Bass boosted, dude. What the heck? And so even more so, I mean, it played a difference. Arch Manning he felt weird. He looked weird. He held on to the ball too long. His reads were usually brought to the second and third, and by that point, Florida was able to get 6 sacks off his just mistakes. And I think that's something that they're not going to have the added advantage of, because I can't tell you how many Gators fans are in College Station in the middle of not to use a polite word, middle of nowhere. And so it's going to be interesting to see where we're at here.
I did notice as well with this game that, you know, give this stability if you want, but the penalties. And a lot of people were saying, like, oh, the refs are making this Florida's game. The refs are, like, aiding Florida on this. I didn't really see that, because I was on the field as well, and I'm, you know, filming the entire game. I'm watching all of it, and they did not get one penalty until 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 5 minutes left in the game was their first penalty. And meanwhile, you heard the Move Back, You Suck song a million times for Texas. That was another reason I love that game. It's my favorite song. And it was like every other one. It was like every other time that they had the ball, they were getting a penalty or 2 in one drive. Like, how do you do that? I don't know. And you can give that to Arch. You can give that to their offensive false starts, or they did whatever. But that was another thing that really impressed me with the Florida offense as well. And I will give a lot of that to DJ. And Mike Elko also had something that he wanted to give DJ some credit for.
I think DJ's obviously a kid that we've known, tried very hard to get him here, an extremely talented quarterback. I think, again, media narratives to me are so funny. I think he's playing so much better. I think he's made a lot of growth and taken a lot of strides. You see him very, very comfortable back there. And so, I think he's playing at a really, really high level. He's a really talented kid.
I also think that he looked a lot more comfortable. That was the biggest thing that I took away from that, is that he just looked so much more comfortable in the pocket. And I don't know if that's maybe some trust that he gained from his offensive line during the bye week, or just in general work that he did on his own in that 2 weeks of the bye week. But he did look so much more comfortable. He looked more confident. He looked ready before the plays. Before he does his clap, ready? Every other game, it looked like he didn't know where he was. Versus this time, I was like, oh, he's ready. He's about to make a pass.
I will tell you though, Lauren,
wow.
I'm sorry, my bad. Lauren McGill, not Hannah Mack or Hannah Getman, just Lauren McGill. But yeah, we're here on the Sports Lab Hour 2, just kicking it on a Wednesday, and I apologize for that. But listen, something that I do want to kind of bring up, and you can argue with me if I'm wrong, 352-392-8255, join the conversation. This, to me, and this upcoming game kind of feels like the metric in which I'm determining this as not only a fan, but as a broadcaster and as somebody who's just involved with the team. I'm thinking more back to the LSU game than I am more about this Texas game, because there's a lot of arguments to be made regarding Texas' performance, but I think one of the big ones was the word of overhyped. Whether or not they were actually deserving of being in the top 10, that's somebody else's opinion to make. But for me, I'm looking back to the LSU game, and I'm thinking about how disgusting of a performance that was offensively, to be in a position where you throw 5 interceptions. And if we're going to talk about DJ Lagway and how much better he played, we have to view it from the metric of still, Florida has had a really tough time converting on 3rd and 4th down, even to the point that, like, I don't even want to see it if we can't get I don't even want to see what happens if we get to a 3rd down situation, because we're going to call some stupid stuff and just kind of, you know what I mean? But listen, you're entering week 7. You're ranked 122nd in the country with late down conversions. Like, it's just not something that I'm really viewing with the most positive light, because, yeah, like as you said, DJ played a way better game. A lot of it can be attributed to how well Dallas Wilson was able to light up this offense. 2 touchdowns. The game plan was not even including Dallas, I felt at some points. But you still have to consider the fact that DJ did not look his most comfortable. I mean, he's limping off the field almost every other drive, either clutching a hammy or just not feeling good about his mobility. It seems like I really want to tell you it's not the case, but we have to be kind of ready for that, because you can see that he's not the DJ of old. He's not the quick, decisive leader that you kind of want, because I think from a leadership standpoint, it's still there, but his body just hasn't been giving him the same level of output. So if I'm Mike Elko, I'm looking at my chops. I'm already thinking, well, yeah, they can't convert on late downs. They're not able to move the ball as well as you'd hope, because Miami happens, and yes, there were little sparks of life, but the game was a scratch all, throw it out.
Yeah.
Texas, whatever, you have the ability of playing at home, but this is literally stacking up to be one of those things where I'm not quite sure Florida has what it takes to step out and make it a 2-run game. I hope I'm wrong. I hope next week we can come into the Sports Lab and somebody plays an audio clip of me telling me that I'm wrong, and that I'm not as good as Lauren McGill is. And I know that
so
we want to call it what it is, but if these trends are holding, Florida's going to find itself in a lot of 3rd and long passing situations, and Elko and the Aggies are going to make him pay. And that's the reality of the situation, because unfortunately, like, you look at the Mississippi State game, you looked at the absolute domination. Cassius Howell, that guy's a dog. Like, we want to make comparisons. Ruben Bain, anyone on the Miami defensive line comparing to Cassius Howell, he'd probably do twice as better as them.
I'm not going to sit here and discredit you. Again, this is here on the Sports Lab at 98.1 FM, 850 AM. And I'm not going to tell you that Texas A&M is not a team that is beatable, because I 100% think that they are. But I'm also not going to sit here and be delusional and say that it's going to be a rollover game, that this is going to be another trap game, because it most definitely is not. I mean, ESPN's only giving the Gators a 26.1% chance at winning this game. And I will give credit to Kyle Field, because having 102,000 screaming Aggies at you, that's a lot to take in. But I do believe that after a game like last against Texas, that it gives this offense a spark. It gives them a little bit more trust and everyone on the field with them. And I think that for them to be able to see that while DJ did look, he limped off the field a couple times, and I had some trainers run in front of me, Billy Napier said on Monday that it's nothing to worry about. He's fine. And so as much as I hate to even have these words come out of my mouth, I do trust Billy Napier saying that he's fine. but I think that it's going to be okay. I don't think it's going to be a rollover game. I don't think it's going to be a blowout game. I have more confidence in this team than I think most of Gainesville, to be honest with you. And I'm okay with sitting on that hill all by myself. It's the best view. But I think that when it comes to how the performance is going to look from offense to offense, their quarterback, Marcel Reed, versus DJ Lagway, I mean, Mark Echo said that they both haven't been running the ball this season. Then Mark Echo even brought up that he's been kind of sitting in the pocket more, and he's been relying on his arm, which is fine. But last season we saw him running a lot. Like you were saying, he's a fast quarterback, but he hasn't been doing that so much this season, and so that gives me a little bit more to compare the two with.
I mean, I think a good marker for a maturing quarterback is how they treat running downs versus passing downs and how they choose to extend plays with their legs. Because, like, as you said, Marcel Reed is not the, the break out and let's make a play of old. This is a quarterback that's matured a lot, especially for fans that were in the swamp last season to watch that Texas A&M game. He looked good. He looked great. 2 touchdowns in his first collegiate start. Was able to run all over the field and extend plays on the ground, which is what you want. You want that for any quarterback, especially in today's day and age. You have Lagway sitting at 250 pounds. I mean, still moving with a 4.5, 4.6 type of speed, which is what, like it's never a bad thing. But what I'm more concerned about is the way these two quarterbacks are going to match up against each other, because Marcel has been rolling. These guys have been wheeling and dealing. You're 5-0. You're ready to host the Gators at home and treat them like you treated Mississippi State last week. However, Lagway is just, it feels to me just like a little bit more one-dimensional in his physical capabilities at the moment. Not to say he's not good, just saying that injuries have really limited how well he can perform, and I think that's been a big crux, because we know about the offseason. We know about how struggles for training camp have been and what that's really meant to this Gators team when your starting quarterback literally has not trained for 3 months and has been, working with bands and, going through the motions and getting mental reps. But you need the physical too. The physical is what defines your season. And so hopefully it's a little better. I know they had him in a walking boot over the bye week, just trying to get him as healthy as they can, as healthy as you can be in the SEC. I mean, injuries are a given. But for me, I'm seeing Marcel Reed, and I'm like, well, I mean, that's what you want Lagway to be right now.
Yeah, I agree. And Stomkin even said, hold on, you can trust Napier when he says that Lagway's fine. The only reason, my reasoning behind that is that I saw how he played in this game, and when he would come back from those little limps off the field, he did look fine to me. Like, when he was limping off and when he was, being assessed, yeah, that isn't promising. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look as bad to me when he has a whole nother week to prepare. If he has to do that, then that's fine.
And Lagway's a tough kid, by the way, just so we're clear. Like, he is a leader, but there's only so far that your body can take you. Like, he's a great kid. He's been super good in the recruiting and being able to help propel this team forward. But your body can only take so much before it starts breaking down, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. And it's just something that he's going to have to battle through for the rest of the season, and then hopefully even the postseason.
Yeah, agreed. And he did have a great game against Texas, and we are going to have to see what he can bring in the next week's game against Texas A&M. But we have a special guest, James Bates, joining us next segment to talk about what that might look like. You're listening to us here at Sports Lab 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
You're home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the Swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF Bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators!
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF.
Hour 2 of the Sports Lab continues to be underway. Alexis Vivanco alongside Lauren McGill. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special treat for you here. James Bates. For those who are not back in '96, played on the Florida Gators team and is now calling into the show. Let's see if we can get him on real quick.
Batesy, we got you on.
Here I am. What's up, Lauren and Alexis? Thanks for having me on.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. We're happy to have you here. Next time it'll be in a lab coat.
Oh yeah, I would love that. That's the next step. I do apologize ahead of time though. I'm at work and I'm at my other job. So don't get distracted. Let's talk about those Gators. Hold on. Welcome to Walmart. Hi. Welcome to Walmart. But man, what a big win we're coming off of. That was a fun one in the Swamp, guys.
You know what, Mr. Bates? Let me start by asking you this quick question. Take me back to the days so you had to put on a helmet and shoulder pads and maybe even that neck roller they used to put on back in the 90s. Talk to me. How would you feel after a win like this in the Swamp?
Oh, man. Well, first off, fortunately, and it ain't bragging if it's true, but fortunately we never had a run like that. That just hurts. It hurts me for them. It hurts me for you guys as students, and especially you guys that are covering these games, because I want you guys to experience the Swamp in all its glory. And I mean, us playing like we did against Texas, that's the way it's supposed to be. And it was, I mean, we all knew going into the season it was going to be a really tough season. And we all probably thought, oh, gosh, if we can win 2 of that tough 3-game stretch, then we'll be all right. And 1 is probably more realistic and everything. So if we would have lost those 2 games, it wouldn't have bothered me that much, the LSU and Miami. But it was just the way that we played in the Swamp against USF is just, it was just eating at me. So I really needed to see that game. And to answer your question, Alexis, it would have felt so good because, they believe in one another and, they fight for one another. And, when they work hard, everybody works hard, but, and so it's not like LSU and Miami's not out there working hard, but man, those are my Gators. And I can't even imagine how rewarding it must have been when the whole world's like making fun of you basically, because you really stunk it coming out the gate and then to go and win it like that. So I'm thrilled for them, and it would have been a great feeling.
Obviously, and it was a really great game, and I know that you said that, and we had a great time talking about it yesterday in class too. For everyone who doesn't know, I TA for the great James Bates, and it's a great class, and it's the best day of the week. But what were some things that you saw in this win from the offense, from the defense, that you didn't see in the previous games and really pushed this win forward?
Well, a couple things. I really enjoyed watching the way we ran the football. Ball did such a good job, and without a backup, without taking, getting the breathers that he usually gets, that was really impressive to me. They couldn't stop that, and because of that, it opened everything else up. And if a team doesn't fear that you're going to run the football, then they've got you. You've got to scare that into them, even if you can't. Even if you're not a running team, every now and then you've got to run it just to keep them honest, to keep that extra guy in the box. Otherwise, he's off making your pass attempts harder. And so, like, the fact that we could run, and then to even open it up further, you also, in the passing game, defensively, you have to fear that someone's going to run by you, and we haven't really taken many shots deep. And so now that we started running by guys and we started throwing it deep, and so now you've got to guard, against the run because they're crushing us on the run. Now you've got to guard against that deep pass, and things are starting to work, and it just snowballs. So offensively, I just enjoyed watching them click and get back into the flow. And defensively, they've been so much fun to watch all season long. But, Lauren, the thing that stood out to me the most is that our front could get there and put the pressure on Arch with 3 guys or 4 guys. So we never had to – we did, but we didn't have to blitz that much. So when you blitz, you're bringing extra guys. You're taking them out of the pass coverage. So if you don't make it, then they've got you. If they find a way to block you. But we didn't even have to bring an extra rusher because we were putting so much pressure on every snap. And that's the thing that stood out to me defensively.
And so, Bates, I want to ask you this question because I know the 90s was quite a long time ago, but to be at that mountaintop and to have won a national championship, especially amongst other Gator Gates like Danny Warfel, I want to ask you this question. After a win like this, you come home and you're like, well, we did it. We just took down a big dog. Even think about it like a Georgia back in the 90s, being able to take down a team like that. And then to translate that to
you got to pick a tougher one than that. They never gave us any trouble back in the 90s.
But listen, to take a win like this, how do you translate that into the next week? What was a week of preparation like for you guys when you knew that you guys had a hard opponent down the stretch? Like, how exactly do you translate a win and take it into next season or take it into the next week?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's hold on. Welcome to Walmart. Hi, welcome to Walmart. Welcome to Walmart. I'm sorry. And so, but first of all, you like to consistency and the momentum. It's everybody always talks about football being a game of momentum, and it's not just like series to series and in the first quarter of a game into the second quarter. It's week to week. So if we can capitalize on this momentum, and if this team is anything like we were, the Swamp is my favorite place in the whole world. And it means I can go on and on. My wife and I, we basically met in the Swamp. She was a swimmer, and so our study hall was there. We lived in Yon, and it's just, I love everything about the Swamp. But going on the road with all your boys, and it's like you and your boys against the world, like that is, to me, the coolest thing. When everybody's wanting to see you go down, and everybody, we used to go to LSU, and like they would shake the bus when we would come bring the bus down to our visitors' locker room. They would shake the bus and yell "Tiger Bait," and like old ladies would flip us off. It was like it was so much fun. So hopefully this is a team that now that they've got some feel good and got some momentum and some confidence, most importantly, they hopefully that's the next step, is they'll really enjoy playing on the road together, because they sure seem to celebrate together and play hard for one another last weekend.
Yeah, it was a lot of playing for each other, playing for your team, and I think a lot of it was trusting the quarterback and being able to trust some of the play calling coming from Billy. So I'm also curious, from your time here at UF, what were some of those signs that you knew that you were able to trust who was behind you, who was in front of you, and just everything going forward into the game next week?
Yeah, and that's, the whole trust thing and the, having each other's back if you don't have it week one, then you might not have it. Like we were, we were picked to be pretty good that year. But one thing that you can't tell from the outside looking in when you try to make predictions is how much the team cares about one another. The players, how well do they get along? Do they like being around each other? And that's, I mean, that to me is playing for one another and, and blocking down the field, not just as an offensive lineman, but receivers. When these big plays hit, it's because the receivers are blocking and, and they're wanting to be successful as a team and not just, I'm going to take this snap off because it's a run and I'm going to go half speed. And, then he could have busted one, but I didn't block my guy. They care about one another. And so I think just that's the important thing when you go on the road. And that's one thing when I look back that we just had a lot of confidence because Coach Spurrier had so much confidence. I mean, there was no way we were going to even, have a tight game. We just knew we were going to dominate. And so I'll take wins. We don't have to dominate. We can baby step our way there, Lauren, but it's feeling good right now. And hopefully we can take it on the road in a very tough place to play, as you well know. And a very good football team, maybe even better than the team we played last weekend.
And what would Coach Spurrier say to you, or I guess the team, after a big win like that?
Let's see. What he would have said after that win, it would have been something along the lines of, would they have Texas favored by about 8 points? Shoot, they should. I don't know. They can do whatever they want to, but I don't know. I knew we were going to come out and play pretty good, and it's just like that was. It wasn't ever like, hey, I mean, it was. But Coach Spurrier, everybody fought for him, and everybody had so much confidence just being around him. He was just so loose, but the most competitive person I've ever been around at the same time. He would get a little bit fiery, but for the most part, he just liked to, just call his ball plays. And defensively, if we would get him the ball back, then he was happy. And fortunately, we had some good defenses, and we could do just that. Hey, guys, I have a question for you. How many times there in Sports Lab a week would you say Luis leaves his sippy cup?
A solid 4 to 5 times a day, I think. He leaves it around the equipment. It's a real hazard.
I mean, the sippy cup is more of a staple than it is an object at this point. I mean, I feel like I see it, and we actually just kind of just like keep it there as like a point of reverence. I mean, we also have a beer that they told me not to show on camera. I don't know if I just did, but listen, we have like a beer that we can't keep. It's the head ball coach beer, and I think I just accidentally took him off the line. And thank God he's calling back, because that probably would have been worse. James Bates, I'm so sorry, sir.
Okay, no, that's good. You know what? You could have blamed it on me, and I totally would have thought it was my fault. You should.
No, blame it on me trying to reach for a beer can on the floor. That might have been my. That should probably.
I don't know
like
what
an
the mindset
for
was there.
It's like a metaphor. Don't drink. But listen, we have one more. We have one more question for you, and I promise you we'll let you go. Do you have a score prediction for Texas A&M this weekend?
Oh man, I haven't even thought about that. You know what? I'm predicting a win. Let's see. Oh, how about Gator 27, A&M 24.
Wow, that's a tight game. That's high
I like it.
Oh, it's gonna be a battle. If we're gonna win it, we're gonna have to earn it.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, James Bates, everybody, thank you so much for being on the air with us today, sir. We greatly appreciated it.
You got it. Alexis, hopefully you can take my class. Lauren, thank you for the kind words, and thank you for being my TA. You and Luis are awesome, and Luis can leave his sippy cup in the room anytime he wants. You guys are great. Hey, thanks for having me on. Anytime you need me, I'll come back, okay?
Perfect.
Yes,
thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
That's the GOAT. That's literally the GOAT.
I'm telling you, he's the best. He's literally the best.
But listen, so we're gonna take a quick step off, but when we come back, we'll break down some of James Bates' words of wisdom and see what else we got here on the docket here on the Sports Lab. You're listening to ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Juan Gonzalez. Taylor Spierta snagged the SEC Co-Special Teams Player of the Week after a momentum flip that could be felt from the press box. In the second quarter against Texas, Spierta knifed through the blocking and recovered a blocked punt, leading for a safety. Billy Napier praised the senior.
Right, he was a walk-on player. He's earned his scholarship since he's been here. That was his 30th start as a special teams player. He's a leader on our team. He's got a voice. and he makes all the other players around him better on special teams.
Spierta wasn't the only Gator with recognition. Dallas Wilson earned the SEC Freshman of the Week in his first career start, while Lackley was named the SEC Offensive Player of the Week. Next up, the Gators will face Texas A&M at Kyle Field. Saturday's menu will include maroon, noise, and a whole lot of Aggies. And on a quick campus note, Gator Soccer will host 12th ranked Mississippi State on Friday at 7 p.m.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
Probably one of the most important things I've done in my life. Oh, it's life-changing. It affects your every day of your everything in one day. Your self-esteem, your energy, your health, your ambition. You want to socialize more because now you can smile. Before you can't smile because you've got no teeth. You're not going to smile, right? You can't put marshmallows in there, little marshmallows for teeth. So, yeah, it just affects everything in your life. I didn't realize it until I got my implants, how life-changing that really was.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite tastes like home. From juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, to crispy empanadas, sweet plantains, hearty breakfasts, and our bold, iconic cafecito. Your taste buds will thank you. With 6 locations plus our mobile food truck, there's always a Mi Apa close by, ready to serve up warm hospitality for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Planning an event? Let Mi Apa cater with real Latin flavor that everyone will love. Just head to miapalatincafe.com to get started. So what are you waiting for? Come taste real Cuban, real warmth, real flavor. Visit Mi Apa Latin Cafe or order online at miapalatincafe.com today.
Buen provecho.
Mi Apa Latin Cafe, best Cuban food north of Miami.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny skies for the rest of our Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Temperatures heating up today. We'll get to about 89 in Gainesville with feels like temperatures in the lower 90s. Again, a breeze from the east, gusting between 15 and 20 miles an hour. As we get to the latter portion of the work week, a cold front will approach. That'll increase our chance for showers both tomorrow and Friday. A big cool down coming for the weekend. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
It's always a good time at the tail.
On the Sports Lab at 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. Just a reminder that there's an MLB Division Series doubleheader tonight here in WRUF. Game 4 of the Blue Jays and the Yankees, where Toronto leads 2-1 at 6:30. Followed right after that one is the Game 3 between the Phillies and the Dodgers in Los Angeles, where the Dodgers lead 2-1. A Baseball Division Series doubleheader tonight, starting at 6:30 on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. But we don't need to talk about baseball right now. We're still keeping on this Florida A&M football rival. I mean, I don't think it's a rivalry, but I think it's a pretty interesting game to be had between these two teams on Saturday.
I mean, it's definitely probably going to be the hardest game of the season. I mean, which is crazy to me to say because like they played like maybe like 4 or 5 times in their entire existence. I think A&M joined the SEC in 2012, if memory serves me correctly. So it's gonna be interesting to see how things wind up, especially because like last time Texas played in Florida was like 1940.
Yep.
Some ridiculous stat like that. So it's gonna be interesting to see where we're at. But I think Bates, awesome dude, by the way. If you guys weren't able to see it, come check us out on YouTube. What do you call it? WRUF, home of the Gators. Check out an awesome interview with James Bates. That guy is literally one of one. And he brought up a lot of really good points I kind of want to reapproach because it's true. I mean, Florida has the opportunity to go to College Station on Saturday and do damage.
Do the unthinkable, honestly.
I mean, Vegas kind of did kind of shaft the Gators in that regards. Like they have them at like 21% chance of winning.
That's ESPN, but Vegas has them at 7.5. But if you look at the Texas game, they had Texas. I think the final before the game started was 4.5, and it had gone down from 9.5, just going all the way down to 4.5 before the game started. So sitting at 7.5 before, like going into this weekend, who's to say it's not going to go back down again too? I like those odds, and I will be taking them.
You will be taking them. I mean, something else to kind of consider, just kind of. Take us off the football track for just 2 quick seconds. But in basketball news, actually, this is broke earlier today. Florida has bought the 2025 Final Four court from San Antonio, Texas, from the Alamo Dome, and it wasn't actually Scott Strickland and the UAA that bought it.
No.
They apparently were cool living it without it. We'll take the natty trophy and the rings that come with it. And they decided, you know what? Florida victorious and all that NIL money, which is its own conversation in and of itself,
and boosters,
has bought the Final Four court for the Florida Gators. And just now, where do you put a court like that? Like, what do you do with it now we have it? Okay, cool. We have a nice, sick logo and an entire court to go with it. I mean,
the way that I saw is that they were going to start selling off pieces of the court at like Coach Golden's like auctions or something. Like that's what I saw. That could definitely be wrong. But if it is true, I would be okay with like going to an auction and trying to get a piece of that court.
The last thing this program needs is more money. I mean, there's like
I wouldn't say the last thing.
For Florida football, it's like $140 million a year. It's like it was something like, dude, like, can I hold $1? Could I get a crumb of that? Please, like I'm here to support. I mean, I went I was lucky enough to go cover the Natty along with Nate Bilgeray, Issa Rivera, rest her soul. She's not dead, but she graduated. And Jada Ross. So it was a good time. But listen, like when I was there, I was like, this is not like the court itself was not all that special. It was kind of actually scary because it's on an elevated platform. Yeah. So the entire time you're like, holy bro, like if somebody tries to do like a Dennis Rodman dive into the stands to get a ball out, you're gonna fall like 10 feet. Like you're actually gonna freaking go head first, maybe even crack a skull. You're listening to the Sports Lab here on ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. Alexis Ibanco alongside Lauren McGill talking about the safety hazards that come with playing on the national stage. But yeah, an awesome piece of just lore, I guess, now for the Gators. But listen, we got a comment here from Joseph Luzolino. Does the strength of the schedule get any consideration at all with you people who wanted Billy fired after USF? I guess that's a stupid question, but of course it doesn't. I mean, listen, it's not just so much about a strength of schedule, it's also about executing versus a strength of schedule. When Florida was coming into the season ranked, it's something that you wanted to keep into consideration. Unfortunately, like you can't really go into the past and be like, well, I mean, you know, I wish we can change some things. No, you got to look to the future. You got to there's still a rest of the year to take into account, but it doesn't negate the fact that this team had what I think was ranked 13 coming into the season, something crazy like that. There's expectations, and when you're playing in the SEC, you don't get brownie points for playing a hard schedule. If you can't succeed in a hard schedule, then you're not going to get any extra favors. You might get some extra leeway come later in the season when it comes to actually talking about, you know, like, well, you lost versus 3 teams, but you were able to beat Texas A&M, Georgia. You're able to beat all these teams and go 9-3. That's a different conversation, Lauren McGill.
I agree, and I wasn't one who was advocating for him leaving after USF. I mean, that's week 2. Who I'm not going to be here and say, oh, bye, Billy, after 1 week. After week 4, I was sorry. I mean, actually, I'm not sorry. I would sit here again, the hill that I'll sit on. But I do think that I am ready. I am ready to see what he is going to do to execute against this Texas A&M team this weekend going to Kyle Field. College Station is going to be extremely hard, but I like what his guys have going on. I like what he's been able to do in the Texas game, and hopefully he can continue to go ahead and do it again. This was the Sports Lab here on WRUF 98.1 FM. Don't go anywhere. We have the tailgate coming up with Pat Dooley and Jeff Cardozo coming right up next.
Your home for Tampa Bay Buccaneers football, WRUF.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed the Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit charlesbergenterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home for sports, too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane BTW. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
I'm a father.
I'm an aunt. I'm a neighbor.
I'm a veteran. But out here, on the water,
I'm operating the boat.
a boat operator. I'm a safe operator.
The operator.
If you're behind the wheel of a boat, you only have one job: keep everyone safe. Always scan the water and be aware of your surroundings. Learn more about boating safety at myfwc.com. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's almost time for Homecoming Week at the University of Florida. Festivities begin with the annual Homecoming Festival, featuring food, games, and more for the entire family. Run, don't walk to get to the Gator Gallop, a 2-mile fun run highlighting UF's campus. Finally, finish off the day with the Homecoming Parade, where floats, marching bands, and community groups bring Gator spirit through the heart of Gainesville. And don't miss Gator Growl, UF's famous pep rally and performance. There's something for everyone. Find the full schedule at gatorgrowl.org.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozoUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
All right, welcome in to another edition of the Tailgate. We love it here in Gainesville, Florida, home of the Florida Gators, where they have are 1-0 in their last one game. That's a good thing.
That's cool.
And hopefully if they can go 2-0. If they go 2-0, all of a sudden everything is going to change. And then change again. That's a great song by Tom Petty. Everything changed, then changed again.
Don't know it.
It's a good song. It's on Wildflowers.
Okay.
Which we listened to the other day. Anyway, Yeah, look, every game is its own game. I've said that a million times. You know, it's one of my famous sayings. Is it famous or is it just? Am I just infamous?
Yes.
Okay. I just look. We'll see what happens. I had Sam Kahn on today on the podcast. I taped it for tomorrow's podcast. Who covers A&M and for the Athletic. He's actually going to the Texas-Oklahoma game because that's a bigger game. And that'll be interesting to see whether Texas can rebound from getting thumped by the mighty Gators, you know. You got a neutral site, obviously, 50-50 site, but Mateer, now they're saying is going to play.
I mean, it's like your biggest game left. You got to try.
Think about this.
Don't be a wuss. Shoot him up and go play.
Shoot him up and go play. That's right. What if Mateer goes out in that game and throws like 3 touchdowns, runs for 1, and they win like 46-14? All of a sudden, right back at the top of the Heisman ballot.
Because he's missed 2 games or just 1?
2 at least. Yeah.
Yeah, it would probably be hard to win the Heisman, but if
it'd be harder,
undefeated or something the rest of the way, then you say, hey, maybe.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I don't know right now, and again, I don't think about it hard. I think about it all the time. For my Heisman vote, I have no clue who I'm going to vote for. And a lot of it, and this is why I think that a lot of people vote based on how you do at the end of the year. Remember the year Mark Ingram won it? There was no way he was going to win the Heisman, but he ran all over Florida in the SEC championship game, beat an undefeated Florida team. I think he ran for like 126 or something like that. And they gave him the Heisman Trophy. He was a good player. He's not a Heisman Trophy player. But sometimes that happens. Sometimes just a guy comes along at the right time, has the right game on the right platform. National TV, you know.
Eric Crouch?
Oh, don't start me on that, Jeff. I may get violent.
You're the one that started talking about it.
I know, but I'm just saying I may get violent. My sexy Rexy not getting that Heisman still
it is kind of
ticks
crazy.
me
There
off.
should be 4 statues out there.
Absolutely. And I will say this. It is kind of ridiculous to make that the only criteria. I think there's too many criteria that are buttoned up around here. We need to get
but then everybody else is so good. You can't make it like an All-American because there's a million of those.
I think if you said if you finished second in the Heisman, I think he's the only guy other than Spurrier, I think, finished second one year.
Did Trask
and
finish
Tebow
third?
finished second too.
Did Trask finish third?
I think Trask was third. Actually, I think Tebow was third the year he didn't win, and he got the most first place vote. I think he finished third that year. So,
okay.
But anyway, it is what it is, and college football is going on. And Jeff, we talk about this all the time, and I make way too big a deal about it. But it's more evidence today. I'm sitting here today. I cannot believe that college football is about to be half over. And it is. I mean, it just felt like we just started the season last week, didn't we?
No.
Okay.
We've been talking about it for a long time. I thought you were going somewhere different.
We talked about it when it wasn't happening.
But to me, the way more important news coming out today is that kids can now gamble.
Oh, I have strong feelings about. I don't know what we're doing, to be honest with you. I said this to the guys out there when we were talking about it, because I asked them if the youngsters had talked about it. They said Kevin went off on it, but they didn't really talk a whole lot about it. But my point is this. Just let them do whatever they want. Let them commit crimes. Let them do anything they want, because you have let us down, NCAA, so badly on everything. You're the reason NIL got out of control before you could get rein it in. The portal, it's your fault the portal exists. It's not the player's fault. It's not the coach's fault. It's your fault, NCAA. You should have put rules in that would allow people to transfer and not have to sit out, but you could have done a way better job on that. And now you're going to say, hey, if you want to go gamble on the Steelers game this week. Now, I know that one of their most famous alumni is good friends with you, and he may give you some inside information, but that's fine. We're good with insider. Now, it doesn't matter what you do. Whatever you want to do, you can do. Well, just do it.
I don't know. When I and let me read the statement to everybody.
It's a bad statement.
When I originally heard it, I was like, are we like doing participation trophies again? Like, is this where we are? So this is from Josh Whitman, the
legend.
Illinois AD. He's chair of the NCAA.
Did you know that
Student Athlete
he was
Advisory
the Illinois
Committee.
AD before you?
No.
Okay. I didn't either.
The administrative committee was clear in its discussion today that it remains concerned about the risk associated with all forms of sports gambling. So it remains concerned about the risk.
We're concerned, but we're going to actually promote it.
And then there's a but in there. Anytime there's a but, you know it's bad. But ultimately voted to reduce restrictions on student athletes in this area to better align with their campus peers. So that's, again, where I'm thinking, like, we just,
what
like,
does that mean?
Participation trophies? Like, everybody just gets to do whatever they want? Like,
Do
because
it-
you played or do whatever? So then it continues. This change allows the NCAA, the conferences, and the member schools to focus on protecting the integrity of college games while at the same time encouraging healthy habits for student athletes who choose to engage in betting activities on professional sports.
That's the line that got me. Healthy habits.
Healthy habits.
I don't know if you know it or not, but the jails and the homeless shelters are filled with people with gambling problems.
Yeah.
How can you say, well, you know what?
It can
We're going to
be-
allow heroin into the game
it can
now.
quickly
Yes.
become an addiction. And, I mean, why do you think that any time, like when your boy Steve Russell reads his little bet thing, he speeds it through at the end because you have to put the disclaimer, like, if you have a betting problem, then you need to call.
And you can't, he doesn't want to.
So, like, I don't know.
This feels like the last step before we go totally Armageddon, where it's just, hey, college football is pro football. And that's the other thing is, look, these guys are pros. Let's face it, they're pros now. But even the pros don't get to bet. Pete Rose died not being a Hall of Famer because he bet.
Are we doing this because the NCAA has lost like every court battle and they just know that somebody's going to say something and they just don't feel like going to court again?
Jeff, I think it's more that the NCAA knows they can't win in the end. They're just like, look, eventually it's going to get to a point where we want to focus on things we can control, like the lacrosse national championship, and not on things we can't control, which is gambling, because gambling's still going to take place.
But last year, the last time we hosted the NCAA tournament in volleyball, I still do the PA there, and you have to be neutral.
Yeah.
And then all the announcements are NCAA related. And there's a specific announcement that I would make during the NCAA volleyball tournament games about gambling and how it's not allowed and you can't do this and all these other things.
And now your thing is going to be to come on and go, hey, if you want to gamble, pro football is all there for you. And come on down. In fact, we've got a booth set up here if you want to lay $10 down on the Raiders game this weekend.
Okay, so then now, remember the Alabama baseball coach that got fired a few years ago?
Inside info.
But he was gambling at a baseball stadium on professional sports. So now...
No, but he gave the guy info that he wasn't throwing his starter.
His guy.
Yeah.
But he still put a bet on it.
I know.
But now you can put a bet on it. So how can he get in trouble?
How can you see... My theory is that they don't want to mess with this, okay? They can't govern it. They don't have the power anymore. They don't have the manpower anymore. So if that's the case, then why just let them bet on their own games and, hey, let them take a day off and say, I had the under, I mean, I just don't know where we're going, Jeff. I always say college football is idiot-proof, and I'm starting to wonder whether it is or not. I'm not sure it is idiot-proof.
It could be one of the dumbest decisions I think I've ever seen.
I was startled when I saw it, and I just said, "What are we doing here?" And I think that's But the bottom line is, the NCAA is a branch of the presidents of the universities. The presidents of the universities are the ones who run the NCAA. They must have signed off on this at some point, which I still can't believe that they would they would want it to be okay for their student athletes to bet on everything except the sport they were playing. That just makes no sense. And not only that, but gambling's a problem. I'm not saying nobody should ever gamble. Everybody gambles. You're in 9 fantasy leagues. Unfortunately,
but I don't gamble on sports.
But I'm just saying, I had.
So am I allowed to now?
I guess so.
Like as an employee of the university?
You'll have to find that out from them. It's not going to make me gamble, I can tell you that.
But here's another thing, too. And again, we'll take your calls and certainly your comments on YouTube. But it's WRUF, home of the Gators. Lots to chat about with that. But the NCAA chief medical officer, her name is Dina Casiero. And here is another quote from part of what everything was talked about today. Abstinence. You know what that is?
Yes, I'm aware of what abstinence.
You practice that?
I am practicing it every day.
When you got married, you started practicing.
Yes, that was the beginning of it.
Only approaches to social challenges for college-age individuals are often not as successful as approaches that focus on education about risk and open dialogue. The NCAA will continue to collaborate with schools to help them provide student-athletes with meaningful education and other resources for those student-athletes who choose to participate in betting on professional sports. This harm reduction approach gives schools an opportunity to help student-athletes make educated decisions, prevent risky behavior, and seek support without fear of impacting their eligibility. So you're going to tell me, you're going to bring in some expert, and they're going to sit there, and they're going to tell you, hey, gambling's bad, you probably shouldn't do it. There's no way these kids are listening to any of that.
The back of the room guys are going,
yeah. I mean, they're sitting there laughing at these people that are trying to tell you this.
Well, did you see the other thing?
And how much money is going to be spent on these people coming in to talk.
And rehabbing the people that are going to get caught in gambling problems. You see what else the NCAA decided, that now they're encouraging condomless sex. They want that in all the campuses. So, I look, this is just you said it best, Jeff. This is literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen the NCAA do. And I know that part of it is that they don't want to enforce it because it's just too much. But are you going to enforce the NFL people betting on NFL games? And because you're allowed to do that. So at what point do you have to go as a coach to a player and go, hey, I just had somebody come to me and say, if you don't lose the game tomorrow, I'm breaking your kneecaps because your guy's way in debt for betting on all the Bills games or whatever. I mean, I think of these scenarios go through my head.
And that's where I think it's going to become a problem. Because if you're sitting there talking about having to educate them on preventing risky behavior. Well,
gambling is risky behavior.
But that's what I mean. So what is going to prevent like a kid who gets their $20,000 NIL check to now all of a sudden, my buddy or a guy that played for the Gators 2 years ago is playing for the Bills now, and he said we're going to smoke these guys.
And then
so
he
now
loses.
You put the $20,000 down, you lose, and now you don't have any money.
And guess what he does? He goes back to the school and says, "Hey, I need more money.
Correct.
I didn't get enough money, and I'm not playing this game. This is another. We keep opening Pandora boxes. Eventually, it's just going to explode." And
I mean, we're thinking about this, and we're just two morons on the radio. Like
I agree with that.
How do you not sit there and think about the repercussions of all this and allow it and even think it's a good idea?
Obviously there are enough fairly smart people that did think this was a good idea. I just don't get it.
I don't think that there's anybody this smart that thought this was a good idea.
Well, then why would they do it?
Because they're idiots.
Okay. So you're saying that all these presidents and everything are idiots. Athletic directors, everyone's an idiot.
For allowing this to happen, yes.
This was an idiotic move.
Yes.
I would agree with you on that, totally, 100%.
And your phone keeps going off.
I know.
Telling you to take your pills.
No, it's not telling me that. It's probably telling me that I see. Okay.
All right, let's get a break. We'll reset. We'll open up our Titan MRI and Imaging hotline. 392-8255 are the digits. We will chat. Playoff baseball going on right now. Seattle's up 2-0 on Detroit. And Pat, if you get this right before we go to break, I will give you
everything in your wallet.
Everything in my wallet plus what I get for going down to talk to Ocala tonight.
Oh, if I get this right, it's a big check, man.
What school did Dominic Canzone go to? The guy that drove in the first run for the Mariners.
Hofstra.
Have you ever even heard of Dominic Canzone?
I've not heard of the Mariners.
He went to Ohio State.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I would never have guessed
because they don't even have like a good baseball
Have
program.
you ever seen Ohio State in a regional at any point in your life?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
Michigan several times.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm sure you haven't run into them or I would have known about that. But even no, Ohio State baseball is not exactly
pretty crazy.
But anyway, they produced a guy who knocked in the first run, so they got that going for them.
That they did.
God, right. I had another question I was hoping you were going to ask me that I would have gotten right.
We'll get a break, and maybe I'll ask you that when we come back here on the Tailgate.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Juan Gonzalez. Friday night will be a showcase as Gators soccer hosts 12th-ranked Mississippi State, a challenge with pace, pressure, and set pieces. The Gators coming with momentum after their first SEC win, a 2-1 victory at Texas. 2 penalties were converted, including Abby Gemma's first collegiate goal. Inside the locker room, freshman striker Kai Chakaris feels it was a much-needed and well-deserved win.
We came out here just kind of knowing that we were going to give it our all no matter what, like we always do, and we deserved to win. We've been fighting our butts off, and it was time. So I'm so proud of all of us because we fought till the end, no doubt about it, and we deserve that for sure.
Winning against a ranked opponent would improve Florida's SEC tournament seeding. Kickoff at 7 p.m. And right around the corner on campus, Gators volleyball will host 25th ranked Missouri at the same time on Friday night.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
The tailgate is open. Now, back to Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, we're back here on the tailgate. All kinds of tomfoolery going around in the studio, though. I will say that. People jumping out and surprising people and freaking out. That's what I saw.
I'm surprised you saw it. You're not too good at seeing
I was
them.
looking dead straight.
So that's why you were able to do it. All right, I'm looking at the phone lines, and several are lit up. Charlie is here taking your calls today. This might be the last day that Charlie is with us, because if Philly does not win today, he might go into a hole or something for at least a week.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. No offense.
Well, I mean, Dodgers are good. That's why they paid everybody a gazillion dollars. It just sucks because it reminds me of the Braves a couple of years ago when, you win the division, you play really well, and then you get that first series off, and then you're not necessarily ready, and then all of a sudden you're at home, you're thinking you're going to win because you had the time off, and then it just doesn't happen. It's almost like it's harder sometimes to have that bye, but then Milwaukee's not having a problem. Toronto's not having a problem.
I think in any sport, I'm not as big a fan of the bye as some people are. I would rather go ahead and play right away, especially if you ended the season on a high note. But, hey, look, it's just the way it's set up. You got to go do it. It doesn't matter if you have a bye or not. One way or another, you got to try to win enough games to be able to hoist
the trophy. All right, well, we wanted to make this a special start to the day today. So we have miraculously lined up your two favorite callers here on the tailgate to start things off. We've got the Cattleman and we've got John. So a stellar start about to happen as the Cattleman kicks it off. What's up, man?
Hey, guys, happy hump day. Got a social engagement second hour, so I'll
hey, me
kick it
too.
off.
Maybe we'll be at the same spot.
There we go. Hey, speaking of kickoffs, guys, what about that Kansas City Chiefs kicker the other night? Chiefs had the game, and dumb butt kicks it out of bounds.
I was there. I saw it live. I was in the stadium. But yeah.
What's that?
Well,
what's
see,
that deal in the,
it's happened like 18 times now because of the new kickoff rule. They're all trying to pin it down there in the corner.
You can't kick it as hard as you want to.
Yeah, you just basically have to pooch kick, but then they're trying to contain them over there.
Put
and
it
then
one side or the other.
Kicking it out of bounds, and it's stupid. Just kick it down the middle and let them get tackled on the 25-yard line.
Well, they're getting tackled on the 30 and 35. That's why everybody's trying to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to drift too much here, but I think it was Pat's favorite defensive end, David Pollock. Remember when they had that segment, you have one job? Isn't that the kickoff guy's job? That's about your one job. Don't kick it out of bounds.
Yep,
pretty much.
But I mean, that as Jeff explained, they're trying so much to.
We went from them kicking it through the end zone and nobody ever returning kicks to at least getting that now, which I think you like, but. Yeah, there's obviously stuff they're still trying to figure out.
All right, moving on quickly here, guys. First off, congratulations to the Gators on the nice win. I look at the QBR rating, and in the NFL, it'll be the passer rating. And, Lagway played nearly perfect, right? 98.5 QBR, and for all the yucks on Arch, including me, I think Arch was about 70.5. That'd probably be a B minus. So Lagway and y'all's new receiver balled out, and the joke's on Arch, and I've been busting on Arch too, but it's not like Arch threw up a 45 QBR or anything.
No, but, I mean, the QBR is different in the NFL and college, but it tends to be higher in college. But the bottom line was if you watch the game, Lagway was clearly the better player on that day. Arch made some unbelievable throws on the run. They were really good throws, but his problem was Florida gave him pressure and Florida blocked. It all comes down to how much time do you have on each side of the ball. Do you have plenty of time? Then you're gonna be an accurate passer. If you don't have time, the greatest pass Arch Manning threw was when he got hit by Miles Graham right in the grill.
But yeah, and Cattleman, you can say that with anybody. I mean, look at Baker Mayfield now having success in the NFL. Look at Sam Darnold, guys like that. They were on crappy teams that couldn't protect him. Joe Burrow's on a crappy team that can't protect him. He keeps getting hurt. But if Joe Burrow was on the Bills, I mean, the guy might win 3 Super Bowls.
We'll see maybe Joe Flacco on the Bengals will make it.
Yeah, I wasn't calling about this, but I got to move along. So, but here on the QBR, college and pro, it's a 0 to 100 scale. It takes in-game situations, not mop-up duty. The NFL has this passer rating, and the perfect score is 158.3. It's always the first thing I look at. All right, my 2 quick questions. questions, guys. I have a question about the playoffs and a question about contracts and buyouts. Playoffs first, guys. Looking at the new AP poll, I believe you got Vandy coming in at 20, which is still pretty mind-blowing. Who saw that preseason? And I think Mizzou is at 14, and the rest of the SEC, most of the SEC is living in the top 12. I guess we're, one-third of the way through the season now, so the sample size is probably a sample. We got a lot of carnage coming here, guys. The SEC's not sending 8 teams to the playoffs.
No, of course they're not. They couldn't do that. There's only 12 to get in.
Well, and I mean, Missouri's got his easy schedule, but it's like it's everybody that had South Carolina ranked in the top 10 preseason, or at least top 15. Well, guess what? Now their next 5 games are against 5 top 10 opponents. So that's what you have to look at, and that's where all the lazy, dumbass people that are putting South Carolina 15 at the beginning of the year have no idea what they're talking about. So, of course, there's going to be carnage.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, y'all can count the numbers for me, but with Mizzou at 14, I think you might have 7 SEC teams in the top 14 right now in the AP poll.
Could be, yeah. I mean, it's all going to come down to it's going to come all come down to what the CFP thinks, And I think that's why I think most of the SEC is rooting for Alabama this week. They never do, but they are this week because they don't want to see Missouri with that soft schedule go into the playoffs.
Yeah, like Coach Spurrier says, in conference play, we got 8 SEC losers every week, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Next year, you're going to have 9.
Put your seatbelt on. I heard a provocative question today, guys, and clear out on you. I asked Steve this. I'm going to answer my own question, but I respect your guys' opinion. I like both your answers to this. I'm going to answer my own question first, spoiler alert, and say Jimmy Sexton on this. But if you listen to Kentucky radio, Pat, Matt Jones and all those dummies, all they're talking about up there is Mark Stoops' buyout. James Franklin's buyout's getting very well discussed on the internet. Google it. I know Billy's buyout has come up. Heard a really interesting question. Steve said it's really about one person stroking the check. I say it's Jimmy Sexton. But let's take Mike McDaniel for an instant down there at the Dolphins. Why is it when an NFL coach gets fired, he gets fired, and there's no discussion about buyouts, but every time it's time to fire a college coach, the conversation always revolves around buyouts? And a lot of them have the same agent, which is Jimmy Sexton, like Lane Kiffin. And a lot of these coaches go back from college and pro. Nobody knows what Herb got out of the Jags, but it's kind of an elementary question, but I've been thinking about it all day. I heard somebody else ask it. Why the hell is it every time in college when the coach is getting fired, it's all about the buyout? And how come when, say, Mike McDaniel gets fired next Tuesday, the buyout never comes up?
The simple answer is when somebody is buying out a college coach, they've got to go to the boosters to get the money. When somebody is firing an NFL coach, they just got to write a check because there's so much money coming into the NFL, and we've seen how much money the Cowboys are now worth. They aren't worried about buying out guys. In college, you've got to go to your boosters to get the money to buy out people.
Yeah, right. But let me challenge you on that, Pat. You got SEC coaches making $10 million a year, and I would assume, let's just use Mike McDaniel. I would assume, does he even have a buyout clause in his contract?
I'm sure he does, yeah.
Okay, so how come that never comes up when I'm watching Mike Florio and Adam Schefter talk?
Like I said, they don't. I mean, the owners don't care about the buyout. They don't have. I mean, they are raking in so much money from the TV contract and from concessions and everything. They're collecting $200 million a year. Do you think they care about paying a guy $25 million to leave because he's not doing a job?
Okay. So even though we don't hear about it, the buyout is still getting paid.
Yeah.
Okay, because a lot of times it's not just to protect the school, it's to protect the coach also. So we're to assume, I'm assuming Herb, when he's over at Jacksonville, he's sitting there with a $50 million buyout.
I don't know what he got. I never talked to him about it, but I know he got something.
I mean, the problem is the NFL, they're not disclosed, and in college they are. So there's your difference.
Yeah, okay. It's just, I mean, I'm telling you, guys, you listen to most college markets, it's all about the buyout. But I've never seen Schefter or Florio discuss it, and I find it kind of curious. Y'all hang in there.
Yeah, again, because it's protected.
Yeah, not only that, but I still think anybody cares what the buyouts are for NFL guys versus college. I think we may be getting to a point where nobody cares in college because it is not college football anymore. The college football that we love is gone away. And so we'll see how it all works out.
That we will. All right, we got to snag this break. John, hang on. We'll get you next and more of you after that. You're listening to The Tailgate here on WRUF.
What's stronger?
A Gator Chomp?
Or our coverage of Gator Nation?
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
Gator Nation, come on out to the Mealy Pop Shop here in town. We are the #1 spot in the state of Florida for sports cards, Pokemon cards, memorabilia, and pretty much everything else collectible. I like to say we buy, sell, trade, and grade at our shop. So if you want to buy something, if you want to sell something, make some cash, you want to trade in some stuff, or you can even grade as we grade with PSA, SGC, and CGC. We host weekly breaks with personal and group breaks. Just find us at Mealy Pops Breaks on all the social media platforms. Whether it be a massive Skeens RPA or Carlos Alcaraz Superfractor, we pulled some amazing hits. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreen. Whether you're 6 or 86, come on out to our shop. Open Wednesday through Sunday, and you can also access our website, mealypops.com, for all of your collectible needs. Go Gators, can't wait to see you at Mealy Pops. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreen. mealypops.com. Come on out to our shop.
There's a ton of things I love doing. That's why I have so many fun jobs and why I try so hard to make it to the kids' concerts, recitals, and games. But with everything that's going on, it doesn't leave me much time to take care of the chores at home. And since I hate chores, especially cleaning, I let the experts handle that one for me. Each week, a fully trained team from Molly Maid dusts, vacuum, wipes, cleans, whatever I need them to do in the house, leaving me more time to do the things I enjoy. Molly Maid is fully insured and is ready to do your dirty work for you as well. Call them up at 378-7755 or check them out online at mollymaid.com. They're made for this.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new Junior Chicken sandwiches at Sonic are only $1.99 each. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy chicken that comes in original or honey chipotle. No. Already did that one. Save that one for later. That's a soft no.
Find Junior Chicken sandwiches on the Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic. Tax not included. See menu for details.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You see the more than 70 bright green trucks all over town making sure our neighborhoods go from cluttered to clean. But what you may not know is there are more than 130 employees at GFL whose hard work and dedication deliver quality services to each and every one of you throughout the year. Rain or shine, regardless of the elements, GFL employees pride themselves on knowing what they do is crucial in our community, and they are looking to add fine folks to their ever-growing team. So if you want to be a part of the 4th largest provider of environmental solutions in North America, look into joining the Green Team here in Gainesville by checking out the career section at gflenv.com. Country fried sirloin, herb-crusted chicken, chicken critters, pulled pork, pork chops, sirloin steak. Do I have you salivating yet? Well, those are just a few of the things you can scarf down on the early dine menu at Texas Roadhouse. And best of all of that, only $12.99. It happens every Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5, so grab some grub and then head home and listen to the tailgate all the way until 6. And even though that's early dine, the staff of the Texas Roadhouse will wine and dine you 7 days a week with a menu made for many. Texas-sized combos, succulent steaks, and burgers that are as big as Gator Sports are just the start. And speaking of starting, their fresh baked bread with honey cinnamon butter is waiting. So what are you waiting for? Get over to the Texas Roadhouse and wash it all down with some beer, wine, or the coolest cocktails around. AJ and the crew are ready for you. It's just west of the interstate off of the Archer Road exit, so hit the road for the Roadhouse. Your taste buds will thank you.
It's always a
Always a great day here at Gainesville. We got a lot of things we can pay attention to. Jeff will be with us for the first hour, and then he is heading to the lovely Ocala Quarterback Club where I spoke last week. And they said, yeah, Jeff's batting cleanup. And I'm like, no, he's batting ninth is the way I look at it. I was batting eighth. He's batting ninth.
Well, ninth is definitely better, even if you're going to use that scenario, because you're eighth is like the worst spot.
Oh, yeah.
Place to bat. Ninth,
you're the second
want
leadoff guy.
Yeah, you want a guy down there that's actually going to turn the lineup over well.
You're batting eighth. I was batting seventh.
Yeah, that's a little better. All right, let's get back to the phones. John joins us next. Hey, John.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I tell you what, I'm mad as hell about two of the cheap shots in the college and pro sports this last week. They gave Jerry Jones a $250,000 fine for giving the middle finger to the Jets fans as if they didn't have it coming to them. And then, to make matters worse, on Saturday, they took 4 kids in. 4 kids. Now, Pat, I don't know how long it's been since you've been a kid. I know it's been about 70 years since I was a kid, 60 years. But, I mean, come on. 4 kids for rushing the field after they beat Texas, and they're going to take them in for trespassing. Come on now, something's wrong with that. If they're really worried about their safety, why didn't they just give them a $25,000 fine and really make it sink in? That is bull crap, and you know it.
No, that's the rule, John. I mean, nobody's ever rushed the stadium, and I mean they make announcements, they do everything to make sure that that doesn't happen. I don't have an issue with that one, and then the Jerry Jones one. I mean,
he doesn't have an issue with it.
No, he don't care. But I think, again, if it's deserved, yeah, that's totally fine. But you're also the owner of the Cowboys. Like, you can't be flipping that. Like, it's like
and that's why he got the big fine. He said he was trying to do a thumbs up instead.
If you say, if you say something to me and I get pissed off, John, and I say something bad and I curse or yell it, like in my role, I'm not supposed to be doing that. And something's going to happen. But if you see me on the street and I MF you, then that's totally fine. There's certain instances where you can and can't do something. And if you're flipping people off from the owner's booth, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with it. You never flipped anybody off on the street when they sat there at a traffic light? No,
of course I have. But again, I'm not in the owner's box representing something. If Jerry Jones did it, flicking off somebody for getting pissed because they cut him off, then there's not an issue with that.
Oh God, you just like to disagree with me. Okay,
John, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm telling you that
you do every time.
If Jerry Jones was in a car and just the example that you just gave, and he flipped somebody off, then he wouldn't have gotten fined.
No.
Who did it hurt by flipping the fence? I don't care if he's in the owner's box or not. Good God, he's an old guy. He's crusty. I mean, what do you expect? Didn't surprise me at all.
What did you do for a living, John?
I was a construction worker. I used to flip my finger I used to get my finger all the time.
Okay.
Did job.
Okay,
in fact, I had an aunt. One of my favorite aunts I had. She used to flip off her finger of one of her kids sometimes when he got out of hand.
Okay.
Well, that's a whole other story.
Everybody does that, John. I mean, what are you talking about?
But it's not all right when Jerry Jones does it. Okay.
No, it's not all right when Jerry Jones does it nationally. And
it's okay if he does it on the street, but not John. You're not understanding. There's certain circumstances where you can and can't do something.
It's entertainment.
Okay, but you know what? I'm not entertained by Jerry Jones flipping a bony finger up at me.
I don't care. It doesn't bother me a bit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's entertainment. I'm saying it's not entertainment.
Okay, and John. So if you're gonna you think I'm getting mad at you? Did you hear Baker Mayfield dog cuss somebody in Seattle in the stands and call him a certain word? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, I thought it was great. I mean, that's the type of guy you want. But, I mean, so when we're talking about the same thing here, John, like, I don't understand why you're getting so upset. You can't, John.
There's nothing wrong with
John, I can't right now yell at you and say some nasty words that would get me fined.
You can't say the word that means.
You don't think the Jets fans had it coming to them? You don't think they did something to...
Okay, of course they had it coming to you, but you also, in that position, you have to, like... refrain yourself from being able to do something like that.
He's human. He's flesh and blood. He's not perfect. He's not Jesus Christ, okay?
Correct, and he got fined for it.
He is Flesh and Johnny Walker is what he is.
Yeah,
and he's
whatever.
got more money that he makes in one day than John, you and I make in our entire life.
And what I don't understand is why Bill Belichick decided to get back into college coaching when Nick and he's the same age as Nick Saban. Nick Saban couldn't wait to get out of coaching, and Bill Belichick must be a masochist for punishment. I don't know why he went North Carolina.
Well, I think he may be a masochist. I don't know if it's
he hadn't tried it yet. He wanted to try something new.
Now he's tried it and he knows it's not working. They had an assistant coach today that got suspended.
There you go. Okay.
All right, John. Obviously, this isn't working today, so let's try this tomorrow when you're a little more sane. All right, buddy.
He woke up on the side of the wrong side of Tonto's bed.
I guess so. Jeez Louise.
Well, I mean, what was his first point? Because I was going to argue with that. I never got to that point.
Yeah, it was Jerry Jones. Bernard, what's up, man?
It was something else.
Hey, Jeff, you guys there?
Yeah, we're here.
Hey, man, I heard a Saturday Night Live, but this Wednesday afternoon live.
Yeah.
Hey, is this disagreeable Jeff Cardozo I'm talking to right now?
That's right.
Yep, Jeff is Jeff's in a bad mood.
Hey, man, this is from the Cattleman called early. He got a hot date in that senior community. Are you sure Jeff is going no Kelly? He going to do double date with the Cattle?
Yeah, we're going to go join each other at the Villages, man.
That was my joke. They did the Scott Brantley Award down there, and they were announcing the players that. And you have to be a senior to be eligible.
Yeah.
And so they got Buchholz and Ocala Vanguard, the Villages, and everything. I go, isn't everybody the Villages a senior? So.
That is a good joke.
Hey, look here. Hey, Pat, I had to call in. Jeff talking to John. He gonna use an example about John. What kind of work did you do? Oh, I was a construction. Hey, that killed Jeff. Next move, hey man, construction workers can flip you off anytime they want. When he said he was,
you're not working for anybody doing that.
They're whistling at girls and saying, "Hey,
hey, doctor, lawyer." What did it? John sound like a little like Rodney Dangerfield? Was that a joke or something? I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know what he was. He gets in those moods and he just. He has a very strong opinions that are usually wrong.
Jeff said, what do you do for a living? Oh, well, nice try. We'll try this again. Hey, man, look at the baseball. Jeff, these guys, I was talking to Steve earlier. What do you think Willie Mays and Hank Aaron would do now against today's pitcher, man? Because at the end of the season, I looked at these guys' batting average. They hitting 230 and 240. How are you going to make a case to get in the Hall of Fame when you are 240 hitter?
That's part of the reason that it's hard for Dale Murphy to get in, because he never hit for average.
Well, he didn't hit the number for homers.
No, but he didn't. I mean, I bet his – I'll look it up, but I bet his career batting average is like 260.
270? Yeah. That's plenty good enough. No, I think Bernard, obviously the pitching is so much different now, and I think those guys would still be good because you're talking about, two of the greatest players in the history of Major League Baseball. So they would have been all right. But, when you have one or two guys in the entire National League hitting above 300, then there's an obvious problem. But that's also just the way the game's changed. I think they're going to have to adjust, just like they, lowered the mound after Bob Gibson had that great year, all those types of things. And I don't think anybody envisioned guys would be able to throw 104 on the black.
With movement.
And you have these pitching labs now, and everybody's moving balls around, doing all these different things. And the cool part is, maybe one day we get a beer or something, Bernard, because it's fascinating on what big league teams do. And all the trends change. Like a couple years ago, it was the sweeper that everybody had. So then teams were teaching guys how to hit the sweeper. So now what do is you elevate fastballs because you're looking at a certain plane. Now it's coming a different way. I mean, that ball Judge hit last night off the foul pole, that was the first time all year that he hit a homer when it was not a strike. So the first time he hit a home run, that the ball was not inside the strike zone. So it's really, really hard to do.
Two quick things. So Judge hit 331 Trey Turner 304. I know Riley as a catcher had a big homer year, but how can you not give Judge the MVP? And second, Jeff, you mentioned about LSU. I remember baseball team. I remember watching them in the World Series some years back, and everybody on the team was 6'3", 225, and the baseball bat looked like a baton in the hand. And I said, man, all these guys are using steroids, man.
Oh, yeah.
They were. I remember that one year that Andy had Aaron Walker and Dwight Edge, and he's like, I got the boppers now. Turned out that it didn't work out exactly great. But
all right, you guys take care.
All right, Bernard. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
I do want to send a shout-out to my brother over in St. Augustine, or actually in Jacksonville. Jamie Dooley has been going through some stuff and taking some shots in his back, and he's all bruised up today, and I just wanted him to know we're all thinking about him, and we love him, and he's a good man, and we'll get through this. It's been a tough time for Jamie.
All right. Yeah, good luck. Hopefully all goes okay. All right, let's snag this break. We'll come back, wrap up the first hour. You're listening to The Tailgate here on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Jackson Lynch. Florida football is heading into one of the loudest stadiums in America on Saturday night, Kyle Field. The Gators hit the road to face number 5 Texas A&M once again as underdogs. Freshman receiver Dallas Wilson is looking to build on his record-breaking debut with 6 catches, 111 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the win against Texas. Napier recently spoke on the team's ceiling.
You know, I felt strongly about the team in the offseason, and I think I finally kind of saw us put it all together in all parts of our team. And I believe there's more ceiling here.
On the diamond, fall ball continues. Florida baseball started practice Monday and is back at it today at 2 with a scrimmage underway this afternoon. All sessions are free and open to the public at Condren Ballpark. And in the O-Dome this Friday, Gator volleyball hosts number 25 Missouri at 7.
I'm a man. I'm 40. And even though Pat is about double that, and we don't agree on lots of things, we both can appreciate the impact of something special on the Gainesville community. For more than 40 years now, Quality Plumbing has been proudly supporting countless local organizations and, of course, the Florida Gators year in and year out. And, by the way, they're pretty good at plumbing, too, setting the standard in the industry with reliable service and the results you can count on. So when your next plumbing problem pops up, don't stress. It's never a problem to pick up the phone and call Quality Plumbing 24/7, day or night. Quality Plumbing, where service, trust, and community come together. License number CFC 043073. All right, sports fans, quick timeout from the game talk because this is Poptober. And if you're thinking about popping the question, then Oaks Jewelry is running that kind of deal that's a slam dunk and a touchdown all rolled up into one. So here's the play. All engagement rings up to 20% off. Diamond wedding bands and enhancers, yep, 20% off too. And if you grab that engagement ring, they'll even throw in a free bottle of champagne because every big win deserves, of course, a post-game celebration. I'm telling you, Oaks Jewelry is going to coach you through building the perfect ring, customizing the setting she's searching for, and make sure you score big when you get down on one knee. No Hail Marys here. This is a guaranteed score. So don't get flagged for delay of game. Run the 2-minute drill the way you're supposed to, and head over to Oaks Jewelry this Poptober and lock in the biggest W of your life. While your favorite teams are chasing trophies, chase a little sparkle of your own. Oaks Jewelry, locally owned, always the MVP, and Gainesville's go-to for championship bling.
Hey, it's Adam with Adam's Rib Company. 20 years ago, my wife Michelle and I sought out to offer the best barbecue at a fair price to you, our loyal customers. We feel like we've been doing that. And to continue the great brand that we started many years ago, we've expanded to offer our new mobile kitchen, The Little Rib. Give us a check out on Facebook to see where you can find it at next. In addition, we can provide any barbecue catering needs. Dine in with us at our main location or give us a call at 352-373-8882 or visit us online at adamsribco.com.
So many of us have been looking for Waldo ever since we were kids, and when we finally found that red and white sweater, we were ecstatic. So many of us now are looking for a great deal on a vehicle, and guess what? When you find Waldo this time, you'll find a used car lot full of deals. Right Price Auto is right in the heart of Waldo, and they've got pretty much anything you'll be looking for in a used vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and even RVs. And you'll get the lowest fees, a lot less than those big dealers around. In business for more than a decade, they've got quick and easy financing, a simple process of buying with no waiting around. Just find what you want and drive away that day. It's a quick and easy drive, too. Just 10 minutes from the Gainesville Airport, right off of 301. Check them out online at Right Price Auto FL, and then stop by and tell them the Tailgate sent you for a no-hassle way that'll surely make your day. All right, athletes, weekend warriors, anybody else battling pain, time to listen up. If you're looking for some cutting-edge stem cell therapy, you don't need a passport to travel overseas or chase gimmicks. Just head to PRP Regeneration Specialists. It's right here in Gainesville. Stem cell treatment can deliver faster pain relief, quicker recovery, and minimal downtime, all while being safe, effective, and anti-inflammatory. So whether it's just that annoying everyday pain, some arthritis, some lingering COVID symptoms, or even some severe burns, they've got your back to get you on track. It's safe, effective, and trusted by athletes and active adults alike. Call 352-260-4061 and get back in the game with PRP Regeneration Specialists. You work hard, you play hard. Now it's time to heal smart. Again, that's 352-260-4061, PRP Regeneration Specialists.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
A couple of sprinkles are possible west of I-75 this evening. Otherwise, a gradual increase in cloud cover this evening into the overnight. Low temperatures to start off our Thursday in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Now, tomorrow, a front will approach our area. Winds should pick up. They'll gust to about 30 miles an hour at times. Temperatures in the mid-80s will have an increased chance for scattered thunderstorms during the afternoon and evening. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
You're listening.
Why is there so many mullets in Major League Baseball?
I don't know, and the mustaches too. It's weird.
Well, a lot of times it's just guys don't want to cut their hair or shave, or
and they let the Yankees now have facial hair, so
do they?
It's working. Working for them.
The guy who hit the big homer last night didn't have any. Aaron Judge.
Yeah, no, Chisholm doesn't.
He's still bare.
But the catcher does. He's got his Pat Dooley stash from your column pictures in the 90s.
That was a big, thick mustache. Yeah, that was a Harry Reams.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. All
right,
that was the good old days.
Yeah, I still love those pictures from the columns. You having that big old stash. I'm gonna ask. So you didn't know who the guy was that drove in the first run for the Mariners, right?
Of course, I didn't know.
Dominic Canzone.
Yeah.
Do you know who the first name of the catcher that just drove in the run for Detroit? Dingler.
Actually, I know Dingler. I know the name Dingler because I saw him at one of the games. I'm going to go with Braden Dingler.
Starts with a D.
Dominic.
Could be
Dingler.
Dirk Dingler.
Dirk Dingler. I like Dirk Dingler.
It's Dylan Dingler.
Why would you do that to your son?
I don't know.
Hey, DD.
Alliteration.
DD, what's up, DD?
Alliteration,
hey, Dirk.
Doles.
Well, you didn't do that, though. You named your kid Austin.
Yeah.
That's just a name.
Yeah, I know. I liked Austin. Brooke got named after a Hooters waitress that I thought was cute. Back when I was doing trivia.
She know that?
Trivia at Hooters back in the day. No.
Okay. But she does now because she's listened to the shows. She's always, what's Dad going to say next?
Pop's saying. Lots to say if you want to chime in today. Again, the big news that we talked about a lot, and you can continue to do that with Pat in this second hour, is the stupid. Now I'm scared to say words. Jerry Jones getting fined. John's yelling at me, so I can't say anything bad here.
The government is listening to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Then allowing student athletes to inevitably bet on pro sports is asinine.
I can't agree more, and I just don't know where we're heading here. Because if you start with that, What's the next step going to be? Yeah, you can bet on your own games. Yeah, you can bet on anything. Yeah, you can throw games. If you want to throw games, hey, That's of course that is the reason why there's a no betting clause, or why people have that, is because they don't want anybody giving inside information to gamblers, and they don't want them betting against themselves. And that was where Teddy DePay got in trouble, because he was betting on college but they weren't Florida games. He was betting on other games, or he was involved, or at least he was turned in for doing that. Whether he did or not, it's not even the point.
But don't you think that as much money as the casinos make and the influential people that run all those types of things would not want to have kids betting? Or would they want them to have betting because maybe they don't know enough, and then maybe now it's going to add to even more money that they make because they're going to lose a bunch of money?
In theory, you would think they would make a lot, because college athletes aren't going to be any better suited to bet on the NFL than you and I are.
No, of course not.
No, I don't care how talented you are, how good a player you are. That has going to have nothing to do with it. So it's going to come down to whether they can make a lot
money now
more money
going into the.
But how many players do you think are going to say, "Hey, I'm getting $100,000 on NIL money for this year. I'm gonna gamble a lot."
They're going to. I mean, all the frat dudes around here. That's how they. I mean, I know a bunch of them, and they sit there and
That's how they get through school.
I'm watching them on their apps, like literally live betting and doing all these different things. Like I'm at the Swamp. We were there on Saturday, and I was sitting there talking to a kid, and he's sitting there going through his phone, like seeing what he's winning or losing for the day.
Which is a problem. I mean, that is a problem for that kid and his parents. And it's a problem for everybody that has a gambling addiction. And it's just gotten out of control already, and it's only going to get worse. And it all goes back to fantasy football, where kind of the gambling fascination when this country is taken over.
I don't know about that.
That is one reason the NFL got so big, because all of a sudden you cared about every game because you had a player on almost every team, and so you cared about every game, or you were playing against somebody, so you'd watch. That's how they got people to start watching every minute of every game. Because, and look, I played fantasy football when I was in Jacksonville, so this has been the '80s. And I actually, 85, won the league. How about that?
The first year that I ever played, Ickey Woods was my first pick.
Did you do the Ickey shuffle?
That's how long ago it's obviously been around. But then
my guy was Joe Morris during that Giants Super Bowl year.
Nice.
Yeah, he carried me. He'd score 3 touchdowns a game every time, it seemed like.
Real quick before I get out of here, the Tigers started Casey Mize today.
Former
Auburn. And, it's crazy because you think about, the guys you get to have seen in college and broadcasting those games. But, I mean, I remember it's Casey Mize versus Alex Faedo, like going at it on Friday night.
That was wasn't that the matchup at the Super Regional the next year, or was Faedo gone by then? Because Faedo was his last year, been 17 when they won it. Yeah,
yes.
So, but they went against each other that year too.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the stuff you're talking about. It's like, it's pretty crazy.
It's wild. It's weird and wild, Jeff.
But, I mean, with Detroit's season's on the line, he gave up 2 hits in 1 run in 3 innings. He struck out 6, and they yanked him after 3 innings.
These guys are not messing around, are they? And when you get to the postseason, they're going, 2 innings, that's enough. I've seen enough of you. I'm bringing in the next guy. And, sometimes I think they go too far. They go too hard on that. They outthink themselves.
It is hard for sure. All right, we got to take our top of the hour break. I'm going to bail on duels, get down to Ocala. So call them up, keep them company, and do it for 1 more hour. You're listening to The Tailgate here on WRUF. There's so many reasons to love living in North Central Florida. The trees and the breeze are certainly a part of that, but as we have all realized from another round of storms, those things may not be the best for our residents and our roofs. But what is the best is a company that's been fixing things the right way for more than 40 years. That's the locally owned and operated Gainesville McFall Builders and McFall Residential Roofing. They offer the longest warranties in town, a 10-year instead of 5, and all of their workers are employees, no subcontractors that are going to give a subpar effort. They're a lot of people going door to door trying to do things the wrong way with no care about what it does to you. So why don't you go with the crew that uses premium products that are certified by the manufacturers to install? At McFall, you'll get state-licensed building contractors for all your home renovation needs. With extra care, protect that pool, lawn, RV, or fancy fire pit during the process. And their process? Well, it's as easy as watching Florida State football stink. You get a detailed walkthrough before anything is even started. Call them today at 352-415-9098. I'm telling you, it'll be great. It's known as a small place with a big taste. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're really missing out. The place that's been voted best cheesesteaks in Gainesville, it's called Big Mills. Serving 100% top butt sirloin, 100% chicken breast on their cheesesteak sandwiches, Big Mills has a big taste. They also offer sausages, hot dogs, burgers, and salads with a baseball theme inside that every diehard is going to want to see. They've also got ice cream and milkshakes to wash it all down, so come on down to 2111 13th Street, right next to Adam's Ribs, and see why Big Mills is a small place with a big taste.
The world-famous Bud Light beer was introduced in 1982. Just think of all the great Gators moments since. And Bud Light was there for all of them. It was there at the tailgate, glowing on a neon sign at your favorite spot to watch the games. It was in the stadiums, arenas, ballparks too. Bud Light and Gators fans have shared decades of great moments together. Cheers to many more. Always 4 simple ingredients for a crisp, clean taste. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Every pitch, every swing, everything means more in October. Hey, it's Steve Russell. On Hard Rock Bet, you can get in on every postseason moment right in the palm of your hand. Don't want to sweat all 9 innings? Try betting on if there'll be a first-inning run. Step up to the plate today. You might just go yard. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Bowers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
My name's Michael Green. I'm a captain with the fire department.
When Captain Green went shopping for an engagement ring, he shopped dozens of jewelry stores, but he found the best price, the best quality, and the best service at International Diamond Center.
I probably wasn't the easiest customer. I was pretty picky, and those guys were completely patient. They helped me find exactly what I was looking for, and a huge help through the whole thing. Everything from when you walk to the door to, all the help we got to the pricing and the quality of the diamond.
And the icing on the cake? IDC's extra 15% discount for first responders and military, people on the front lines of service.
Yeah, it's definitely not a career you get into to get rich. When it comes to those sorts of things, we're kind of working off of a budget. But I've referred a few guys at work to the crew over there at International Diamond Center, and they've all been happy with it.
If you're a first responder, you'll always get the red carpet at IDC. White glove service, special financing, and a generous extra discount.
I had nothing but a wonderful experience with International Diamond Center. Really looked out for me and my family.
At Celebration Point, and always online at shopidc.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
If I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
All right, we're back here for the second hour. Brought to you by Meldon Law. As always, they won't back down. We appreciate them so much. Jeff is on his way to Ocala to speak to the Ocala Quarterback Club. Great group of people. I've always loved going down there and speaking to them. We've talked a lot about the NCAA. They haven't totally approved it yet, that you can start betting on, athletes can start betting on other sports other than the sport they're playing. But it's going to happen. It's just they took the big step towards it. And we do have, believe it or not, we have college football tonight. Now, this is kind of like, and Jeff likes to give me a hard time about this. If you had told me that the college football season was beginning and we had gone through the long, hot summer, and this was late, early August, middle of August, and they're going to have two games. One of them is Missouri State at Middle Tennessee. The other one's Liberty at UTEP. I would have said, I'm in. I'm all in. I want to watch football. Tonight, I don't know if I want to watch the game at Johnny Red Floyd Stadium between the Middle Tennessee, Blue Raiders, or is their nickname, Missouri State. I want to go with Bobcats. What is it? Grizzly. Missouri State? There's no Grizzly Bears in Missouri. There's no Grizzly. Anyway, and I certainly have no interest in Liberty at UTEP. Usually, they're the Bears. Sorry. Bears. You were close. It was a kind of bear. I'm usually pretty good at getting them all. And so we'll see what happens. But again, am I suggesting you watch these games? There's something better on, including baseball tonight. And we'll try to keep you updated on the game that's taking place right now in Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, I was watching the game, and then I realized, then all of a sudden it said Fox Preview is over. So I had to stop watching it. It is right now 3-3, bottom of top of the seventh, okay, between Seattle and Detroit. And, of course, last night everybody was talking about what happened with Aaron Judge, obviously hitting that 3-run homer off the fair pole. That was a monster shot, and it certainly changed the way people look at him. Now, everybody's saying that. Everybody's going, well, he's Mr. October. Nobody can say anything bad about him. That was a huge homer. That season was on the line. I mean, they're losing 6-1. They come back and he ties it up, and they end up winning. But if he goes 0 for 4 tonight and they get beat, he's still, the guy who can't hit in the postseason. But I mean, he had a double in that game too. Maybe he's figured it out. But people like to pick on great players. I know that. There's no doubt about it. But we'll keep you up to date on that, and also we'll talk a little bit about the other other college baseball game. Don't forget we get NFL tomorrow as well. There's 4 games on Thursday night in college football. Not one of them gets me going. And this is the problem that college football, in my mind, has right now, is you have too many games that nobody wants to watch. You have too many games where you have to be a diehard nut. Friday, there are 3 games. Am I going to watch any of them? I might watch South Florida, North Texas. North Texas got a good team. That'll be kind of a fun game to watch. Other than that, no. But that's not even the biggest problem. Look, if you want to play games on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and the games are going to be crap that aren't going to move you, that's fine. At least it's something. And again, it's all about content for ESPN. It's all about content for all these networks. We have to give you something that will encourage you to turn in. It may not be the greatest thing in the world, but at least there'll be something on it. It won't be a rerun of Mama's Family, I mean, it's going to be something. Live football action, live sports action. That's all we want. That's all we ever asked for, is just live games. These games, these 9:30 NFL games, I get up in the morning, I start working because Sunday's my big prep day to get ready for the back nine, get it all kind of put together a little bit, and then finish it off in the morning. And I'll wake up Sunday morning and I'm like, there's a game on. And I'll flip it on. It doesn't even have to be 2 teams I care about. It's still fun to watch. And morning golf, there is nothing as good as morning golf. British Open's great. Some of these other tournaments where they play in the morning, they're great. Irish Open, stuff like that, on the other side of the pond. But my point is, in a perfect world, there would be something being played live in sports at every minute of every day. and that would include 4 a.m. 4 a.m., you got to have somebody playing cornhole or something. There's got to be some live action on. That's what I'm going to start, the live sports network. We'll get the rights to cornhole. I don't think we'll have a problem there. We'll get the rights to what was the game I saw the other day where they were – well, disc golf is one of them. But there was another game where somebody was playing something, and I was like – Karen came in, she goes, what is this sport? And I go, I'm not sure, honey, but I'm watching it. That's the way it works. All right, let's go ahead and get some phone calls, 392-8255. If you want to get in here, and Copper Gator has done that, and now he's on the air. What's going on, Copper Gator?
What's going on, Pat? It's funny you mentioned that continuous sports. I think I heard earlier that there's 49 days straight of continuous football games.
So it starts tonight because there was no game last night. So
correct. So starting from now, there's a game, either college or professional, for the next 49 days for football. So that kind of gets your answer there if you'd like it.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, just give me the option of watching it. Don't make You can't make me watch it. You can't be Clockwork Orange and prop it open with toothpicks. You know,
I mean, if you're asking, and also if you're asking for early morning stuff, if you turn on sometimes on ESPN, you get those dart matches get pretty intense over there in Europe, Pat.
Well, I will give them a look. I will, because believe me, I'm not the kind of guy who likes to watch any pregame shows, whether it's college, pros. I don't care. I don't care what you think about the team I care about, and I don't care what you think about a team that I've been studying all week to try to, get ready for a podcast. So I don't care what you guys have to say. And now you got McAfee on the one, and I don't want to watch that either.
So the reason I called, you were talking about sports and the Yankees and Judge. He's having a pretty phenomenal season, pretty phenomenal postseason this time with his stats right now. But I was going to ask your opinion. Do you think the big markets like the Yankees and Boston and LA draw way more attention from the media in the sense of people wanting to know what's going on, what's happening? Because you haven't heard much about the Mariners-Detroit series whatsoever. And yet all you hear about is the Yankees and how they're doing and what they're doing, and it's broadcasted off of every sports show and things of that nature. Does that matter?
Well, that's why a lot of guys want to go play in those big markets because they're going to have more advertising opportunities. That's just the way it works. But, yeah, I mean, look, there's more media in those markets in the first place. So you might have 15, people with mini cams at your game, and you go play in I'm just trying to think of Detroit or something. Well, Detroit's a pretty big city. You go play in Oklahoma City in basketball, and you're going to have 3 mini cams there. You can have 2 beat writers, where you might have 9 in New York and L.A. So I think that's the biggest thing. The bigger the city, the more exposure you're going to get, but it doesn't always mean you're going to be better. It doesn't.
Yeah, and it seems though, and I really enjoy watching even Phillies. You guys mentioned a little of Phillies coming on off a bye and losing a couple. Their fans are passionate, and you want to see that. That's what I want to see in the postseason is how important it matters because they live and die by every pitch. By every swing of the bat, and it's like, man, this is 3 hours of on-your-edge seat entertainment that's really fun to watch, even if you're not a baseball fan. I'm a diehard baseball guy, so it's even better for me when it's like this.
Yeah, I'm not a huge baseball guy. I love college baseball, but when the playoffs start, I'm all in. As soon as the first pitch is thrown, I'm going to watch every minute that I can watch, and because it feels different. You know that. It doesn't feel the same when you're watching game 158, and a team's already clinched their division. I'm not going to watch that game. But now, this time of year, man, I'm all in on these games, and I'm enjoying the heck out of them.
And the last question I got is football and lines and spreads. How do they have Florida getting 7.5 on the road against a top 5 team? I mean, you'd think it would have to be double digits. You think that A&M should be way favorites here. They're 5-0. We're 2-3, and they think we're a one. They're getting 3 points at home no matter what. So they think that they're a 4.5-point favorite against a losing record team.
Well, again, it was the spread to change as the week goes along, but I think a lot of it has to do with they're putting their odds based on what they think Florida should be, not what Florida may be. And they're looking at the last game and they're going, hey, maybe they figured it out, and that's why the spread is as low as it is. I agree with you. I was a little bit surprised to see it there, but hey, you know what? They're usually right.
I mean, Vegas has been doing it long enough to know. But if I'm the Florida fan, and I trust Vegas more than I trust a lot of people because they seem to win every single time, they think this is going to be a close game. So I've got optimism a little bit going into this game, and hopefully it carries over. And we'll talk to you later, Pat, and we'll catch you on next time. And go Gators!
All right, thanks. Yeah, there's no doubt. And we've experienced this all year. You never know what the spread's going to be because look, they're trying to set a spread that will get the most people to bet on the game. They're not telling you here's what we think is going to happen. They're saying here's where we're going to set the spread, and we'll get money on one side, and then we'll get money on the other side, and it'll go down a half point, and then it'll go back. And that's the goal. The goal is to make as much money as you possibly can in Vegas and everywhere else you're betting. Hard Rock, mybookie.ag, which is the official betting site of Another Duly Noted podcast. I want to mention that. And you can use the promo code Duly and get discounts on your bets. And again, here I am promoting a betting thing after ripping people for letting people bet. This is the kind of the hypocrisy we all live in right now. We're all living in a Hippocratic world in that nobody wants to bet. There's a lot of people out there, no, I'm not saying nobody wants to bet. There are a lot of people out there that think betting is one of the major sins, like alcohol, drugs, gambling, prostitution. They're right there in the same wheelhouse. But if somebody came up and said, hey, I'll bet you $5 right now that you can't walk that far, whatever, I'll take that bet. Gambling is built into our souls. But it doesn't mean you should tell college football players, college athletes, it's okay to gamble now on pro sports. That's the problem I have. We'll take a break. When we come back, I think you'll be a little bit surprised to find the highest get-in price in college football Saturday. May not be the game you're thinking of, but it's a game, and I'll be watching it. This is The Tailgate on ESPN WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Jackson Lynch. Gators football is traveling to face number 5 Texas A&M Saturday night, one of the few unbeaten teams left in the country. Florida's coming off a statement win over top 10 Texas in the Swamp, and the SEC honors piled up after that one. DJ Lagway was named Offensive Player of the Week, Dallas Wilson took home freshman honors, and Taylor Spirito earned Special Teams Player of the Week. Now the Gators are hoping to build on that momentum and turn their season around in College Station. Napier recently spoke on Jaden Ball's involvement in the offense moving forward.
He's got to touch it, and I think just the brand of football we need to play, the formula for us is him, a good healthy dose of him.
Florida baseball is getting back into rhythm this week as fall ball rolls on in Gainesville. Practice started Monday and a scrimmage is currently underway at Condren Ballpark. All sessions are free and open to fans. And Gators soccer looks to climb the SEC standings when they host Mississippi State on Friday at 7.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
Stream all of our shows on YouTube.
Christmas around that time. That's usually when we're in St. Augustine, but we were there obviously in the middle of, late September. Or it might have been the 1st of October. I think it was actually the 2nd of October. Anyway, I don't think anybody cares about that. And there weren't a lot of people there, and that was great. It was great just to be able to walk the streets and have a good time, and it was a lot of fun. St. Augustine's the place. You know how I feel about that place. All right. So I was going to mention to you the cheapest, or not the cheapest, the most expensive get-in ticket right now for a college football game on Saturday. A lot of people would say, well, it's got to be that Oklahoma-Texas game, right? It's probably a pretty expensive ticket, $261, I believe it is. And that is the most expensive. I misread that, and I think it may have changed between break there. But what I was stunned at was Georgia at Auburn. $225 is the get-in price to see a bad Auburn team. I think Auburn stinks. I mean, I know that they thought they were going to be really good this year, and obviously they've lost 2 in a row to 2 really good teams. They're both ranked. They haven't beaten anybody any good. Baylor is their big win, and Baylor's not ranked. But obviously, if this game is going to be huge for them, and if they find a way they could kind of salvage the season, kind of like, well, this is what happens in college football, man. Everybody's trying to either get into the playoffs, have a good record and get to a nice bowl, salvage a season, or look for a new coach. Those are the 4 things. There are very few teams that are saying, hey, look, every year we're going to play for a national title. There are some. Ohio State's one. I think Notre Dame is one. Even with those 2 early losses, I still think, the rest of their schedule is really easy. And if they win out, they've got that They've got that cachet that nobody else has. Nobody has the cachet of Notre Dame. It makes no sense to me, and it makes no sense to a lot of people. But nobody is going to get a bigger break on anything than Notre Dame football, and it's because of Knute Rockne and Frank Leahy and Ara Parseghian and Lou Holtz and all these great teams that they've had and all these Heisman Trophy winners, including one with a team that was 2-8. Paul Hornung won it. Notre Dame is what it is, and whether you like it or not doesn't matter. I'm not a Notre Dame fan in any way. I'm the most Irish guy in the world, and I don't like Notre Dame. In fact, when I was young, all my friends hated Notre Dame because almost all my friends once I got to regular school, I got out of Catholic school after 8 years there, got to regular school, and nobody liked Notre Dame. I didn't really think about Notre Dame very much. But when you were a kid in my age, you know what came on every Sunday? Notre Dame football. They would show the game. We now go to further action. And they would show, like, they'd fit it into like an hour and a half or 2 hour window. Notre Dame football game every Sunday. Who else got that kind of publicity? 0.0 people. And that's one reason that Notre Dame is such a big deal with the Subway alumni. You know, everybody grew up having a feeling about Notre Dame one way or another. There's nobody out there that's a college football fan who has no opinion on Notre Dame. You might not have an opinion on Auburn. You might not have an opinion on Washington, but you have an opinion on Notre Dame one way or another. That's just the way it is, and that's why they're such a big deal. But this is what I go back to that just keeps driving me nuts. I don't get why we can't get to a point where we have better games every Saturday instead of, the opening games of the weekend, week 1, now we had week 0, now we got week 1. These games are unbelievable. It's going to be one of the great weekends of all time. Then the next weekend comes and nobody's playing each other. It's just terrible games. And then the next weekend, we got good games this week. There's enough to keep excited. And then the next week comes, there's no good games. And we all know that college football always delivers a game you didn't think was going to be good. Always, every week it does. There's a game you go, let me go find this on the CW network or wherever it is, or FS1. But I'm hooked. I'm going to watch every single game that I can get a hold of. There are some ranked on ranks this week, which is good. I wish there were more. I think we ought to be in a position where it's all power for playing each other. I think if we can get to the 60-team league that I propose, maybe kick a couple of people out. Sorry, you didn't quite get it done. Of course, the easy one to kick out would have always been Vanderbilt. Now Vanderbilt's gotten good, so I don't know what you do about them. But we do have some ranked on rank, and of course, Ohio State, Illinois. I don't know that that's rocking my boat. I think that's the third TV. Illinois is ranked 17, and I don't really know why. I guess that win they had over USC helped them. Yeah, but I mean, what? USC? Come on, man. Is USC even relevant anymore? But anyway, so that's the game on Fox. And then, of course, Alabama, Missouri is on ABC. I would be stunned if Missouri even makes this a good game. I think Alabama's figured things out, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Other than that, though, not a lot of ranked on ranked, and we always love ranked on ranked. But the big game, of course, I can't believe I'm saying these words are coming out of my mouth. The big game of the week, Indiana at Oregon. That's a Big Ten rivalry that you just can throw the record. You can throw the records out of the window. Big Ten rivalry, baby, Indiana, Oregon. I wonder how many times they've ever played in life. But that's a CBS game at 3:30. And then, of course, Oklahoma, Texas. Now, Texas isn't ranked because Florida took care of that. So, that away, Gators. Make sure we didn't have a ranked team there. And that'll be a good game, too. I think that's it for the ranked on ranked. There's to me, Arkansas, Tennessee, a big game to watch. Of course, Florida's not ranked, playing at Texas A&M. That's 7 o'clock game. You guys all know that already. I'm just looking through to make sure there's no more ranked unranked. I don't think there are. But there are a lot of games that are going to be interesting. They're going to be upsets. We're still early enough in the year that if somebody as a 10-point underdog wins a game, you go, man, I should have probably seen that coming. But I don't know how you can. It's still way too early for us to figure out what everybody's got. I still have no idea what Florida is right now. I know what they aren't. They're not undefeated. They're not, like I said the other day, they should change the song at the end of the third quarter to wake me up when September ends, because they're just not, they don't play good in September, and they got to figure out why they don't. I don't care who the coach is. Somebody's got to figure that out. Why can't you get it going in September? Been bad around here. And then they do figure some things out. So have they figured it out? And that's the other thing about A&M, Texas A&M, that's interesting to me is you look at all their stats. And, again, I've watched them play. I watched the Notre Dame game. I watched a lot of the Auburn game. I watched a lot of the South Carolina game. And you watch them play, and they're a good team, but they don't do anything spectacular. They're kind of a fundamentally sound team. They don't score a ton of points, but they did against Notre Dame when they had to. Then they play Auburn. They score 16, but they won 16-10. They really rush the passer well, and that's a concern. The one kid, Cassius, I had his name written down here and I forgot to look at it. Has 7 sacks already this year. That's a lot. That's a sample size that makes you a little bit nervous. So whether they're able to sustain that going forward in a game like this, we'll see. But whether Florida is able to do what they did last week, which is to block the crap out of Texas. Block them. Don't let them tackle your quarterback. Also, rush their quarterback. Marcel Reed ate you up last year in his first ever start. Tore you up. We thought he was like the greatest quarterback in the country. And then he got benched after that. But Florida won last week's game because lines of scrimmages. That's why they won. Defensively and offensively. That's got to continue. It's got to be the same level of play. That's the only way you're going to win. You're not going to win with a bunch of fancy trick plays and everything. And I know I'm always calling for trick plays, but look, that's not what wins you games. It could win you possessions, but not games. You're going to win this game on the lines of scrimmage. All right, we got to get a break. We'll do that. We'll come back here, take some of your phone calls, 392-8255. This is The Tailgate on WRUF.
Your home for Thursday Night Football all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right, Gainesville, here's the deal. When I was renovating my place, I quickly learned rewiring your entire house isn't exactly a DIY weekend project. That's when I called Vintage Electric. The guys showed up ready to tackle the job way better than what we normally see on Saturdays, and trust me, they didn't miss a single play. Vintage Electric has been lighting up homes and businesses for more than 20 years, handling more than 2,000 calls a year. So whether it's a full rewire, a quick fix, or keeping those Friday night lights ablazing, these guys bring the power, literally. Plus, they drive those slick green vans around town. I mean, if you see one, you know help is on the way at all hours of the day. Vintage Electric does business the old-fashioned way, using years of experience to provide quality electrical work to this community that we all love so much. So don't wait for a power outage to bench your plans. Call Vintage Electric at 352-371-8021 or check them out online at vintageelectric.net. License number EC 13007542. Vintage Electric, keeping Gainesville powered one play at a time.
Hey y'all, it's Kyle from Leonardo's Pizza, Gainesville's iconic restaurant. You know, time zooms by and our town is changing all around us, but for 50 years, Leonardo's is still the calm in the storm. At Leonardo's, of course, we make delicious deep dish pizza and our famous garlic knots, but we sell memories. Come in to relive old ones, make new ones, and let us know that you heard me on the tailgate for 10% off your order. Hey Jeff, did you hear the new Starship song?
No, I don't think so.
We built this city on sauce and dough.
All right, sports fans, quick timeout from the game talk because this is Poptober. And if you're thinking about popping the question, then Oaks Jewelry is running that kind of deal that's a slam dunk and a touchdown all rolled up into one. So here's the play. All engagement rings up to 20% off. Diamond wedding bands and enhancers, yep, 20% off too. And if you grab that engagement ring, they'll even throw in a free bottle of champagne because every big win deserves, of course, a post-game celebration. I'm telling you, Oaks Jewelry is going to coach you through building the perfect ring, customizing the setting she's searching for, and make sure you score big when you get down on one knee. No Hail Marys here. This is a guaranteed score. So don't get flagged for delay a game. Run the 2-minute drill the way you're supposed to and head over to Oaks Jewelry this Poptober and lock in the biggest W of your life. While your favorite teams are chasing trophies, chase a little sparkle of your own. Oaks Jewelry, locally owned, always the MVP, and Gainesville's go-to for championship bling.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
The biggest names in Gator Nation appear here. WRUF.
All right, we're back here on the tailgate on ESPN WRUF. We're just talking a little bit about Texas A&M and, of course, the game coming up this week with the Mighty Gators. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I tell you what, and I talked about this with the quarterback club last night, their receivers are really good. And I remember when Concepcion transferred there, he was NC State, I believe, right? I'd seen him playing in some games, and I really liked him. And I said, that's not good. And then Mario Craver, who was at Mississippi State, transferred to A&M. And those guys, between them, are almost at 1,000 yards of receiving. So that means your quarterback's doing good. And you also have two really good running backs. Le'Veon Moss got hurt last week, but I think he's okay for this game. And they brought in another kid, and he rushed for 130 yards. They've got talented guys. It's funny. Sam Kahn, I had Sam Kahn. I taped the podcast interview today, and I'll do the rest of it tomorrow, and then we'll post it. But Sam Kahn Jr. covers all the sports in Texas for The Athletic, and he does a great job. Really good dude. And we were talking about how they this 2022 class, remember that class, the Jimbo Fisher, Saban saying they bought all their players and everything, and that class was going to change college athletes. They got 6 guys left from that class. 6. But this is the world we live in. It's not about recruiting anymore. In fact, I've talked to multiple people in different sports that are fighting or struggling with the idea of do I recruit or do I go to the portal and recruit? And they're different, but they're the same in that you're going to have to come up with money either way. You have to be able to pay these guys. But I think there are a lot of coaches that are saying, I'm not going to pay a bunch of money to a kid who's never played. Now, if it's Dallas Wilson, you probably are going to make that exception. If it's a guy that good, and you can see it. But, there's a lot of schools that are just saying, hey, look, we'll get a few recruits, we'll bring in a few here and there, but mostly we got to hit the portal. And so those recruits all drop down and end up going to lesser schools. And then guess what happens? They get good as they're playing at these lesser schools, and then you get them in the portal. So it's just a weird dynamic. Let's go ahead and get to the phones. Woody's up. What's up, Woody? How you doing?
Yeah, hey, Pat. Sorry about hanging up on you yesterday. The chainsaw guy came to cut a tree, and I didn't think you'd like that noise.
I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of comforting. It beats Cattleman sometimes. I can tell you that.
I was going to say that. Yeah, awesome. Great minds think alike. Listen, I'm one of the Gator fans that wasn't standing on my head after we beat Texas. I was happy, but not overly excited and, suddenly thinking we're going to win out. We've seen this before. So, I'm kind of doing the Missouri thing. Show me. Win at Texas A&M would be a big lift. It would make me a lot closer to believing that you actually are right, that they could actually win out. I don't think that's going to happen no matter what. I don't think any team in the SEC could win out against this schedule. But it would be a big deal, to win at Texas A&M, and a big step for Billy, and at least beating Texas makes me think it's possible they can win at Texas A&M. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I totally think it is, but I'm not sure that A&M's not better than Texas. But that I got to be honest with you. Considering the players that they brought in there, I'm surprised Texas wasn't better than they were. Now I know that Florida played a really good game. It's the best game by far they played. I don't know, maybe in 2 years, to be honest with you. Yeah. I know the LSU and Ole Miss games were big games last year, but I thought they played even better in this game. But, I thought Texas would be a little better. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but see, if you look at Texas A&M's schedule, you're not so sure how great they are. Everybody's talking about their great defense and stuff, and they haven't exactly played really awesome teams.
Well, they played Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is probably going to end up in the playoffs again.
Yeah.
And they played They played Auburn and Mississippi State. Is that the other two?
Yeah. So there's no great teams there. Notre Dame pretty much lost to the only two good teams that played. So we'll see. You just don't know, and that's fine. I hope the coach gets on a roll, and we do better than 6-6, 7-5. I think that's what he's got to do to keep his job. But I hope they do win out. My gosh, do I hope, because I am so tired. This is like 6 years of just frustration.
Yeah, but you got to enjoy the week after a win. I mean, you got to just kind of let it waft over you and feel the glory of it.
Yeah, it felt good, and it was awesome. It was the first time I remember that in 4 years, 3.5, I guess, when Billy knew the rule about the helmet coming off and nobody else did. I thought, okay, this is the first time I thought my coach was smarter and better than everybody else.
He's smarter. He was smarter than those announcers. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, for that one instance right there. Listen, I'll get out of the way, but I was wondering, are you concerned about the mediocrity with UF volleyball and UF soccer this fall? Because these results aren't good enough. Bohan's got them improving, but I know Coach Tice is in his first year, but first time in 30-something years the Gators aren't ranked in volleyball. And when I watch them, they look pretty mediocre, like they're still figuring it out. Should we just chill because it's his first year?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. And, again, you lost your best athlete player.
Yes.
Obviously, you went to Penn State for $1 million. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her for doing that. But,
Nope.
I mean, that is the thing. Last year they lost Stuckey. And they struggled, or was it 2 years ago they lost Stuckey? And they struggled. They had a hard time getting through that. And that's the thing. I mean, depth is only as good as your best players, and especially in volleyball. And I think that they're struggling to kind of find that, and they're struggling. I mean, even though Ryan Tice knows Gainesville, he's been here before. He's struggling with it a little bit, but I think he'll be fine. I'm not worried about that. The soccer part of it, I don't pay. I look at the scores, but I don't really watch a lot of soccer matches. And I'm curious. I know that they don't score a lot, and I think that they've had a couple of 0-0 ties and a 1-1 tie. That's an area I think they got to get better. But I think she's. I think it was very hard to come into a situation where you'd had two straight coaches basically, kicked out, and I think there was an issue there that Samantha had to deal with. So again,
they're definitely playing better.
Yeah, they are playing better than they were playing last year, and they're playing better than they were the year before, but they're still not playing great.
They've gone from being terrible to being middle of the pack.
To be in Mike White good, right?
Yeah. I think she had a bigger hill to climb than him. Yeah, I'm not going to anoint her a Coach C+.
Okay.
Well,
hopefully she can get it turned around again. Sometimes it's just a matter. Like you look what Becky Burley did. She got Daniel Fotopoulos to transfer in from SMU, the leading goal scorer in the country. Huge thing. And then she got Abby Wambach, which was, nobody thought Florida was going to get her, and they got her. And those two players, and then she built around that team, and that team won the national title. And it was a great day in Gator history up in Greensboro. So, but yeah, I mean, you need to have a couple of those absolute stars, especially in that sport, and I think it's the same way in volleyball, where you've got to have a Kimberly Martin, but they don't have one right now.
So you're crying patience, and I don't like it when you say that, Pat. That's one of your biggest flaws.
Well,
I'm not reasonable.
I'm not crying patience. I'm saying I will.
Well,
I will. I'm not going to get too upset about the first year volleyball coach. I'll say that.
Okay, fair enough. Go Gators. Thanks.
All right, thanks. And yeah, look, I'm like everybody that pays attention to this stuff, and I know good friends of mine, Steve Wendig and Christine Wendig, we do something with them on the podcast about the Olympic athletes at Florida and the women athletes at Florida. I'm not happy when I see because they always write the headlines, Florida rallies but falls 3-2, on FloridaGators.com, which is the only place you're going to find anything like that. So, they obviously got to get better in both those sports. You don't want them dragging down your All Sports Award, right? I don't even know if they give that award out anymore. Anyway, I do know this. We have to get another break. We'll do that. We'll come back, and we'll wrap it up here on The Tailgate on ESPN WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Emma Bregna. Florida football is getting its momentum back. Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko said that Florida is by far the most talented team they've played this year. Head coach Napier said he felt strongly about the Gators in the offseason and finally saw them put it all together.
Ultimately, I think we adapted our practice plan relative to what we felt our team needed to work on. And then I think we went to work on detail of the football, in particular on the offensive side of the ball.
Florida soccer continues SEC play this Friday. The Gators play Mississippi State here for senior night, where they will celebrate 4 Gators careers. The game will be the 5th top 25 league opponent for Florida this season. Gators volleyball fell to LSU on Sunday and are now not ranked in the AVCA top 25 for the first time since 1991. They are looking to bounce back this Friday, welcoming Missouri.
Well, fall is here in Florida when the weather can't decide if it wants to be hot, cold, or just plain confused. If your HVAC system is acting like it's stuck in a pumpkin patch meltdown, don't sweat it or freeze. Crystal Air and Water has been Florida's #1 HVAC hero for more than 20 years, keeping families comfy through all of the fall weather drama. Whether your heater's throwing a hissy fit or your AC's still partying like it's summertime, they've got you covered. And here's the kicker. Crystal Air offers flexible financing, including 0% interest for 12 months for qualified buyers. Yep, comfy and budget friendly. Don't let your home turn into a haunted house of uncomfortable temps. Call Crystal Air and Water today and kick those HVAC woes to the curb. Dial now or creep on over to acpenguin.com to explore financing and apply online. Again, that's acpenguin.com, because comfy homes are way better than haunted ones. License number CMC 1249384. We are right in the heart of the fall sports. Football, soccer, volleyball, or even that one guy trying to run a marathon after pumpkin spice season. But hey, rough tackles, tough plays, and weekend warrior moves can leave your back feeling more fumbled than your fantasy football lineup. That's where Dr. Paul Gardner steps in, your spinal MVP. With general chiropractic adjustments and a full playbook of therapeutic moves, he's got a way better game plan than what you're used to seeing on Saturdays. With the ability to order MRIs, CT scans, and so much more, you'll know know what's wrong and be able to do something about it. Now, Dr. Paul Gardner isn't just any chiropractor. He's an athlete, a coach, and a father who knows what it takes to stay active and healthy all season long. So whether you're running the field, coaching the sidelines, or just trying to survive family game night, he's got your back. No reason to get benched this fall. Give a call to Dr. Paul Gardner and tackle your spinal health with a dedication and care that only a true pro can provide. Gardner Chiropractic, the playbook that'll keep you running up and down the field all season long. We all want to have fun, and with the sun, there are so many ways to do it here in North Central Florida. But the problem is that stuff is so expensive nowadays, and just to get enough stuff to get it going is going to cost you an arm and a leg, unless you head to Play It Again Sports. Golf clubs, baseball bats, exercise equipment, disc golf, pickleball paddles, water sports stuff, bikes, and lacrosse gear are just a fraction of the things in the store, and you can get them at a fraction of the price. There's no need to buy new, and they've got a heck of a crew ready to help you with whatever you need. So don't let outrageous costs stop you from enjoying the outside. Head on over to Play It Again Sports.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
A couple of sprinkles are possible west of I-75 this evening. Otherwise, a gradual increase in cloud cover this evening into the overnight. Low temperatures to start off our Thursday in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Now, tomorrow, a front will approach our area. Winds should pick up. They'll gust to about 30 miles an hour at times. Temperatures in the mid-80s will have an increased chance for scattered thunderstorms during the afternoon and evening. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo.
So tomorrow, Jeff and I will be out at the Ale House. Of course, they'll have Gator Talk after we are on, and it's always cool. Just to give you an update on baseball, the Tigers now leading 8-3. They scored 7 straight runs, and it looks like that game will go to a game 5, which is what it is. I mean, game 5 is the elimination game. So also the Brewers and the Cubs playing right now, and the Cubs just scored 4 in the first, and they lead 4-1. Also, tonight, of course, we have Phillies and Dodgers. If you're into that, if you want to watch that game at 9, and then is the Jays Rays tonight too? God, there's too much baseball on. What's going on here? It's great though. I do like it. I like it this time of year. It's the most fun thing. And then you add that into a weekend where you also have NFL games and college games that are fun. And that was why we talked about it 2 weeks ago. That was going to be the greatest weekend ever. We had all these great college games. The NFL was playing. The Ryder Cup was on. The Ryder Cup ended up being a bomb until the last day, and then even then, some of us had given up on it and came back to it. But that's what sports is. There are no guarantees, and none of it's scripted. We have no idea what's going to happen. We have no idea what's going to happen between Florida and Texas A&M on Saturday night. We have no idea. You think you know, but you don't know. But you can say afterwards, I knew that was going to happen. But you may not have known. You might have thought you knew, and now you're wondering if you really did know. Is this making any sense at all? But I'm just looking forward to another fun weekend of just talking some Gator sports. Of course, on Friday, Jeff will be taking his dulcet tones out to College Station. I wonder if I bet they fly into College Station. I bet they don't have to fly to Houston like we did. I never heard this expression before, but people told me that Houston, again, I've only been there a couple times, so I can't tell you. Houston is the worst big city in America. We were only there and ate at a restaurant right by our hotel, and then drove to College Station, which is like 2 hours, and drove back and took a flight out. So, and the other time I was there was back in the 80s. So no, it doesn't matter what anybody was in the 80s. Literally, if you were something in 84, you're not that in 2025. We all know that. It's like St. Augustine. It was the coolest place in the world to grow up, but now it's a little more crowded. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, so that'll be interesting to see how Florida handles it. It's pretty good pretty good flight, but you got food. People bring you food all the time. It's great, man. You'll be fine. They'll be fine. We'll see how they do. But tomorrow we'll talk more about it. We'll talk about that game and other ones that are going on. Of course, we'll give you updates on the baseball that'll be going on as well. And we have plenty of baseball going on right now. It's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your dad? That's a good song right there. Is that the Zombies, I believe, sang that song? Yeah. All right, well, we'll get out of here, and we'll be back tomorrow. Again, we're live at the Ale House. Come on out and say hello to us. We'll be happy to see you. We'll be happy to see anybody. But Jeff will be back 100% tomorrow. Of course, he's down in Ocala tonight. Great job for everybody on the show. We appreciate you. We've got to get out of here. And until next time, I am Pat Dooley, deep, way back, and out of here.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. At Gatorland Toyota, we give you the easiest car buying experience ever. With Express Shopping, you can shop and buy your vehicle entirely from home. We'll even deliver your car to you. Want a customized Toyota? With our pre-order program, you can get the exact Toyota you want. And if you have a vehicle you'd like to trade or sell, we'll buy it whether you buy from us or not. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
There's nobody else I would go to except for Dr. Art Mowry at Exceptional Dentistry. He did a full restoration, and I think I had about 8 implants put in, and it looks terrific. Dental work, let's face it, can be stressful, and it's just a lot less stressful here. That's my favorite thing, is that even if you're nervous and you come here, you're going to feel a little bit more relaxed here. A little bit more at ease. You've got TVs, you can pick your favorite show out, your favorite music if you want music, and it makes an hour go by in 15 minutes. Coming here is almost like going to a spa, not a dentistry.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Hi, I'm the one they call James Bates, but my real name is Batesy. When I was your age, we never worried about being lit or glowing up or steez or anything like that. Only thing we ever cared about was being freaking radical. I mean, high-key rad AF. And TBH, that's what I look for when I need t-shirts, pens, cups, and koozies, and the like. I go to radwaredesigns.com. If you're not using Radware Designs for your t-shirts, pens, cups, and koozies, then your stuff is probably sus, like basic, and that's no cap. All lowercase. RadwareDesigns.com.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party.
It's Thursday. New Hard Rock Bet rewards are dropping.
Nice. Ed Reed, you in?
The only thing I drop is receivers and mics.
Ed, we're talking bonus bets, deposit matches, parlay insurance.
Oh, okay. I'll do that kind of drop.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Bowers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
Hey, it's Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators for my friends at International Diamond Center. You know, in every industry, you have premium brands. Brands that are synonymous with the highest standards, the highest craftsmanship. It's no different with engagement rings. There are about 10 world-class bridal designers that every jewelry store wishes they had in their showcases. These famous designers drive a ton of traffic because they are the best in class. American handmade rings every woman wants. But they are picky when it comes to choosing stores that can offer their lines. Very few retailers make the cut. But around here, one store makes the cut year after year. International Diamond Center. IDC is proud to be the area's exclusive dealer for the finest bridal designers in the world. so you don't ever have to settle for lookalikes or knockoffs or corporate jewelry store mass-produced rings. With IDC, you can get her the world-class ring she deserves. International Diamond Center, where you never have to compromise. Learn more and get directions anytime at shopidc.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville.
In the South, it's always college football season, and the king of college football reigns supreme all year long. Southern Sports Today proudly presents The Chuck Oliver Show. It's an inside look at everything college football. Now live from Atlanta, Georgia, it's time to talk college football with the reigning king of college football, Chuck Oliver, on Southern Sports Today.
Texas is reeling and taking another team's true star with it. Chuck Oliver Show on Wednesday. We're going to talk college football. We do it every single day. We're going to really do it today. It's going to include a visit from Justin Hokanson. He's our truest reporter for Auburn. You can get him at On3 Sports. He'll join us bottom of this hour. All guests appear via the Northwest Exterminating Guest Line. Pest in the house, call the mouse. Best pest control in the world, if not the universe. Call Northwest.com. Justin Hokanson from On3 will join us, and we'll talk a little Tigers as Georgia pulls into town to begin Old South's latest, or Old Deep South's oldest rivalry, and that's not exactly what it's been. It hasn't been a rivalry since about 2006. It's been a cinder block on the scale. In 2 years that Auburn played for the national championship and 2017, okay, those are the dubs. And then I think everything else is a loss. So after the 05 game, it just hasn't been the Deep South's oldest anything. It's all of those best moments. You have to go to the History Channel to find those things. You can't talk to the kids on today's roster and get that. It's just another game in so many cases, but especially in this because Kirby, and I'll give Mark Richt credit, the final 10 years of his tenure. So we will talk the latest installation because the sins of the previous team don't have to relate to this one. And Jackson Arnold, maybe he'll let loose the football and maybe the left tackle can hear. And so I'm not being facetious about any of this. So Auburn can get the dub at home. If it's going to happen, maybe more likely there. Justin Hokanson will let us see all of that when we talk to him. Hour 2, truest reporter for Tennessee from Go Balls 247. Patrick Brown's going to join us. Tennessee's played 2 SEC games, and now they get a shot with the Arkansas Razorbacks. And this is going to be a big challenge for them because sometimes you have tape, sometimes you don't. And after a firing of a defensive staff, well, you really don't have tape. And sometimes you got to feel that out. So we'll talk about where Tennessee's better and they're at home. So we'll talk all about that with Patrick Brown from Go Vols. And then finally, we will wrap up the program. Bottom of hour 2, Hunt Palmer from 104.5 ESPN middays there in Baton Rouge. Wonderful, wonderful program station. Whole lineup there is just tremendous. And we will talk with him about LSU. They're welcoming South Carolina to a night game in Death Valley. And so it's just a special magical setting. And South Carolina, they're desperate. They really are. I promise you, if Shane Beamer, after everybody leaves, because we're just about the next opponent, after everybody leaves and he sees and like he looks out the window and sees the last assistant coach's car, driving off, he hits the button and like the secret whiteboard spins around from behind the fireplace on his South Carolina, how we can still make it to the playoffs path. Nowhere on that list of outcomes does it begin with losing Baton Rouge. Now, every one of them will begin with win in Baton Rouge. That literally is the first thing South Carolina, win in Baton Rouge. After that, it involves other teams and other conferences and the G5 and like all kinds of stuff. But it does not include losing Baton. So whatever that in the long shot 10-2, if it goes that way, because that includes beating Clemson. Yeah, okay, what's that mean? So even some of the dubs that you may potentially get, the committee will look sideways at. So, no, you got to go 10-2 and then still maybe have some work to do. So that's what LSU was facing, a desperate and talented team with a quarterback who has now decided to play the best football of his college career. So Lenore Sellers coming to town, and so they're dangerous. All that's in the SEC, and that includes the Texas Longhorns, and they're not ranked anymore. They were number 1 preseason. Now they're out. When I say they're reeling, taking another team's true star with it, I'll go all the way back to the opener. That Texas game looks a lot different now. That was the opener in Columbus against Ohio State. And did Texas look bad that day? They did. And because they have been struggling so much, and because that is sort of the story, Arch Manning and Texas, what's happened, we have sort of ignored the other side of that Ohio State played pretty dang well that day. Final score was 14-7. And again, because Texas has turned into a train wreck, we haven't paid nearly as much attention. Yes, that Texas game looks a lot different now, but it still happened. Talking the season opener at Ohio State and what has happened to the Longhorns since, which I don't need to recap, it's been covered in real time. Texas lost its first game of the season. They lost its most recent game. In between, beat San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston. And other than one game against Sam Houston, they didn't even look good. So watching that has been taking a narcotic hit of coaching hot seat voyeurism. We can't get enough of Steve Sarkisian in Texas right now. And since they're so bad, especially compared to what we were expecting, and since we're used to the Buckeyes being great, we've mostly ignored Ohio State in the weeks following that opener. The game at UW was maybe an exception. And other than checking in on Julian saying, okay, he really is the next QB there. Emeka said so at the Combine, and now it's true. Other than that, we mostly checked out. It's Ohio State. It's the middle part of their Big Ten schedule. I'll be back later. And we deem other teams and games more important, and in a lot of cases, we're right. Well, one thing we're missing is how out of this world the Buckeye defense is playing. Against the schedule of Texas in the opener, and we watched that, and my goodness, Arch and Texas and Steve Sarkisian, and they're so horrible. Well, part of that is they played the Buckeyes that day. But it was Texas, and then it was Grambling. I get it, FCS. It was Ohio, bone throw to the in-state. Ohio State does that sometime. They played Akron before. Ohio, at Washington, and then this past week they hosted Minnesota. All right, Ohio State is 5-0. The Buckeyes defense has held those 5 opponents to 25 points combined. Clemson's offense has been horrid this season. They put 28 on Belichick in the first quarter last Saturday. Ohio State has allowed 25 points all season, 5 games. Now, if you do want to talk Buckeyes offense, it could be Julian saying, you know how unreal a redshirt freshman quarterback must be to show this kind of development in the first month without a consistent ground game? Because they ain't have one. Now, I do understand it hasn't been leg irons and bread and water for saying he's behind an Ohio State offensive line thrown to Ohio State receivers, which means NFL receivers. But for a young QB who had not played, he could really lean on the ground game. That's what you do when you first take over an offense. You lean on the ground game. Well, it's not Julian saying that I want to talk about, or even Jeremiah Smith or Tate or anyone. All that certainly looks decided, and it's all wonderful. The real story on that offense is the ground game may have been figured out. It was not figured out early. Word in August, it was supposed to be James Peoples. After the opener, I thought it was going to be C.J. Donaldson. It's not either of those kids. It's Bo Jackson. It is true freshman Lamar Jackson, who has the nickname Bo because he looks and runs like Bo Jackson in the minds of some people. Fine by me. True freshman Bo Jackson, who didn't get a carry in the opener versus Texas, then got single-digit carries versus Grambling in Ohio. Then with Ohio State back in the land of power opponents, back when we need to lean on the ground game, back when, it's starting to count again, he got 17 carries in a tight game on the road at UW. He got 13 in the blowout against Minnesota. He's their lead dog. It took 4 quarters for him to force an understudy role. 2 games later, when the team is back playing opponents who can threaten you, the Big Ten teams, choice was made. Freshman's better, he plays. True freshman. He's 6 foot, 220 pound, like this tough kid from Cleveland. And it took literally 60 minutes for them to go, well, let's give him a chance. And then after the Grambling and Ohio State games, they're like, okay, we found our tailback. Everything that's true about the receivers, everything we've realized about Sam, everything Chuck just told us about the Buckeyes defense, Bo Jackson, this is a championship team. I said yesterday Miami is a championship roster. And what happened the final 15 minutes in Tallahassee makes me take a half pause because, honestly, I'm telling you, there were adults on the sidelines yelling, this game's not over. And the Miami players are going, all right, coach, yeah, I know, it's not over. In their minds, it was done. I don't know where they were, but they weren't in that stadium anymore. Nick Saban, be where your feet are. Not the final 15 minutes of that game. So, championship roster, absolutely. I was there. I was literally watching every play and then verbalizing what happened. Like, I witnessed it all. If you look at Carson Beck's numbers, even if you watch the game, folks, there's still some meat on the bone. He's not even, like, super, super sharp yet. And he was unbelievable the other night. He was like 22 or 27 maybe. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Okay, that sounds dominating. I'm telling you, he ain't even peaked yet. There's better than that coming. So, championship roster, yes, I don't like a team that walks away after 45 minutes and can't be woken up. I don't like that. So, that's worrisome. But maybe you can put that in the rear view, and that'll be one of those things that nobody even remembers come December when we see those seeds come out. And then in January, when we're getting ready for a national championship game, nobody even care about it. Promise you. Notre Dame last year, nobody even cared about what happened in September. So Miami is a championship roster. They still have work to do to be a championship team. Not Ohio State. Check every single box. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will jump into it next.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-996-6004. 800-996-6004. 800-996-6004. That's 800-996-6004.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-464-0827 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-464-0827. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
Tired of dingy clothes and spots on your clean dishes? It's not your soap, it's your water. Call Perry's Pump Repair in Alachua for a free water analysis, providing amazing life-changing water solutions for you and your family. Read the reviews. Visit perryspumprepair.com.
Basically, get out of the way.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick. And now I think you get a pretty good idea of how good your team is. 3 games in, now I got a pretty good idea. Now, I don't know about the Texans. I'm watching and I'm thinking that defense is one of the top 3 defenses in the NFL. They're 0-3, and C.J. Stroud pick up a white courtesy from. They're just like Jacksonville. I still don't know. I mean, I'm watching and I'm going, okay. You know, a lot of drops. You know, Trevor Lawrence, you know, his numbers should have been a whole lot better. I think the Broncos are still going to be okay. That's a good win for the Chargers. The Bears over the Cowboys, I have no idea about either one of those teams. I mean, I know Dallas has a terrible defense and could probably use a pass rusher.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekday mornings at 9, right here on WRUF.
Southern Sports Today with Chuck Oliver on ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM WRUF. Catch the king of college football no matter where you go with the new Southern Sports Today app. Catch the best college football conversation in the South everywhere with the SST live stream and daily podcast. Download it now at the App Store and the Google Play Store. Now more of the best college football talk in the country. It's the Chuck Oliver Show.
I will call George Peoples at some point. George was running back out of Auburn, played with Dallas and Tampa in the league for a while, probably about 5 years in the league. But it's James Peoples, and he has been kind of passed by Bo Jackson. And so now that the ground game is figured out, it looks complete. I was mentioning the defense. Their linebackers, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles. Reese is 6'4", 243. Styles is 6'4", 243. They're like identical roaming nightmares back there. And the most impressive part about their defense, you can't run the ball. Don't even think about it. The most impressive part about their defense is you really can't throw the ball on them either. And they've actually had some issues with deep passes, like giving up the big plays. That's